You're on. You're on.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon. Thank you for joining us today for our City Council meeting. Today's August 5th, 2024. If you'd all please stand and join me in a moment of silence for our brave men and women of the military and for our police and fire that protect us 24/7, 365. Councilor McClure, if you'll lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Yes. We'll have a presentation at this time. The recognition of the Centennial High softball girls team. They were state champs. We can have them come up.
Mayor, you have it like ESPN. You got the backdrop?
Testing. Okay. Centennial High School won the 5A state title in Albuquerque. This is the only second state title for the Hawks softball in school history. They finished the season 31-3 and 13-2 in district play. Also during the regular season, they went 4-0 and won the Southern New Mexico Invitational, where 16 high school teams around New Mexico participated. They beat Belen, Silver City, Organ Mountain, and Artesia high schools. They went 7-1 in the NMAA state tournament. They entered as the number 3 seed and beat number 14 Sandia High School round 1 in Las Cruces on May 10th, beat number 6 seed Carlsbad Thursday, May 16th, and on Friday, May 17th, they lost to number 2 seed La Cueva and had to battle their way back through the losers bracket. They began by beating number 13 seed Organ Mountain, number 7 seed Mayfield, and then number 2 seed La Cueva to end a long day. On Saturday, May 18th at Lobo Softball Field, they beat number 1 seed Alamogordo High School in back-to-back games to win the title. Senor Santel Rodriguez threw a no-hitter in the first championship game to force the if game. They won the if game 6-5 on the last inning double play, line out to Caprice Wheezy Borella to Stevie Jimenez. They have some girls committed to college, Chantel Rodriguez to NM State, Caprice Borella to UNM, Kayla Hernandez to Odessa College, and Jaden Houghton to Western New Mexico so far. They had 7 total seniors on the team. Mr. X The head coach also won a state title in 2016 with Oñate High School, and they were 6A, and Centennial High School also was 5A. So congratulations very much to Centennial High School.
All right, I'm Coach X. Oh, I'm sorry. Our girls work very hard. You guys, they see them all. I'd never see them this clean, okay? Because we got them running, we got them sliding, they're full of dirt all the time, and these girls work super duper hard. I wish you guys would come out and see them, catch any athletic program, any of them, especially the girls because we get bashed so much, but these girls work super hard. For the first month of practice, they never saw a ball, their glove, their bat, because we had them running. For the sole reason, when we got to the situation when we lost that game, we played 4 games back to back. The more games we played, the stronger they got. That's because all that conditioning stuff. And these girls could play. They could play. Thank you, guys.
That's awesome. Again, congratulations, and they promised to repeat, so good luck. Next, we have Jobs of the Week, Sarah Rainey.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Sarah Rainey. I am the one-stop coordinator for the Southwest region of the New Mexico Workforce Connection. For our Jobs of the Week, we have a police services specialist for the city of Las Cruces. The position starts at $16.76 an hour. The posting closes on the 19th of August. We also have a heavy equipment operator for locating and mapping for the city. That position starts at $20.28 an hour, and the posting closes on the 19th. For White Sands Missile Range, we have an HVAC technician that starts at $28.50 an hour, and the posting closes in September. We have a Pep Boys position, the automotive technician. The position starts at $29,000, and the posting closes on the 25th of August. For La Nueva Casita Cafe, we have a line cook. We also have a safety specialist at NMSU, the College of Engineering. That position starts at $53,000, and the posting closes on the 28th of August. And just to update everybody, we have our monthly Community of Hope job readiness. That's where we go. We go out to the Community of Hope, and we spend 3 to 4 hours out there, depending on what we're scheduled, doing job readiness skills. We do the resume writing, interview practices, the mock interview, and set them up with jobs that are our local jobs, and just prepare them to change jobs, anything that they're needing. Also for Career Essentials, we have a couple of those coming up for Las Cruces. We also have them in Anthony and Deming and Silver City, actually across the region. And the Career Essentials are open to everybody. It's a one-on-one employment assistance, including, again, same thing that we try to do at the job readiness for Community of Hope. We do the job referrals, the program referrals, mock interviews, resume writing, all of it. So if you guys anybody's needing any more information, you can go check us out on all of our social medias, and then on our website at employeenm.com, and you guys can find any information there or come to our Alameda office. And that is it for this week. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Sarah.
Yes, sir.
Next, we have Pets of the Week, Amy DeFelix.
Hello, everyone. I'm Amy DeFelix. Felix, one of the rescue coordinators for the Animal Services Center for the Mesilla Valley. And of course, I always pick and present the pets of the week. And we'll go ahead and start off with our cat of the week. This week, she is Aria. Her number is 77400. And she says, I may seem a bit shy in new situations, but give me a little time and you'll find I'm as sweet as can be. I enjoy quiet afternoons and the gentle hum of life around me. I'm a bit of a homebody, finding comfort in familiar surroundings. I'm not one for grand adventures, but I do love a good cuddle session. Adopting me means getting a friend who will cherish your company and offer a comforting presence in your life. Let's create a peaceful haven together. And then our dog of the week is Adeline. Her number is 69306, and she says, hello, I'm Adeline. I'm full of energy and love to play. I'm not just all fun and games, though. I've got a sweet side, too. I love to cuddle up close when it's time to rest. I'm always ready to give out kisses to anyone who needs one. I'm looking for a forever home where I can share my playful energy and sweetness. If you're looking for a loyal friend who will always be there to cheer you up and make you smile, I'm your girl. And then adoption events going on. We will be at Tractor Supply this Saturday, August 10th. We'll be there from 9 a.m. to 12 p.m. In case you need the address, it is 1440 West Picacho. And other events, starting Saturday, August 10th and going until September 10th, we are going to be participating in the National Clear the Shelters again. And this for these, like month long from August to September 10th, all of our adoptions are only going to be $50. And we'll have we'll try to do a lot of offsite events and kind of celebrate getting as many of our loving cats and dogs into their forever homes. And then if you need any website links, our general website is ascmv.org. And then we're all over social media, Facebook, Instagram, and TikTok is where we'll post some upcoming events and highlight some special animals. And then YouTube and Spotify and Apple Podcasts is where we upload episodes of our podcast, Tales from the Paw Side. And that is all I have. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Amy. Next, we have a presentation by MRVDA, Mesilla Valley Regional Dispatch, Jennifer Gore.
Good afternoon, Mayor, City Manager, councilors. I just wanted to provide a little update regarding what some of the new occurrences that are taking place at Mesilla Valley Regional Dispatch, which is, of course, the 911 center here in Doñana County. So for those of you that are not aware, we are the consolidated dispatch center that serves all of Doñana County unincorporated areas. We also do the city of Las Cruces, Sunland Park, Mesilla, Hatch, and Anthony. So in 2023, MRVDA received over 351,000 phone calls. Of those 351,000 phone calls, 328,000 required incidences for dispatch for law enforcement, fire, or EMS. The reason I want to bring this up is you'll notice that approximately 81% of those requests were for law enforcement dispatches. So in response to the extreme amount of calls that come into our center, one of the things that we're looking at doing that we have now implemented as of last month is non-emergency online reporting. So if someone has an incident that does not require immediate lights and sirens to attend to their need, we can do an online reporting system. Currently, that is located at our website at mvrda.org. This is what the picture is going to look like for the link for when you're going to do your non-emergency online reporting. What it will do is initially bring up your street address. This is going to bring up where you currently are. So it's going to geocode based upon your location currently. You have the right at this point to go ahead and change that address. So say, for instance, you are at work, but you need to report something that happened at your home. Then it's best to go ahead and change that street address to the address of service required. Then in the middle of the page, it's going to ask for what type of assistance you're looking for. So currently we are utilizing 3 options. You can choose police, codes, or animal control. Based upon one of those selections, then you're going to have another drop-down screen that's going to ask what kind of service you're looking for. And we'll talk about that in just one moment. You also have the option to state how you want to be responded to. Would you like to have an officer respond to you at that address? Are you okay with a phone call? Or are you just wanting to report and you're not requiring somebody to contact back to you? Then we're going to ask that you put any additional comments that you possibly can. This allows our staff, our 911 dispatchers and call takers, to input the information correctly for service. So the more information you can provide, the better, so that we can provide a better service for you. So you may want to know, well, what kind of things can I report? So let's say, for instance, you have an auto theft that is not currently in progress, maybe something that took place while you were sound asleep in your bed the night before. Then that is a great opportunity to do a non-emergency report. If you have civil matters that are not currently taking place, forgery or fraud, illegal dumping, or if you are also wanting to do follow-up on a call that was previously in place. So you've already spoken with an officer and you just need to have that officer reach back to you. If we're looking for animal control, those are going to be animal in custody, again, a follow-up to a previous case, or maybe the animal control officer left a card at your door and you need to respond back to that, or if there's a stray animal in your area. If we're looking for codes, oftentimes the ones that we're receiving currently are regarding weed control or an abandoned vehicle or other nuisance concerns. So once you finish that information here in the center, you have the right to go ahead and include your contact information. This is going to ensure that we are able to contact you and do any follow-up if necessary before we send out resources. You're going to click I'm not a robot, and then once that is done, you're going to receive a confirmation code. The confirmation code is just going to be something that's going to help us to be able to track that for you. So people may ask, why do the online reporting rather than calling in? So as I stated, we have 351,000 phone calls that come into our agency on an annual basis. Those calls are both emergency and non-emergency, and we have the same number of staff, regardless whether it's an emergency or non-emergency. So the more calls that we can handle via the online reporting system will free up those phone lines for those emergency calls. So yes, every call is extremely important and will be handled in the normal course of business. However, we would like to have the availability for those emergency calls, for instance, a CPR in progress, to reach the priority line first. So that is where we're going with our non-emergency reporting. It is currently active. We are currently receiving phone calls that are coming, or online reporting that are coming in on a daily basis. And so I just want to encourage the community to utilize the resource further.
All right, Jennifer, thank you. Thank you for the update, the information. And I know in the future, the JPAs, the joint power agreements, can come up to a work session and give an update. So we look forward to that and see how this is working, how it's been implemented, and the results. So,
thank you.
Thank you.
And Mayor, if I may say one more thing, just a reminder that we are also still hiring for 911 call takers. We have a posting that closes Wednesday evening at midnight, so make sure to get your application in right away. Then you will hear from me personally Thursday so that we can continue the process. And for those that are going to National Night Out on Tuesday, come and stop by our booth. Thank you.
Thank you, Jennifer. Next, we have the presentation on the entrance conference by Chris Gardner.
Good afternoon, Mayor and City Council. My name is Josie Trevino. I'm the Comptroller for the City of Las Cruces. Today, I'm here to present our external auditor, Chris Gardner. He'll be working on our FY24 audit.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Okay. As Josie said, my name is Chris Garner. I am the partner in charge of the City of Las Cruces audit. And what I have here is a brief presentation to go over the audit requirements that auditors are charged with making at the beginning of each audit. The first thing we're supposed to talk about is audit timing. We actually have already gotten started last month. We're here on site right now, continuing the planning phase of the audit. Some of it will happen remotely, but we have been on site the last couple of weeks. What we try to get done during this planning phase is we look at your internal controls. We actually pick samples and start testing those internal controls. We also look at state auditor compliance. The state auditor, a lot of you have heard in the past, there's about 24 items that the state auditor has us potentially look at, things like procurement, travel and per diem. So that is getting accomplished right now as we do the planning phase. Also, because the city spends more than $750,000 of federal grant funds, you're required to have what's called a single audit. It's a compliance audit for the federal government. We are in the planning phase of that particular portion of the audit too. Based upon our testing of internal controls, our interviews, We put everything together and we come up with a risk assessment, and that's how we develop our audit plan that we'll be doing later this fall. So all of that's going on right now. Field work, final field work will happen in October. We have, again, we'll be doing some remote and some on-site testing. We will finish the completion of the single audit, that federal grant expense testing, and then we'll test the year-end balances for your trial balance in order to give our auditor's opinion. Financial statements will be submitted to the state auditor by December 1st. Because the city does go after the awards from GFOA, your deadline's earlier than most cities. Most cities are due December 15th, but because you go after the award, you are due December 1st. So at some point, mid to late November, we'll be doing an exit conference, and then by December 1st, your audit will be submitted to the New Mexico State Auditor. The next required communication is to talk about responsibilities, and you've all actually heard this. We have to talk about it at the entrance, we talk about it at the exit, and then we talk about it at the presentation. So this is something we talk about quite a bit, but what we were hired to do as your auditors is to express an opinion on your financial statements. The top box to the right, we are giving what's called reasonable assurance. We look at internal controls, we look at statistical samples, but we're definitely not testing every transaction. So there could be errors in the financial statements, but those errors are not going to be big enough to change the opinion of the readers of the financial statements. So if you were to give your financial statements to a banker, those errors are not going to be big enough for the banker to have a different opinion on your financial status. So that's what we as auditors are responsible for doing under regular auditing standards. In New Mexico, the state auditor wants us to do what we call a yellow book audit. So every audit in our state has to conform with a yellow book procedures, which is also known as government auditing standards. In a regular audit for significant cycles like cash disbursements, all we have to do to meet those standards is just take one transaction and test it, and we're done, we've met. Well, with a yellow book audit, the state auditor wants us to actually pick samples. So we, in order to complete the yellow book audit, we have to pick samples of internal controls and test those. And so again, that's a portion of the audit that we're doing right now. As you can see on the left side, though, we're not testing enough transactions to give an opinion. All we're doing there is we're spelling out in that report what we've tested or how we've tested above regular auditing standards. And then to the right, we have to communicate what's called significant matters. In New Mexico, the state auditor actually takes that threshold from the yellow book standards and takes it down to the ground level. If we have any exceptions in our state, based upon the state audit rule, they have to be included as findings in your audit report. So a little bit more stringent, and then there's, again, more testing of transactions that the state auditor requires us to do in our state. Your responsibility. So management is responsible for, in essence, giving us a trial balance, so financial numbers that are in accordance with the standards that we have to follow. It's a little bit harder in our state because you're required to report to DFA on a different methodology than we as auditors come in and have to audit. So there's some journal entries that have to happen every audit season at the end of the year. But it is your responsibilities to give us a trial balance that is in accordance with the standards that we have to follow. This includes making sure that you have good internal controls established and that management is performing their correct functions and that you've made all the adjustments to get the numbers correct. So all of that is the city's responsibilities during the audit process. Scope of the audit, we have not only the city of Las Cruces, but we have one component unit, which is South Central Solid Waste, and then we have a blended component unit with a downtown TID, and then we have 3 Animal Service Center of Mesilla Valley Regional Dispatch Authority, and Metro Narcotics that are joint powers agreements. So our audit will include internal controls, state auditor compliance, and everything over all 5 of these entities, all 6, as we go through our audit process. They will all be included in our audit work. Communication. As we go through the audit process in the past, we've given status updates that could potentially be given to counselors. We just need you to know that those do need to remain confidential. Nobody can talk about any of the audit process publicly until it has been accepted and approved by the New Mexico State Auditor. So if you happen to get an update of potential findings, potential issues, or anything that's going on during the audit process, please keep that confidential. It can result in an audit finding. Audit rule changes, really there were not very many changes this year. There were a lot of clarifications to different terms used throughout the rule. The big one that's going to affect the city's audit is opioid funds. So the city has received opioid funds. We have to test to make sure that you're spending those in compliance with the settlement agreements. And so that will be a part of our testing that we do this year. The last section is I'm going to bring up some topics where this is not the right forum to talk about, but I at least want to get it in front of council, because if you have any concerns or any questions, please contact us. Josie has my contact information. I think a lot of you have had my emails over the years. It has my cell phone on there. Please let me know, and I will do the best to answer any questions that you might have. We just want to make sure that everybody knows that if you do approach us or give us a call, that information will remain confidential and will only be used in developing our audit plan and the steps that we're going to complete as we do our audit process. The items that I would like to be made aware of, if you have any knowledge of any of this, are there material related party transactions? If you know of any, please let us know. If there are any concerns of fraud, whether you suspect it or you know something happened, please let us know what those concerns are. If you're aware of any special audits that happen throughout the year, again, we need to be made aware of those transactions or those audits. And then lastly, if there's any type of transaction that you're maybe think warrants a little bit extra attention, please contact us. We'll take those into consideration as we develop our audit plans. So again, Josie can get a hold of us, so please feel free to give us a contact if you have any of these concerns or any questions. With that, I'll open up to any questions.
No, we weren't going to do questions. We're not going to do questions at this time. It's just the information that you were providing us. If we do, we'll get with Josie and reach out to you. Sure. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Next on the agenda is a conflict of interest. Does any member of the city council, city manager, or any member of the city staff have any known conflict of interest with any item on the agenda?
None.
None, Graham?
None. None.
None.
Okay, thank you. Next is public participation. And seeing the large crowd and the information I've received is there's numerous people that want to speak. I want to again remind you that no pending litigation or no items that are on the non-consent. And again, always be respectful and polite. Speak into the microphone and state your name. And we're going to allow 2 minutes for public participation. Katrina will be right there in the center. Wave of hand, Katrina. And she'll be ushering you down. She'll go row by row.
Good afternoon. My name is Dave Mattson. I'm a retired police officer, and I'm currently employed as on staff at Red Hawk Golf Course. Bill, it's nice to see you again. As most of you are aware, on Sunday, February 11th of this year, well, most of us were home watching the Super Bowl. We lost a police officer who was shot and killed in the line of duty. He left 2 children, a wife. I attended his funeral, and there was over 500 officers from around the nation that attended. It was very emotional. On my staff at Red Hawk, I've got 21 men that work for me. 7 of them are retired law enforcement. And we got together one day and we said, we have to do something. So what we've done is we are doing a golf tournament in Officer Hernandez's name on October 4th. And all the proceeds from that tournament will go to his children and his wife. And I can tell you right now, I haven't really pushed this the last couple months, but we've got close to $13,000 already donated. Sisbaro is giving us a car for the par 3 hole-in-one for nothing. They are also furnishing golf clubs and trips for the other par 3s. Jeff Venegas of Able Signs is doing all of our advertising for us. Our sponsors for the tournament are the Las Cruces Police Officers Association and Marcy Dickerson from Revolution 120. I have a stack of flyers that I'd like to drop off over here and pass around if you have any questions about it.
Okay, sir, thank you. Thank you for your time. We're just going to cut everybody at 2 minutes today. We have a lot of people, but thank you for what you're doing. I appreciate it.
Okay.
Thank you.
Robert Lee Butler, spelled out B-U-T-L-E-R. I'm got good news, Mayor, and we're going to take it to the script. Greetings, illustrious Mayor Enriquez. It is a divine, meritorious honor to be here. May I address your council? Yes. I'm not here to say recommend anyone for District 1. I'm not here to say anything negative about the female counselor representing this also retirement home. I'm not going to be satisfied until the foundation retirement home is extinct. It's on Jesus. Now my body. My second key to the city of Las Cruces is going directly to the Brannigan Museum. It will be safe there. We're really celebrating at University Community Church, Church of Jesus Christ, Church of Christ. The reason I'm here is to tell you all now there is going to be another wedding in your beautiful city. Everyone working for the city and the county will be invited. Good day, Mayor, City Councilor, males and females, police, fire department, and of course staff. Thank you very much. Wonderfully, illustrious Mayor and everyone. United States postal stamp will go down 13 cents. Thank you all. Mark Hendrick is in trouble. Thank you.
I don't have time to wait, so I have to do it now. Good afternoon, Mayor and members of council. I just wanted to come and address Israel Chavez, as many of you know. Thank you, Brad. I'm an attorney in this community. I've prosecuted cases in this community. I've defended felonies and misdemeanors in this community. I have family who have mental health and substance abuse issues, and I grew up here. I don't think anyone on council can say all of those things, and so I hope that you'll listen when I say prosecuting people for having these shopping carts. This idea is not only myopic, it's just bad. The city has neglected its duties as it relates to the hospital, and I get it, you go to the little board meetings, but you don't do enough to hold that board accountable. The city hasn't held the Mesilla Valley Housing Authority accountable up until recently when I helped get my mom on the board and we got some new faces, but the city now wants to do something that punishes the folks who struggle. And I want to remind us that we are closer, all of us in this room, with the exception of maybe one or two that I don't know, are closer to all of these people who are struggling than the billionaires out there who are taking advantage of our community. Every time a billionaire, a billion-dollar company comes to Las Cruces, we roll out the red carpet. What about the services that currently don't exist? The money that the city is trying to waste in its perhaps misunderstanding of the legal process in trying to develop a parallel system to what already exists. Why wasn't the city a good partner in all of the resources that we needed? We had a county hospital, and the city sold it up the river. And I understand not all of you were on the board, except for maybe Mr. Matisse, but to take this strategy, this route, is uncreative. It's not going to solve problems. All it's going to do is punish members of my community. I have to go to municipal court right after this to represent somebody who struggles with mental health. I venture that none of you have ever done that before, but maybe you should sit in and see how hard it is. Do better, please.
Good afternoon, Mayor, City Manager, City Council members, and Police Chief Story. I'm Beverly Hogan, District 5. I am very grateful to all of you for still permitting public participation at the beginning of these meetings. Unlike many Marxist, communist-led city councils across the country that have done public comment at the end of the meetings, if at all. It is, however, disappointing that you placed what I think are two of the most important items that the majority of the citizens here today, and I think the police chief, are concerned about. You've placed them at number 9. Really. I mean, most likely all of you have already decided how you're going to vote on number 9, the agenda that says in 7.3, construction work between the hours of 6 p.m. and 7 a.m. for concrete pouring associated with the skate park at 151 North Walnut Street. Is that what the majority of the citizens are here for? I would just ask you to please try to take the pulse of the community. Understand that over 500 plus citizens attended the town hall meeting with our governor because we are concerned about crime. We are embarrassed and afraid in our own city. And it wasn't like that in 2015 when I moved here. So again, I just ask you to think about that. It just seems logical to me to put it near the beginning because many of these people may not be able to wait the whole time. Thank you.
My name is Donna Stryker. I just want to remind you of something. And you all signed this. It's called the Oath of Office. Each one of you is responsible for this oath. I will support the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution and laws of the state of New Mexico and the ordinances of the city of Las Cruces, and that I will faithfully and impartially, let me say that word again, because what I'm seeing is not impartial. I will faithfully and impartially discharge the duties of the city councilor to the best of my ability. Could you please, as councilors, please, could you please remember your oath? Thank you.
Good afternoon, council members, mayor. My name is Liz Rodriguez Johnson, and I would just like to add to what Mr. Israel Chavez said, which is that incarcerating people who have mental health, substance abuse issues is not the answer. I heard it said in the last meeting.
Liz, that's something that's going to be on the agenda. He was granted permission to speak early because he had to go to court.
Okay.
But everyone will have to wait if you want to speak on that agenda item.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Mayor, a point of clarification. If we want to speak on the shopping cart ordinance, we cannot speak now. Is that correct?
That's correct. It's a non-consent item, so when it comes up for discussion, I'm going to open it up for public discussion at that time. Yeah, I stated we had public participation and any litigation or non-consent items were not discussed. So anything that's on the non-consent, we'll open it up for discussion after the presentations. Thank you. Yes, well, you have to come up and
everything is being pushed off to your...
Ma'am, you have to state your name.
I'm
and
sorry.
You have 2 minutes if you want to speak your 2 minutes.
I do.
Or you just want, okay.
I'm Carolyn Clifton, and I'm a resident here in Las Cruces for 27 years. And out of that 27 years, the last 10 of it has been a disgrace to this city. I have to use a taser if I have to go anywhere in this city. And I am really disappointed with our city council for what they're doing. My district person is District 1, Cassie. And I've been a bus driver here for 27 years in this town. I've been a mother to 2 boys, one a fireman, now a police officer. And it's not right to hear my son telling me, oh, we can't do this and we can't do that. You guys, you city council people, have got to step up and do your job.
Bill, you make me laugh.
And just for clarification and the public participation, this is your opportunity. You have 2 minutes to speak. It's not an open discussion. It's not to get any answers from the mayor and council. We're not here to debate. We're not here to get into any discussions. This is your time to speak, and we allow you those 2 minutes for that. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Council. My name is Michael Frames. I want to come up here and talk for a little bit about why I've been so passionate about trying to support our police department with everything that I've been through. I thought it would be nice for you to hear what I've gone through. January of 2023, unfortunately, I lost a teammate and a very good friend from a convicted felon that was breaking into a car, and he tried to stop him and unfortunately was shot and killed. Fast forward February of 2024, which I believe is a catalyst, Officer Hernandez was stabbed brutally, and one of our teammates, once again, was a person who shot and killed him. Thank God, nothing happened to him that happened to one of our previous teammates. Going on the business side of things, I've lost over $100,000 in damage, theft, criminal activity since 2020. It's hard running a business, and we devote our time. It's very hard to see where our community has gone and where it's going. A lot of times, we blame what's happened up at the state, that we don't have ability to change here in Las Cruces, but today we do, and I hope to see you all vote for a change later today. Lastly, just this last week, we've lost so many people that want to build homes with us that decide not to move here to Las Cruces. I sent an email regarding somebody that told me they didn't want to move to Las Cruces because of the crime and violence. And lastly, I want to publicly thank Mr. Matisse. You responded to my email and actually called and had a 30-minute conversation with me. It's much appreciated. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Troy Tudor, and I'm a pastor here in town. And I just want to let you know about how crime is impacting the church up on Highway 70 off of Sonoma Ranch. We've been broken into about 6 times now, tens of thousands of dollars in loss and damage. Our vehicles have been vandalized. They've stolen the catalytic converters twice off of our vans. They punch holes in the gas tank of the vans and drain the gas out. They broke into my off-campus office twice. And I'm just talking about in the last couple of years, the last few months, really. And so even up on Sonoma Ranch, where you think it would be not so bad, crime is really bad. And so you guys really do need to support the police and uphold the law in our city.
Hello, Council. I'm Susan Greenwald-Cabello, Executive Director of Downtown Las Cruces Partnership. In a slightly different tone, I would like to say thank you, especially to Councilor Curran. My interns spoke in front of you our last City Council meeting. They were so excited. They did such a good job. That day, Councilor Curran emailed one of my interns and asked if she would be on the Parks and Recs board. She could not contain her excitement and enthusiasm. She probably made like 4 calls in a row telling people that she was, going to get this opportunity to participate in this with the city. Also that week, Chris Favor called me and said if she can't work with the Parks and Rec board, if that just isn't going to work for her, I will find a place for her to be able to work with the city in some capacity. So I really, really want to thank you guys for listening to them, responding to them, for staff for doing the same thing, and to our audience who were so abundantly kind and receptive to them when they spoke. I told them no one has ever taken my comment and made other comments about it. You guys really, really spoke to people. They also told me they were really excited that the mayor gave them a thumbs up and said good job. So thank you.
Good afternoon. Thanks for the opportunity to make comment. My name is Jim Hurst. City Council, Mr. Mayor, Thursday, May 2nd this year was National Day of Prayer. At noon that day, an assembly was held in front of this building next to the main entrance near the flag poles. It was a religious service. It was a sectarian event put on by conservative evangelical Christians who have a history of homophobic pronouncements. In attendance were the mayor, the police chief, the chair of the Republican Party of Doña Ana County, the chair of the CCIA, and about 30 or 40 others. The mayor was in a suit and the police chief was in full uniform addressing the meeting. After the meeting, I made several inquiries. Did the meeting have a permit? Who issued it? Who was it issued to? Was the mayor speaking as the mayor or in private capacity? Was the police chief speaking in private capacity or public capacity? After several inquiries, I was told it was a private meeting. The mayor and the police chief were speaking in their own private capacity. No permit was issued. No record was kept. No documents are available about this meeting. This appears to be a dishonest answer. It was not really a private meeting. You can't call it a private meeting if members of the general public are welcome to attend. An honest answer would have been city officials have allowed a religious service on City Hall grounds and they don't need anyone's approval to do so. I suspect the mayor labeled it a private meeting because he knows the issues of separation church and state that this event involves. I have yet to find out what the rules were for either private or public or religious meetings on City Hall grounds, and I have the impression that there are none. Thank you very much.
Mayor, Council, Juan Garcia. The governor's recent town hall was an eye-opener. Even she, the state Democratic Party's leader, faced stunning backlash from her own party for daring to speak the truth about our officials' blatant disregard for public safety. Make no mistake, this transcends party lines. The real culprit is the progressive stranglehold on our state, so suffocating they'll turn on their own. The same officials who attempted to silence the governor also turned a deaf ear to the victims we brought forward. It took the tragic murder of a police officer to bring us to this vote. Two councilors had the audacity to label the governor's visit a distraction in their manifesto. A distraction from what? The progressives' own failure to engage with the very people they're supposed to represent. The governor's call for action is suddenly, quote, right-wing because it challenges their failed policies. The governor's warnings about the dangers of enabling homelessness have fallen on willfully deaf ears. And I quote, we're gathering evidence that the homeless are being sent here, potentially for drug trafficking or worse. Does the Desert Hope ring any bells? And I continue with the quote, with permissive homelessness, you cannot be held accountable, can engage in retail theft, panhandling. Does this too sound familiar? We're seeing it every day. Their progressive upside-down priority is to coddle criminals over citizens. Today, you have a chance to change that. Approve these ordinances and take a real step towards reclaiming our city's safety. Anything less is a dereliction of duty. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Adam Nyheis. I'm a United States Marine honorably discharged who swore an oath to uphold the Constitution. These new ordinances you're talking about passing are a direct violation of that. You all swore that same Constitution.
Sir, you can talk about it when that item comes up for discussion.
Good afternoon. My name is Paul Bryce, and I came up here to set the record straight because a lot of things have been being said about Desert Hope. I live at Desert Hope, and I've been there since day one. In fact, 3 years ago today was a move-in day. We went through some rough times, we sure have, but it's gotten so much better now that, I mean, I invite anybody here at 10 o'clock to walk through there, and they will be completely safe. I know there's been a lot of things said negatively about it, but you know it's not current anymore, and it's kind of unfair to keep jabbing at Desert Hope and who lives there. Everybody needs a chance, and that's what was given at the beginning of Desert Hopes, and because they got a chance, not everybody kept their chance, and that's how we wound up with the reputation that we have now. I really wish people would look into it a little more. Look into it today. See that it's not the same as it was before. That's about all I have to say. Thanks.
Good afternoon, Mayor, City Council, City Manager, staff, and public. My name is Yoli Diaz. I am here on a respectable basis. Almost 2 months ago, MMCC John Harris said many things, including these kinds of irresponsible dispersions that are being passed in this community. There's no truth to these, none whatsoever. CEO John Harris's remarks equate to him calling me a liar, calling the patients who spoke up a liar, calling Gretchen Morgensen a liar, and the complete investigative team of NBC a liar. I can tell you that I know for a fact that Memorial Medical Center has denied healthcare services. So I want you to equate that what I'm saying is that CEO John Harris is a liar. Yes, I stand before you on record, on video, and in public saying that John Harris is a liar. I publicly came before City, County, and County Commissioners with many disclosed record requests that are very disgusting. Documents show that in 2015 and 2016, Memorial Medical Center deleted the services of outpatient oncology and chemo services and outpatient dialysis from their indigent care policy that was renamed CHAP. If you had listened to the DAC BOCC meeting on June 11th, you would have heard Commissioner Manny Sanchez repeatedly asking Memorial Medical Center, why cancer? Why is cancer singled out? Why cancer needs a separate contract? Why cancer needs a separate contract versus the existing contract? This led to CFO Loris Thomas stating, so my understanding is that in 2016, I wasn't there was a decision made to remove the cancer indigent care out of the lease agreement. And so that was removed out. The MMC CFO confirms the atrocity of cancer care removal from Memorial Medical Center's indigent care policy. CEO John Harris states that they do not deny or delay care, an atrocious lie. CEO John Harris states that they deliver care to all their neighbors regardless of ability to pay, a blatant lie. CEO John Harris states that he works in close contact with the city and county. Did any of you know that he deleted cancer and dialysis from the MMC indigent policy?
2 minutes are up.
Can you please give me just 10 seconds?
No, we
Okay.
have a lot of people that want to speak today, and we're
Okay,
cutting it off
close
at 2 minutes.
contact, is this a
Yoli.
lie?
Thank you, Yoli.
And I do hope 100% that you do get to see Memorial and LifePoint as coming in here and doing a breach of contract, and you had the opportunity when they closed the
Yoli, I've
psychiatric
asked
ward.
you to
I'm
wrap it.
sorry,
Okay,
right. And I
thank you.
hope you see it now, breach of contract, and get them replaced. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Danielle Dollar. I am a global economic investment manager. I moved here in 2012. In 2012, we did not have the issues that we are presenting now with public safety, not only with business, but with also our children. I'm also a current basketball coach. Since we've moved here, we have had multiple instances, not only in our sports community of finding Narcan on the baseball fields, but also recently at the farmer's market, my 8-year-old had a metal dumbbell bell thrown at his head. So all I ask is for investment within the community that we take these ordinances very seriously, and also complaints by the community are not disregarded as brainwashing and also ludicrous by City Council District 5. It's very, very important for investments that come into this community that we are heard. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm actually speaking for a community member who was not able to attend today, and she just sent me her comment. She wanted me to read to you. Mr. Mayor and Council, my name is Marisol Diaz, and I'm a resident of District 3. I have much to say about the crime in our city, but today I want to speak to you about how disappointed I am in the behavior of a few city representatives that is unbecoming of a representative. Using social media to express negative feelings about the citizens you represent is distasteful and shows your inability to represent this city. You should be ashamed to say you feel your constituents are, quote, easily manipulated, and calling them, quote, rage farmers. If you do not like the people you represent, step aside and allow someone who has pride for the people of this city to represent them. Do better. We deserve it. Thank you.
Hello, council, mayor and council. Trying to think what I'm going to do with my whole 2 minutes here to speak. I'm going to take a real different tack and say, well, when I moved here in 2016, I had a
Yeah, ma'am.
Did I not say it?
Yeah, we didn't hear your name.
I didn't say it, did I? I'm Patty Hartman, and I'm a resident. When I first came to Las Cruces in 2016, I had a horrible experience with the mental health system that violated my rights and pretty much terrified me and has had lasting effects. The first thing I noticed here, though, in town was how many people were being killed by our police department. And I spoke about it at city council several times and nothing was ever done. I am actually going to give a compliment to Chief Story to say, I have more trust in the police department now than I ever did in the past, and I thank you for your sincerity.
My name is George Pearson, and I'm president of the Alameda Depot Neighborhood Association. This past Saturday, we had our quarterly meeting, and I'd like to share some of the topics and concerns that were discussed at the meeting. We continue to monitor the condition of the WIA building that is adjacent to Pioneer Women's Park. We haven't heard of any actions on the conditions of the building and want to be informed on the status of the building. We did hear that the Historic Preservation Officer position is currently vacant. We hope that this job vacancy will be addressed in short order. We also have concerns about traffic safety in our neighborhood. We understand that La Academia Dolores Huerta is moving to the Alma de Arta campus. This will increase traffic in the neighborhood. There are no four-way stops on the perimeters of the campus. This is a safety issue and promotes faster speeds, especially for vehicles that are cutting through the neighborhood on streets that are next to the campus without any stops. Please, let's add four-way stops now instead of as a response to a serious injury or fatal crash likely to involve a student from one of the schools on the campus. I also want to announce that our neighborhood association has created a logo. We hope the logo will become a place-making identifier. We'll be looking for help from the city on how the logo can be used at gateway locations and in other ways to identify the neighborhood. Our next quarterly meeting is Saturday, November 2nd at 11 o'clock at J. Paul Taylor Academy. Mr. Mayor, the neighborhood has asked if you would attend, so I'm inviting you to that meeting. And with my remaining time, I'm going to switch to my role as Vice President of Velo Cruces and ask that City Council adopt Vision Zero as policy so we can create a city with zero traffic fatalities. And I have one copy of this that I'll give to the clerk that you guys can pass around.
Okay, that concludes the public participation. Thank you all for your participation. Next, I'll read a closed meeting statement. The Las Cruces City Council met in closed session at 11:02 a.m. on July 15th. The following members were in attendance: Mayor Eric Enriquez, Councilor Cassie McClure, Councilor Becky Graham, Councilor Mayor Pro Tem Joanna Bencomo, Councilor Becky Coran, and Councilor Yvonne Flores. Staff: Barbara Bencomo, Chris Favor, Sonia Delgado, J.C. Borrego, Brad Douglas, Ikani Tamopeyao, and Cristina Rivera. The meeting adjourned at 11:44 a.m. The purpose of the meeting was to discuss the threatened litigation regarding parking lot 8, Griggs and Water, which is closed pursuant to New Mexico State Statute 1978. The discussion pending litigation regarding Michael Hayes versus City of Las Cruces, cause number D307CV 2023-2167, which is closed pursuant to New Mexico State Statute 1978, Section 1015-1H7. Next, we'll have the acceptance of the agenda, and I will need item 7.1 and 7.5 needs to be removed in its entirety, and item 7.4 needs to be removed as discussed. Need a motion in a second.
I move that we approve the agenda with the modifications of 7.1 and 7.5 brought to the full agenda for discussion. And,
No, 7.1 and 7.5 will be removed.
Okay.
And 7.4 will be brought up for discussion.
Okay. That's what I move we approve.
Second.
This is on the motion to approve the agenda as presented with removal of items 7.1 and 7.5 in their entirety and removal of 7.4 for discussion. Councillor McClure.
Yes.
Councillor Matisse.
Yes.
Councillor Graham.
Yes.
Councillor Cran.
Yes.
Councillor Flores.
Yes.
Councillor Bencomo.
Yes.
Mayor.
Yes. So we can begin with 7.4.
Good afternoon, Mayor, City Council, City Manager.
We need a
City-
motion and a second.
Move to approve, Corin.
Second, Graham.
We ready?
Yes, go ahead, Larry.
Okay, thank you. Once again, good afternoon, Mayor, City Council, City Manager, members, city staff, and the members of the public. I'm Larry Nichols, Director of Community Development. We have today to speak to you about a zoning change. The zone change is from a R4, which is a multi-dwelling, high-intensity and limited retail office space, changed to a C3 designation. The conditions of the property is about a 2.5 acre in size. Property is currently vacant and undeveloped. Several properties are platted to access the easements, but offer no surety of development for efficient roadway network to serve the larger area of North Rise Drive. Property has a 35-foot easement frontage, barely complying with the ingress and egress requirement for the parcel. Continuing, as a result of the transportation system issues, community development blueprint effort initiated was completed and approved. The property is a suburban neighborhood place type. It's directly north of the regional commercial neighborhood place type, which some of you will recognize as fairly close. Some of those participating properties are the Walmart in that area. The current R4 zoning helps to address the missing middle housing and affordability issues addressed by the City Council as affordable. And there's no immediate plans to develop the property. Now, this is a depiction of the zoning map. We see that this is the parcel that is in discussion. And this little bit right here is what was mentioned about the 35-foot access off of North Rise to this property and to enable some of the other properties south of that to be developed. An aerial view, you can see that it is undeveloped, basically vacant property. The proposal is to rezone the property from R4 to C3. This is speculative in nature, and speaking to the person that has submitted the application for the rezoning, at this time he doesn't have anything specifically in mind as to what the commercial zoning will be used for. The applicant indicated a need for commercial zoning versus the existing zoning that is on site now, because they would be, the grading would be expensive to make his property available and affordable if he didn't get a zoning for a larger intensity use. No health, safety, or welfare issues have been identified. The proposed zoning district may be compatible to properties east of that location, but is not in alignment with the Elevate Las Cruces comprehensive plan in terms of a neighborhood placement type. That being, the property is what we call a suburban placement type now. It is basically a lower intensity and a character of use.
but it encourages a variety of residential development at lower and moderate densities in lieu of a higher intensity commercial development. The regional may allow for a regional commercial place type. By that, we mean that the regional comprehensive place type is a much higher intensity being commercial. It would allow items such as big box development, Walmarts, other items that would have more impact for regional visitation than a local neighborhood. The proposed zoning may provide additional densities at a 10 dwelling unit per acre and a maximum of a 40 dwelling per acre. Zone change request is substantially speculative. That was what we mentioned just a moment ago, that the applicant has not specified what he intends to place on this property if it is zoned C3. The blueprint effort only examined transportation issues for the area, and we mentioned about the access and egress consideration. No land use or boundary changes were studied or for recommendation. The public notice was sent out per our requirement for notice. It was sent to surrounding properties, and there was no input received either in compliance or in opposition or in support of the rezone. The Planning and Zoning Commission met on September the 26th, at their meeting, their regular meeting. They voted to recommend denial with a 1-to-5 vote. One commissioner was absent at that time of the vote. The findings: properties south of the subject parcel do not have adequate road network to service properties within the boundary of the surrounding properties being discussed. Many of the properties are platted with access easements which provide legal access, but no surety of the development right-of-way for efficient connectivity, meaning that 35-foot access off of Northrise would not provide access to these other parcels. In suburban neighborhood, place types is a low to moderate residential for residential primarily. That's the intent of that place type for things such as multifamily dwellings, apartments, and maybe some very light commercial. City of Las Cruces, a consultant hired to develop the blueprint concentration on transportation issues in these not land use place types lines. Further introduction to commercial uses could diminish the suburban neighborhood place type purpose in lieu of the regional place type proposed. An ongoing need for apartments, the need to address missing middle housing and housing affordability, which exists now with the R4 zoning. The proposal is not substantially supported by Elevate Las Cruces comprehensive plan and does not meet the purpose and intent of the 2001 Las Cruces zoning code. Your options are to vote yes, and I'm going to read these so that we have a good idea of how the vote goes. A yes vote would support the ordinance and approve the zoning from residential 4 to C3. A no vote would affirm the planning and zoning's denial. And then, of course, there is the vote to amend and the vote to table. And with that presentation, I stand for questions that you may have.
All right, thank you, Larry. Any questions by council? Councilor Flores.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Mr. Nichols. This is an appeal by the owner of that parcel of land, is that correct?
No, ma'am, it's not an appeal. It's an application for rezoning.
Excuse me.
Rezoning from
who
R4
is the
to R.
applicant?
Pardon me?
Who is the applicant? Who has applied for this change in zoning?
Yes, the applicant is John Heck, the property owner.
John Heck.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And everything you've noted is definitely not in the applicant's favor. It seems like the Planning Commission made a good decision in that it's really not set up for, I mean, there's nothing indicating that it's doing anything. And it seems like it would be unnecessary to change the zoning. So I was just curious about who the applicant was.
Yes, Mayor Enriquez and Councilor Flores. Basically, what the Planning and Zoning Commission, after their discussion and findings, determined that the rezoning would not be a necessary action because it continues to address the residential component that is probably more needed for that area than the furthering of regional high-intensity commercial.
Yeah, I agree. And, yeah, and there's really, yeah, we need more, well, hopefully affordable housing.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. Nichols. Thank you, Mayor.
Yes, Councilor Corain.
Thank you. Thank you. In reading through all the documents for this, so I have a speculative question, so indulge me for a second. If we had realized today, would this parcel be zoned to do any of those things?
I'm going to have Dr. Pitts answer your question because he's been working with the Realize, but I'll have him, I think he could better explain how Realize will address this particular type of rezoning.
And again, this is me thinking about all of the implications of this thing that we're doing on the side and making sure I want to understand exactly what all of that means.
Tim Pitts, Deputy Director of Community Development. Mr. Mayor, Councilor Curran, we are just now getting the map, the zoning map, prepared for the new Realize Las Cruces Land Development Code. So we have not yet processed this property, but I believe this is going to come in as probably an NH2 suburban. So that's a relatively high density of residential, but it will also allow for some types of commercial. So that's probably what this is going to come in at. We may make a decision to bump it up a little to an NH3, but what we feel the applicant in this case is asking for is regional commercial. And it's staff's opinion on this that's a very high level of development for an area that currently has, as Larry has talked about, there's acres of land going back to the Arroyo that are available for development, but don't have proper road. What P&Z, what the Planning and Zoning Commission really wanted to do was to develop this property in conjunction with all those in the back, so that there could be sort of an orderly development of the land. And we think that the NH2 place type, the neighborhood suburban, would be the appropriate level probably.
Okay, but if I remember correctly, when we had this discussion about this property before, all of those are owned by different people. Every one of those little parcels is owned by different folks, right?
That is correct.
Okay, so all of this to say, my sense is that this would be permissible in a future version of zoning where we allow people to make the highest and best use of land, given all of the conditions that might be there. It feels like restrictive, saying we're going to try to push it toward residential zoning when it was also mentioned that, like, definitely within that capacity, there are probably issues related to building housing on any of these parcels, but including this one. But I think what I'm thinking about is this is an example of where we're trying to force something into a box that shouldn't actually be a box, I guess is the metaphor that I would use. And in this case, we're taking it from one box, putting it in another box, theoretically, if we approved this, versus saying like, the box's edges are wimpy. Is that true?
Mr. Mayor, Councilor Curran, I think that's not a bad analogy. I think we could work with that. The new code, and of course, it's not adopted yet, so until it is, we don't really have a thing, but hopefully you guys will adopt it, right? Will give a lot more opportunities to people, which is, I think, what you were getting at, that right now, the residential is a little restrictive to just residential, but NH2 is not as restrictive to just residential. You can do some other things, but it would be things that would be suitable for that style of neighborhood development, rather than just going from, Larry's mentioning a big box store. I mean, if someone put a Costco here, it would.
Don't make promises you can't keep, dude.
I'm not making promises. I'm just saying that's the thought when you start thinking regional commercial, is that level of building.
Okay.
Yeah.
I understand.
Okay.
I think, but I appreciate you making it clear.
Any other questions, comments, McCown? Any members of the public wishing to speak on this item? Yes, come on up, ma'am. You'll have 2 minutes.
Hi, my name is Joanne Garay Lackey, and I've been a longtime resident of this city. My husband, Gerald Lackey, passed away a year ago. I believe we're the owners of that acreage, 16 acres. And I've been mourning my husband and have not taken, we have a trustee handling the estate. Everything has not been resolved. I haven't received any information about it because someone else is handling, but I'm very concerned and I want to take some time to review this before any decision is made on this. This wasn't the reason I was here, and I'm glad that I am here because this does affect my family. So I urge you to give us more time to study this because I haven't heard anything about this yet. And I would like to take that time. And I apologize for not being aware of this, but when you're grieving and you have a lot of things to take care of, it's hard to do. The reason I was here is because I'm just, tired of all the crime, tired of all the, not being able to go anywhere, not being able to do anything, all the safety issues, that our whole community is concerned about. And I have a heart for people with mental illness and drug abuse and all that sort of thing. And I do feel like we need to, put more money into those programs. I'm very happy with what the police are doing. And, this is our community. It used to be a beautiful community where we could go places and do things. And, I want my kids to develop that land and do something worthwhile for the community. Thank you for your time.
Okay, Mr. Lackey, Mr. Lackey. I just wanted, again, for clarification, you are the property owner of this?
Yes.
Of this? Of the 3250 North
Some of
Drive?
the acreage. We have 16 acres.
Yeah, let me go back.
And I believe it's, I was looking at it and I'm like, that's my,
Yeah,
it's right next to the North Rise,
I believe this is
the village of
theirs.
North Rise.
I-
No, we go down to the Rio Royal.
Oh,
I think right
you're
in
down
back
here.
R4, we have 16 acres.
This property, where this is R4, is Mr. Heck's property, and their property is behind it. So they would need to, they have a easement that takes them out. So if they try to develop their land, they're gonna have to use this easement, and that's what the P&Z was talking about. They would like, and so we're happy that you're here, because we'll get in contact and see if we can work something out with Mr. Heck. I mean, I know Mr. Heck, and we can talk to him. If we can come up with something quality, we would have a better plan here.
Okay, thank you. We understand. Everyone good? You had a question, Councilor Floyd?
I have a question for our city clerk. I have a procedural question. In terms of, especially in light of what Mrs. Lackey just said, and what Mr. Pitts, Dr. Pitts just said, it seems like we're at a point where a decision would not be indicated. So what would be the procedural? Would it be to table it, or would it be to vote no on it?
Mayor, Councilor Flores, that is up to you. You can table this into a date specific, so we can bring it back so that they can contact the other property owner and get in communication with them, or you can just vote no on it. It's your decision.
Thank you. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, if I may, please.
Go ahead, Larry.
Mayor and Councilor Flores, you could vote this down, and then they could come back with a new proposal that was less speculative. So that would be another option for you to consider.
Okay. Yeah, go ahead. Ready for a vote.
This is on the motion to approve ordinance 3075. Councilor McClure?
No.
Councilor Matisse?
No.
Councilor Graham?
No.
Councilor Cran?
No.
Councilor Flores?
No.
Councilor Bencomo?
No.
Mayor?
No.
Motion fails.
Thank you.
Next is item 8.1, resolution number 25-015.
Move to approve.
Second.
Okay. Ms. Jan?
Ready? Good afternoon, Mayor, members of City Council. My name is Jan Lauterbach with Housing and Neighborhood Services. The resolution before you approves a city affordable housing loan agreement, its associated documents, including a land use restriction agreement for city ARPA funds provided to the development of Peachtree Canyon Apartments. We are also requesting a waiver of fees associated with the project. To provide you some background information, Peachtree Canyon Apartments will be located at the intersection of Peachtree Hills and Coronado Road. It is a 144-unit, 1, 2, and 3-bedroom unit complex being developed through a partnership between New Mexico Community Housing Development Corporation and Thomas Development Group. The complex will serve households earning up to 60% of area median income. Currently, that figure for a family of 4 is $42,360. Complex will also have a minimum 20-year affordability period. The project has been in the works for a while. With City Council approval of Resolution 23-077 in December 2022, committing additional commitment of up to $4 million in funding for the project, subject to the project receiving a tax credit funding award from the New Mexico Mortgage Finance Authority. In addition, Resolution 23-027 that was approved in September 2022, City Council approved $2 million in American Rescue Plan Act, or ARPA funds, that require a land use restriction agreement to be executed and filed against the property. The Affordable Housing Loan Agreement, including the mortgage security agreement, along with the land use restriction agreements, are required to be executed to allow for a close of all funding for the project so that upon final plan approval, construction may begin. We are also asking City Council to approve the waiver of park and public safety impact fees and any remaining permit fees assessed for the project in the name of affordable housing. The total amount of waivers requested is estimated at just over $591,000. Through the State of New Mexico's Affordable Housing Act, known as the ACT, and the city's affordable housing ordinance, the waiver of impact fees or payment by alternative source for affordable housing is allowed and is exempt from anti-donation. For the Peachtree project, we are requesting City Council approve the actual waiver of fees to help offset some of the costs associated with the $40 million development, and to avoid using general funds to pay our own revenue accounts, which has been this procedure followed in past similar projects. We'd like to share or should be noted that, Peachtree Canyon Apartments, as far as the impact fee waivers, will offer on-site recreational activities such as an indoor exercise room, lounge, a computer center with outdoor amenities that will include a pool, recreational courts, I heard there could be some pickleball courts there, playgrounds for various ages, landscape courtyards, and picnic areas with walking trails. And the apartments will also be sprinkled for fire protection per code. This slide, we'd like to share our capital hamburger stack with you as a visual for the different types of funding sources required to package these low-income housing tax credit developments, with all investors ensuring the project's long-term viability. As you can see, we have funding from Doña Ana County ARPA funds, New Mexico Housing Trust funds, the National Housing Trust funds, state home funds, city housing trust funds, city ARPA funds, deferred developer fees, and the permanent lender, all going in to make sure this project work and long-term viability. Here's an architect's rendering of the project. You'll notice there's 6 apartment buildings, a community center, pool, and outdoor amenities. Wanted to show you a vicinity map showing exactly where the project will be located on the corner of Peachtree Hills and North Coronado Road. It's noted that this is a 2-phase project. Right now, we're strictly talking phase 1. It will go on the northern half of the complex, or on the parcel, and then phase 2 will be located on the southern half of the parcel, and we'll also have the same amenities. Phase 2 will have its own pool, all the recreational amenities as phase 1. For reference, we have the current low-income housing tax credit rent and income figures, highlighting the 60% income figures that are based on household size. That'll be the maximum income you can have. And then we have the current 60% rent income figures. Those are the max rents for the bedroom size based on 60%. The 30% is also highlighted as there are some units set aside for households that make no more than 30% of area median income. I now stand for questions, and we have your standard council options.
Any questions by council? Councilor Flores.
Thank you, Mayor. And thank you very much for the presentation. I have a question. Can you go back to page 4, or slide 4? Oh, that permanent loan on the lower right-hand corner, $9,656,236. Who is responsible for paying it back?
The mayor and city council. The project is responsible, the project owners. That loan is, the CRBT stands for Cedar Rapids Bank and Trust. They will be the permanent lender, and the owners of the property are responsible for paying that loan back.
Is there any fiscal responsibility on the part of the city in this project?
Mayor and Councilor Flores, physical responsibility on part of the city. We do have a loan with them. Our funds, the housing trust funds, will be a loan, so they will be paying us back those funds. The ARPA funds are granted.
Yeah. So how much would be the amount from the city?
The city's housing trust fund amount is up to $4 million. It's a residual receipts loan, meaning that it's based on net income. They do us a payment each annual. It's on an annual basis, and then at the end of 20 years, it's a 20-year balloon for all paid back.
And the payback is by whom?
By the owners.
By the owners. Great. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Councilor Curran.
Thank you. Thank you for presenting, and as you know, I've been a fan of the Peachtree Canyon Apartments for a bit, and also these hamburgers, although there's like a lot more meat in this hamburger that I've noticed. I'm wondering if you can talk about, it sounds like there are a couple innovative things that are happening in this particular development that as I understand them. First of all, the true waiving of the impact fees, which I think is something I hope we can keep having conversations about as we talk about park impact fees and how to balance park impact fees with private developers and their own installation of things for multifamily houses. So I think that this might be the first time this has sort of come up in this context. And then the second part is I know that this is a different type of low-income housing loan model that we have never, this is the first time we've ever successfully gotten this type. So I'm just hoping you can tell folks that this is new and different from what we've been able to do in the past, please.
So Mayor and Councilor Curran, it's not exactly new. We've done this residual receipts loan with our previous 2 multifamily projects, which would be the Three Sisters apartment complex and Padrina Apartments. We did this same residual receipts loan out of the Housing Trust Fund.
Mr. Mayor, Councilor Curran, Natalie Green for the record. We will note that this is a 4% low-income housing tax credit. We typically go after the competitive 9%. Sorry, my phone's ringing in my ear. So it is a little bit different in that this is part of the non-competitive bond set-asides at the state level. We do impact fee waivers. However, council typically budgets for those impact fee waivers, and we spend up to that dollar amount. So you are correct in saying that this is a first, and that we are going above and beyond the budget that council typically sets aside for us for impact fee waivers and asking for those true waivers.
Thank you. I appreciate it. I just wanted to know where the extra burger patty came from, so thank you.
We are very happy with this project that it has less layers. It doesn't have the bacon and the green chili, but the less funding sources and the more robust funding sources, the better. But our last project, the Padrina Apartments, where you also saw this cheeseburger, had 14 layers of capital stack, and that can get very complex, but it's a fun challenge for staff.
Thank you both.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Jen and Natalie, for the presentation. A couple of thoughts, really, but first, where are they in the planning phase? How close are we?
Mayor Pro Tem Bencomo, they are very close. We're looking at closing all the financial pieces. Of course, the developers always want to close before they're ready, but we're looking at middle September closing for the financial pieces.
Okay.
The plans have already been submitted.
Okay.
They're going through those, so we should start building hopefully before the end of the year.
Wow. And then the apartments that consist of 144 rent-restricted units, that includes both phases, right?
Mayor and Mayor Pro Tem Bencomo, that's just first phase. The second phase will have an additional 144 units.
Yes, thank you. I can't possibly remember all of these things, so thank you, Jan, for the reminder. That's really exciting. I think because, Natalie, what you just mentioned regarding that this is the first time going beyond a certain waiver, I do feel like it's important that we have a conversation about an equitable structure regarding apartment, multifamily dwellings, whether it's affordable housing or fair market apartments, that we begin to talk really about what an equitable structure looks like for waiving fees. Ultimately, it has to come from someone has to pay for it, right? And so I think it's important we talk about that. I know that we have a big park impact fee conversation coming soon, but I think as I'm reading this, and I know it's sort of the first time we're doing this, we're obviously setting some precedent here, and so I think it's important, Natalie, that we have some conversations. This would be a good opportunity for like a housing PRC moment, Mayor, I think. Maybe activating a smaller group of folks to talk about how we approach the issues of park impact fees, especially as they relate to multifamily housing. Thank you.
Anyone else? Any members of the public wishing to speak on this item? Seeing none. Christine? Oh, I'm sorry.
Again, Danielle Dollar, question, what is the economic plan for funding for Monte Vista Elementary and Mesa Middle School that's already overcrowded?
Mr. Mayor, members of council, Natalie Green for the record. So as part of the funding sources, we do have to do an environmental assessment specifically for the federal funds, and part of that is a social justice assessment, and so we do coordinate with the schools. As they work on their redistricting plans, we notify them of where our projects are going, and so we have an open conversation with the school systems about where these projects are going. Typically, these projects are not new folks. It's people who are already residing within our school systems, within the city, who are maybe just doubled up or living couch surfing families or living in motels in different apartment complexes. But we do coordinate with the schools to understand that impact to them.
Thank you, Natalie. Ma'am, you want to come?
Thank you. My name is Beth Bardwell, and Mayor and City Councilors and staff, thank you for the opportunity for public comment. I would just like to say that on behalf of the League of Women Voters that we do support impact fees being waived for affordable housing here in Las Cruces. Park impact fees currently are a fixed fee, which has a disproportionate impact on both smaller housing and multifamily housing, and that we believe that it's in the best interests of the city to increase affordable housing throughout the cities. There's a need for about 5,000 affordable housing apartments in the city currently, so thank you.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else?
If I may.
Sorry, Councilor Matisse.
I'd just like to know what the philosophy would be in the future if private developers and home builders can bring affordable rents and affordable cost in their apartments. Would the impact fees be waived for them as well?
Mr. Mayor and Councilor Matisse, the impact waiver fee is not just an automatic waiver for anyone. There's a process that goes from the State Affordable Housing, the Act, and then the city's Affordable Housing Ordinance. You have to be a qualified grantee. Number one, that's an application that we process here. Then it's also submitted to the Mortgage Finance Authority in Albuquerque for concurrence of that qualified grantee status. And then they have to show there's definite affordable housing. We know what our affordable housing are. The developers out there have kind of a little bit of different view of what affordable housing is, but we can only truly waive it for affordable housing. And then it depends on the amount of funding that we have or don't have and how the process works as far as who we can waive fees for.
Could you go back to the chart to show the cost? No, for the rent. I don't think you had the rent cost.
Apologize.
So what you're looking at is a one-bedroom is, am I reading this correct, $795?
Mayor and Councilor Matisse, that is correct.
And so for a two-bedroom, three-bedroom, it goes to 1101 as high. And okay, and that's affordable.
That's, Mayor and Councilor Matisse, that's the tax credit, the rent limits that have been set by the New Mexico Mortgage Finance Authority. A little bit of comparison for a one-bedroom. Current fair market rent right now is $881, so a little bit less than about $100 less per month.
And with that said, they had to pay the impact fees, most likely. In other words, you're using a market comparison probably for a private developer, let's say the apartments Eddie Binns develops or anyone else, but the impact fees were not waived for that development. And so that could be where the costs are raised in the monthly rent, correct? You don't have to answer that. You're not on a witness chair.
It's okay, Mayor and Councilor Matisse. The rents cannot go any higher than this. That is the rent amount. They cannot pay for any additional fees, anything like that. The tenants cannot. The owners are assessed the fees.
Okay, so I think it's Cedar Rapids, the developer?
That's the lender.
Okay.
So our developer, Mayor and Councilor Matisse, our developer is the partnership, Peachtree Canyon Apartments. It's a partnership between Thomas Development Group and New Mexico Community Housing Development Corporation.
Okay. Hey, thank you, Ms. Lauterbach. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Anyone else? Okay. Christine?
This is on the motion to approve Resolution 25-015. Councilor McClure?
Yes.
Councilor Matisse?
Yes.
Councilor Graham?
Yes.
Councilor Coran?
Yes.
Councilor Flores?
Yes.
Councilor Bencomo?
Yes.
Mayor?
Yes. Next is item 8.2, resolution number 25-016.
Move to approve.
Second.
We have Isaias.
Good morning, Mr. Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, members of the City Council. It's all right?
Yeah, Isaias, if you can talk directly in the microphone, we can hear you.
Mr. Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, members of the City Council, my name is Isaias Amaya. I'm with the Housing and Neighborhood Services, and the resolution before you is to request an exception for a home rehabilitation project located at Calico Drive. The home in question, it's in need of weatherization and accessibility improvements, and we're anticipating the project's to cost $50,000. Requesting this exception, the exception we're requesting is to forgive and give an exception to a homeowner that is above the 44% and up to 47% of the income to debt ratio. And currently our applicant is at 62%. Okay, according to the home rehabilitation handbook, it cannot exceed, like I said, 47%. And also if approved, this resolution will give a benefit to a homeowner in the form of a forgivable loan and a more comfortable home, energy efficient, and this is for a person with disabilities. And let me show you some pictures of the house. This is, we're gonna, with the weatherization assistance, we're gonna be replacing windows, also repairing walls, and on the slide to the right, we're gonna repair the roofing and replace the skylights. And for the accessibility, we're gonna redo this shower. Since the homeowner is disabled, we're gonna remove the tub and make a rolling shower for the disabled resident. Also, the heating and cooling, it's from 2002. It's already outdated and not working properly. So with that, these are your standard options.
Okay, thank you, Isaias. Any questions by council? Councilor Flores?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Can you go back to that first slide? You kind of lost me there. Okay. So the Can you explain to me what debt-to-income ratios and what this handbook is all about?
Okay,
I'm
the
not
home
familiar.
rehabilitation handbook, when we're doing the processing of an applicant, the income to debt ratio says how much money they make versus how much money they owe. Okay, and the handbook, the home rehabilitation handbook, only allows to 45%. If it goes over the 5%, if it's below, if it's at 45%, the home rehab advisory committee can approve the project. But if it's over that, then we need to come in front of city council to get an exception for that.
Okay, so the anticipated project cost is $50,000. So what, if we voted yes on this, what would the owner be responsible for?
Mr. Mayor, Councilor Flores, this program is funded by our Community Development Block Grant.
Oh.
Our federal funds, so it's specifically set aside for low-income homeowners to go through the home rehabilitation process. And so the homeowner has applied. The issue is that their debt-to-income ratio is higher than what's typically allowed by our policies and procedures, which is why we're bringing this exception forward. Should council choose to not approve the exception, our process with the homeowner would terminate and they would not be provided any program benefits. Staff felt that it was important enough, given the homeowner's fixed income and their status as a person with disabilities, to bring this project forward and request the exception that we, above the administrative process that's allowed through the Home Rehab Committee.
Is there a bottom dollar to the city?
Mr. Mayor, Councilor Flores, there is not. The city will protect our investment in the home through a mortgage. And so we do file a lien against the home, and as long as the homeowner remains in the home and meets the terms and conditions outlined in that mortgage, it'll be forgiven over a period of time. Should they pass away or sell their home or no longer meet those requirements, then our loan would come due and we would return all of those funds back to the city, and then we would, they essentially become program income and we do additional projects.
Okay.
But this is part of our entitlement funds from the federal government that we get every year specific for this program.
So that's what the handbook says.
Correct.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Green, and thank you, sir. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
No one else? Any members of the public? Yes. Come on up.
I just have one question. Natalie, what's the residual income? Does she, I mean, because I know about the ratios, and I just assume sometimes.
Could you state your name first?
Donna Stryker, sorry.
Thank you.
And I just want to make sure that what the residual income is.
Mr. Mayor, members of council, so the reason the debt-to-income ratio is so high is because she's on Social Security, and so that is her only source of income, and then her debt is the mortgage on her house, so she has no other outstanding debt other than the mortgage and her fixed income.
All right, thank you. Not seeing anyone else. Go ahead, Christine.
This is on the motion to approve Resolution 25-016. Councilor McClure?
Yes.
Councilor Matisse?
Yes.
Councilor Graham?
Yes.
Councilor Cran?
Yes.
Councilor Flores?
Yes.
Councilor Bencomo?
Yes.
Mayor?
Yes. Next is item 8.3, Council Bill number 24-022, ordinance number 364.
Move to approve. Second, Corin.
Okay, Erica. Go.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council members. Erica Hawkes, Treasurer. The ordinance before you is to authorize the execution and delivery of a loan agreement with the New Mexico Finance Authority for expansion and improvement of water infrastructure. The Drinking Water State Revolving Loan Fund provides low-cost financing for construction and improvement to drinking water facilities. A resolution was approved by City Council on August 21st, 2023, authorizing the submission of a completed application for financial assistance and project approval. The loan anticipated closing date is September 13th, 2024. The loan is payable from joint utility system net revenues. These include water, wastewater, and gas. The loan amount is up to $15.3 million with the maximum repayable amount of $12,280,949 and a maximum forgivable amount of $3,019,051. The final payment date no later than May 1st, 2046, with an interest rate not to exceed 0.25%, which includes administrative cost. The next slides are going to go over the projects that are going to be, the loan proceeds are going to fund these following projects. The first one is rehabilitation of the Elevate Airport water storage tank. We also have the rehabilitation of the Upper Griggs water storage tank. The Spruce Tank Booster Station. This one is a connection of well 64 and well 72 to the water system. And the last one is the Zone 1 Interconnect Project 3 South Phase B. And before you are the standard council options, and I stand for any questions.
Thank you, Erica. Councilor Flores.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Ms. Huckes. Can you go back to page, I think it was page 2 or 4? Maybe 4. Yeah, 4. The loan details. So tell me, do you know at this point what the interest rate, well, not to exceed 0.250%, but what does that add up to when the due date for full payment is May 1, 2046? Do I understand that correctly?
Mayor, Councilor Flores, yes, that's correct. So they have, they can spend up to $15.3 million. So after the completion of the projects, we'll know what the exact amount is, and then they'll start the repayment. The last payment, principal payment, cannot be after May 1st, 2046. So the loan will be structured in a way to have the last payment on that date. Of course, the interest rate cannot exceed that 0.25%, which is a great advantage for the city to get these projects at a low interest cost.
But how much would that amount to by the year 2046? That's 22 years from now. I mean, it sounds like, oh, it sounds like a good rate, but that's a lot of money too. So do you know?
I do not know that at this time, Councilor Flores, but at the closing date of the loan, we would have a good estimate of what those amounts would be, and we can provide those numbers to you at that point in time.
What, in 2026? I'll be 2046, I'll be dead by then. But thank you. Did I say thank you? Thank you, Ms. Huckes.
Anyone else, council? Nothing, we good? Any members of the public wishing to speak on this item? Okay, Christine.
This is on the motion to approve ordinance 3064. Councilor McClure?
Yes.
Councilor Matisse?
Yes.
Councilor Graham?
Yes.
Councilor Cran?
Yes.
Councilor Flores?
Yes.
Councilor Bencomo?
Yes.
Mayor?
Yes. Next is item 8.4, Council Bill number 25-006, ordinance number 3077.
Move to approve.
Second.
And presenting will be Chief Jeremy Story.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Council, Jeremy Story, Police Chief. I'm hoping that this one is the easiest one. We do in that order, but the first ordinance before you is to repeal and replace our possession of paraphernalia ordinance, which is currently 19-6 in the Las Cruces Municipal Code. The purpose is, since 2019, when the legislature made some fundamental changes to the state statute, the equivalent, it has made our ordinance unenforceable. Essentially what they did in 2019, kind of in anticipation of decriminalizing marijuana, they made possession of or use of paraphernalia a penalty assessment only and no longer a misdemeanor, a petty misdemeanor. They also made additional changes in 2022, which added some exceptions for equipment that would fall under the harm reduction program of the Harm Reduction Act. So our current ordinance is not enforceable because it is in conflict with the state statute and is only criminal. This is our current ordinance. You'll note that both B and C are enforced as a petty misdemeanor. And so what we're asking to do is repeal the entire ordinance. Sorry if I'm moving too fast, sir. Repeal this entire ordinance and to replace it with essentially the exact same wording as the state statute. The only difference between the proposed ordinance and the current state statute is that subsection B would be guilty of a petty misdemeanor versus a full misdemeanor under the state statute, because municipal court only deals with petty misdemeanors. And subsection C, which under the state statute is a felony charge, of course is removed. We don't have felonies in municipal court. So this is the ordinance. This is a proposed ordinance. The wording is the same as far as this part of it. Again, it's identical to the state statute. So this first part is about possession or use. So this is the equivalent of possession of a drug for paraphernalia. These exceptions would also be in ordinance. These are the same exceptions added by state statute for the Harm Reduction Act and Harm Reduction Program administered by the Department of Health. Leave it up for a second. And if I'm going too fast, of course, I can go back to anything. The next one is subsection B. Now, subsection B is about delivery with intent or intent to deliver. So this is kind of the equivalent of distribution or trafficking as opposed to just having paraphernalia. So this is someone providing the paraphernalia to somebody else or intending to provide the paraphernalia to somebody else, knowing that they'll use it for essentially something that's in a violation of the Controlled Substance Act. These provisions, the provisions in section B, subsection B, do not apply obviously to Department of Health workers who are providing these materials under the harm reduction program to others, or anything that's under the Pharmacy Act. So obviously doctors and healthcare providers that are providing things that might fall under the definition of paraphernalia are exempted from this section. And so this is one of the fundamental changes is a person who violates subsection A, which again is possession or use by the person, the individual, would be a penalty assessment only. This is essentially the equivalent of a traffic citation as opposed to a crime, a criminal offense, petty misdemeanor. And a violation of subsection B would be guilty of a petty misdemeanor. Under the state statute, that's a full misdemeanor. But again, in municipal court, we only deal with petty misdemeanors. Some examples of common paraphernalia that are encountered by officers, unfortunately, daily. Top left is paraphernalia associated with fentanyl use. Same with the bottom middle. That's what the pills look like as they're being smoked. And then top right is a pipe that's used for methamphetamine use. And I will stand for questions along with Mr. Douglas.
Any questions by council? No? Any members of the public wishing to speak? Yes, ma'am.
Thank you very much. My name is Gage Burnett. I've lived in Las Cruces for about 3 years. I would like to point out that it's utterly inappropriate to in any way criminalize or penalize people for carrying or exchanging harm reduction supplies for any reason. The use of testing strips, the exchange of clean needles, the exchange of clean sharps containers among people who use drugs is a necessary step in order to prevent overdoses and in order to prevent the transmission of bloodborne illnesses such as hepatitis C and HIV/AIDS. I would urge you to consider only passing legislation that reduces the penalties to 0 for the possession and exchange of these necessary materials. Thank you very much.
Anyone else?
Thank you, Mayor and Council. I just have a question. So is the proposed amendment strictly to match the state statutes and there's nothing new or additional to that?
Ma'am, can you state your name?
I did it again. My name is Patty Hartman. I'm sorry.
It's a good question, Mayor, Council. That is to match. There's nothing added to it other than we're reducing the penalty from what the state has in state statute. So, and I have, this is the state statute, and if you compare it, it's essentially word for word minus those two differences.
Seeing no one else, council. Okay, Christine.
I wanted
sorry,
to
go ahead.
ask how, sorry, Adam Nyheis, I wanted to ask how the new statute will affect the possession of paraphernalia for cannabis use as a disabled veteran. It's a medicine for a lot of us.
Also a good question, Mayor, Council. So it specifically states here, as well as in the ordinance, that it's for a violation of the Controlled Substance Act. And so because the legislature has decriminalized marijuana, if it's legal under state statute, it would still, and city ordinance, it would not be considered paraphernalia that's in violation of the Controlled Substance Act.
Thank you, Chief. Go ahead, Christine.
This is on the motion to approve ordinance 3077. Counselor McClure?
Yes.
Counselor Matisse?
Yes.
Counselor Graham?
Yes.
Counselor Cran?
Yes.
Counselor Flores?
Yes.
Counselor Bencomo?
Yes.
Mayor?
Yes. Next, we have item 8.5, Council Bill number 25-007, ordinance number 3078.
Move to approve, Graham. Second, McClure.
And we have Chief Story and Brad Douglas also to present.
Okay, and good afternoon, Mayor, Council. Probably not as easy as the last one, but I'll start this one. I'm going to have our City Attorney, Mr. Douglas, go over the content of the ordinance. This will cover both 21-62 and 21-63, which are both amendments to the current ordinances.
Not quite as tall as Chief Story. I have to pull it down a little bit. Good afternoon, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, councilors. So the two ordinances that are at issue here now are 2162 and 2163, known in the shorthand as prohibited solicitation and standing or loitering on or near a street or highway, respectively. So what's the purpose of these amendments? What were we trying to do here, you may be asking? Well, we're trying to do a couple of things. With regard to the prohibited solicitation, when I reviewed this ordinance, there was language in here that was concerning to me, language that's already on the books right now. And so what we tried to do collaboratively is make arguably unconstitutional portions of laws that are already on the books less restrictive so that it can be enforceable. And these are public safety initiatives. They're not meant to target any one type of speech. And so the goal there was to make sure that the ordinances are narrowly tailored to address a public safety concern, to ensure that the ordinances are content neutral. So what does that mean? That means that all types of speech would be subject to this. We're not favoring one type of speech over another. And to ensure that the ordinances serve a significant public safety interest. And so we are removing items from the ordinances more than adding to them. And you'll see that in the language that exists and then the proposed revised language. So let's start with 2162. This ordinance was originally adopted in 2002 by vote of City Council. And the ordinance was amended on November 19th, 2018, after Judge Brack in the Federal District Court for the District of New Mexico ruled against an overly broad Albuquerque ordinance. I might be getting ahead of myself here, but the name of that case was the Brewer case. And I think it's important to realize that the Albuquerque ordinance and our ordinance, they are not the same. The Albuquerque ordinance that was struck down would have prohibited all solicitation in any kind of landscaped median. It would have prohibited anyone standing in those medians from receiving or exchanging anything from drivers on the roadway. That is not what our proposed ordinance does, and I just want to make that clear to everyone. And so, proposed change here, it shall be unlawful for any person to solicit money or other things of value, or to solicit the sale of goods or services in the manner described in subparagraphs 1 through 5. There are some changes here. So solicitation is prohibited as follows: in an aggressive manner in a public area, and here's the new language underlined, or on private property within the city limits. So what does it mean to aggressively solicit? That's actually defined in 2161, and basically aggressive solicitation would be repeatedly in a harassing manner asking someone for something, for a donation, for instance, or to contribute to one's cause, and then after receiving a negative response, to continue that solicitation, to behave in a harassing manner, or to make someone feel, a reasonable person, to feel as though they were going to be assaulted. That would be aggressive solicitation. So something that's in the ordinance right now that I have a really big problem with, you'll see the strike through in paragraph 2. The way the ordinance is written right now, the ordinance that is on the books, is that no one may solicit anything of value in any public transportation vehicle or at a bus station or bus stop. That's a time and place restriction that frankly should not be in the ordinance, and so we would propose removing that. Another proposed strike-through is that it is currently illegal to solicit anything of value within 15 feet of any entrance or exit of any bank or check cashing businesses, or within 15 feet of any ATM. Again, that's a blanket prohibition, and we would like to do away with that because it is arguably unconstitutional and impinges on First Amendment speech rights. Now, a caveat to that is if a private business owner wishes to prohibit solicitation of any kind on their own private property under the revised ordinance, they would be able to do that. They would be able to prohibit that solicitation, but there would be no blanket prohibition like there is with regard to this language in paragraph 3. That's why we're recommending removal. And that's more deleted language here. Currently illegal for anyone to offer to clean a vehicle's windows or to block or occupy or reserve a public parking space. That's arguably problematic language, and so we've removed that. And so new subparagraph 2 would read that solicitation would be prohibited on private property if the owner, tenant, or lawful occupant has asked the person not to solicit, on the property, or has posted a sign clearly indicating that solicitations are not welcome on the property. And so those are private property rights. Those would be enforceable under the new ordinance, but it would be incumbent on the property owner, tenant, or lawful occupant to make it known that solicitation is not allowed on their property. And then lastly, this is new language, or part of it is new language. The way that it reads right now is from any occupant of a motor vehicle that is in traffic on a public street. Arguably, that comports with the language that was struck down by the Brewer Court in Albuquerque. Remember, Albuquerque wanted to prohibit, I don't even like saying this word, but panhandling is what they wanted to prohibit. And they, I think, were very clear about that. You couldn't solicit anything of value on any landscaped median, and you could not exchange any item, anything valuable, currency with anyone who was on a public road. That's not what we're trying to do here. Under this new ordinance, or the revised ordinance, the only exception would be that you would not be allowed to solicit anything from an occupant of a motor vehicle that's in traffic on a public street that has a posted speed limit of 30 miles per hour or greater, and here's the key language, if the solicitation would cause any person to walk upon a portion of the roadway not clearly designated and or marked for pedestrian foot traffic. So historically, and this is very important, historically, public medians have been public fora for free speech. And under this proposed revision, speech would still be allowed. What we're trying to do is to, or rather the proposal, if council were to adopt it, would prohibit any type of solicitation that would allow anyone to walk upon the traveled portion of the roadway. So the Brewer case that I keep bringing up, that was struck down, the Albuquerque ordinance, I think it's really important to note Judge Brack's language, some of his language in dicta, where he, and I'm paraphrasing, but it's pretty darn close to what he said. Judge Brack said, you know, if Albuquerque had simply wanted to keep people from walking out onto busy streets, engaging with motorists, and then if they had wanted to keep people from just entering the street out of a safety concern that they would enter the street while the light was red and then the light turns green while they're still in traffic, they could have done that. But that's not what Albuquerque was trying to do. They were trying to, in my opinion, prohibit all types of solicitation from median areas. And so even though the 10th Circuit did end up striking down the Brewer ordinance, the Albuquerque ordinance, there's some really strong language in there as to what would have occurred if their ordinance had been more narrowly tailored. And so slide 9 here, you see the clean copy. This is the proposed ordinance, the newly written ordinance, and at this time I'll turn it back over to Chief Story, but I'll be available for questions as well.
That's 21-62. I'm going to move on to 21-63, just kind of set some context. New Mexico as a state does not have a good track record when it comes to pedestrian crashes, especially pedestrian fatalities. We've been #1 for at least the past 7 years in the nation. Las Cruces itself has seen a drastic increase in pedestrian fatalities in the last several years. When I was in traffic, we held to an average of 2 to 3, and we've seen that jump drastically, and I'll show those statistics. It's also important to note that over the past 4 years, most of the pedestrian fatalities we've seen involve some pedestrian error. Now, that's 12 of 17 fatalities. It's also important to note that not all of them are just pedestrian error. Some of them do have an error that the driver committed, but the pedestrian error did contribute to the crash or was the sole cause of the crash in 12 of 17 cases. This is our crash data for pedestrian crashes since 2020. If you look at the total, we've seen an increase in overall crashes, both injury, non-injury, and fatal, but we've also seen a drastic increase in fatal crashes in the last 4 years, from averaging about 2 to 3 consistently to jumping up to 7 at a high in 2022 and then 5 last year. This is a density map, or what we would call a heat map for pedestrian crashes. This involves all pedestrian crashes in Las Cruces from 2018 to 2022. This was put together by the New Mexico Department of Transportation through UNM. And I'll zoom in so it's easier to see, but these are some of the hot spots along a lot of the roadways that, of course, are 30 miles per hour or greater, concentrated in those areas. At this time, I'll turn it back over to our city attorney to go over the 21-63.
All right, again, Brad Douglas from Legal for the record. And so the purpose of this section is to prevent dangers to persons and property and to prevent traffic delays and to avoid interference with traffic flow. So standing on or near a street or highway, again, you'll see some minor changes here with regard to subsection B, paragraph 1, causes the person performing the activity to enter onto the traveled portion of a street or highway where the posted speed limit is 30 miles per hour or greater. That is new language. What these proposed ordinances would do would be to prohibit any type of solicitation of any kind if it would cause any person to enter onto the portion of the roadway not clearly marked for pedestrian foot traffic. And so paragraph 2, I'm proposing deletion, and I'll read that deleted language. Currently prohibited is any solicitation or any standing or loitering, rather, that would involve the person performing the activity to be located upon any median area which separates traffic lanes for vehicular travel in opposite directions. That's language that's currently on the books.
It is very arguably unconstitutional. As I stated in my last trip up here, public meetings are traditionally for free speech, for First Amendment protected activity. And so it was very important to me that we remove that language. New paragraph 2, current paragraph 3, it would be prohibited for a person prohibiting or performing an activity if they were blocking vehicles in such a way that they could not move into a legal parking area safely. Pretty non-controversial, I think. And so it's unlawful for any person to stand or loiter on any highway included in the interstate highway system, including any entrance to or exit from the highway. Very important, that language means the actual traveled upon portion of the roadway itself, not adjacent to. We certainly don't want anyone standing in the middle of the highway. And so that's what that means. Paragraph D, new language. It shall be unlawful for any person to stand or loiter on, access, use, occupy, assemble, or congregate on any median that's located on any roadway with a posted speed limit of 30 miles per hour or greater that does not possess a flat area of at least 4 feet in diameter. Very important qualifier there. The narrative that I've heard is that, or I've been asked about rather, is why are you guys trying to get people off medians? That's not the case. The purpose of this proposed ordinance would be to keep all persons off of thin slices of pavement or keep them out of an area that's undivided where traffic is passing in both directions unless there is a flat surface area of 4 feet in diameter. But presence in those medians would still be allowed. And there is language in Evans versus Sandy City. That is a published case out of our own circuit, the 10th Circuit Court of Appeals, stating that municipalities do have an interest in keeping persons off of thin slices of pavement or undivided areas where traffic is flowing in both directions. So that's what this proposed ordinance would seek to do, would not prohibit solicitation. And then paragraph E, I'd mentioned that for purposes of this section, the traveled portion of the street or highway means that the portion of the road normally used by moving motor vehicle traffic. And so here is your clean copy for consideration of 2163, with some of the problematic language removed. And I'll turn it back over to Chief Story.
Thank you, Mr. Douglas. Jeremy Story, Police Chief, for the record. Mayor, Council, this is just to demonstrate, kind of make sure we're all on the same page, regardless of where you fall on this issue of what ordinance is actually accomplishing. So if this ordinance is passed and goes into effect, any person standing on this median would still be completely legal for them to stand there, to solicit, to protest any matter, whatever purpose they're there in the median for, it will still be legal under this ordinance. However, this would not be legal because it does not possess that flat surface of a diameter at least 4 feet. And this is really what we're trying to accomplish, is keeping people from medians that are a lot more dangerous to be on. And I will say, just anecdotally, when I was in Santa Fe a couple weeks ago, I came closer than I would like to striking someone on a median that's about this wide in Santa Fe as they leaned away from one car towards my lane. Same thing, this would still be legal on the sidewalk, whether they're standing there soliciting or protesting or doing anything else that's not a criminal offense. However, it would not be legal if they're stepping in the roadway, the lanes of traffic. Some realistic expectations. This ordinance is not about trying to prohibit solicitation or panhandling, and nor could we constitutionally. I think it's important that regardless of where you fall on the issue, that you have realistic expectations. We're simply trying to regulate the time, manner, and place to make it safer for everybody, the pedestrians and the vehicles on the roadway. And it's also important to know that you will still see people panhandling or soliciting along our roadways because it is their constitutional right to do that in certain areas. We are just trying to make it safer for everybody. And we will stand for questions.
Thank you, Chief. Any questions by council? Councilor Flores?
Thank you, Mayor. And I have a question for City Attorney Douglas. Can you go back to page 17? Okay. Subsection C. It shall be unlawful for any person to stand or loiter on any highway included in the interstate system. We don't have any jurisdiction over interstate. That's federal, isn't it?
Mayor, Councilor Flores, that's a really good question. So within the city limits of Las Cruces, the Las Cruces Police Department would have jurisdiction for traffic-related matters, and even on some on-ramps or off-ramps of the interstate highway system, jurisdiction would still apply. And so,
Is there a certain measurement for that, limitation?
Excellent question, Councilor Flores. With regard to, and I gotta tell you, I don't like giving my interpretation, but I think I need to in this instance. My interpretation of paragraph C is that that would only include people actually standing on the on-ramp, on the off-ramp, on the portion of the roadway that's normally used for motorists. They could still stand on the side of the roadway and engage in whatever activity they would like.
Okay, great. Thank you for the explanation.
Thank you, Councilor.
Councilor Corinne?
Thank you. I guess either of you can probably help me understand these things. So jaywalking already not legal in the city of Las Cruces, correct?
Correct.
And also assault already a criminal.
Also correct, Councilor.
So these are just making these a little bit more clear for folks to understand who is not allowed to do those things, or help me understand, sounds like we're making up new crimes for things that already are criminalized.
Councilor Corin, excellent question. I think what these ordinances do with regard to median safety, for example, the proposal would, so jaywalking, for instance, and I really do mean it, good question, would not necessarily apply if someone were to use a designated crosswalk, and then if they were standing on a raised concrete barrier, median, with traffic flowing in opposite directions. Let's say that median was 12 inches wide, and that's not far-fetched. We have those in this city.
Actually, sometimes they're called pedestrian refuges.
I've never heard that before, Counselor. But what we're trying to avoid is those very thin slices of concrete, any person standing on those when there's vehicular traffic moving in both directions. With regard to the assault question, yes, currently assault is certainly illegal pursuant to state law and city code. But with regard to the aggressive solicitation, which I believe is what you would be referring to, 2161 does lay out a definition of aggressive solicitation. However, there may be some behavior that could be classified as assault, or maybe could not be classified as assault, but could be classified as aggressive solicitation. For example, let's say I'm with my daughter and we're asking people if they want to buy Girl Scout cookies. Let's say that I receive a negative response. Let's say that I continue following that person in a public area, repeatedly asking over and over and over again. Now, I haven't threatened violence, but it could still potentially fall under an aggressive solicitation scheme.
What if that person was asking you to sign a petition for someone to be elected to office?
So we don't want to make any kind of distinction based on content. What we're really trying to look at through these ordinances is the behavior. And so whether it be political speech, whether it be someone soliciting funds for their church, Girl Scout cookies, literally anything, if that person were to repeatedly and aggressively ask the solicitee for a response, they receive a response in the negative, and then let's say they follow that person, and they just repeatedly keep asking, well then yes, in that instance, the solicitor could possibly be guilty of aggressive solicitation, regardless of the content of the speech.
Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Thanks, Mayor. Thanks, Brad and Chief Story. Brad, what is the penalty for this?
Mayor Pro Tem, thank you for asking that. Since it is in the Las Cruces Municipal Court, the maximum possible penalty would be the same as any other petty misdemeanor. So it would be a maximum of 90 days of incarceration and/or a $500 fine. However, I would like to point out that in our municipal court, due to recent changes from both the state legislature and the New Mexico Supreme Court, we have been empowered, I shouldn't say we, the municipal court has been empowered for a financial obligation of any kind to be able to divert that financial obligation into community service. And the definition of community service has been expanded in recent years here in New Mexico to include treatment if someone were to need treatment for a substance use disorder, or if they needed help with their mental health, that would satisfy any community service obligation that they would incur.
So if someone is soliciting on a median and they are fined, which I have some questions about the mechanics of enforcement, and they are fined, and for whatever reason they cannot do any form of community service, they will be fined $500 and/or spend up to 90 days in jail. I just want to have that be really clear.
Mayor Pro Tem, again, good question. Not necessarily is my answer to that. So even on a petty misdemeanor, on any charge, other than those that have mandatory minimums, which this would not have a mandatory minimum, but our judges are still allowed to suspend or defer jail time and/or fines.
But it is a possibility.
It is theoretically.
Because this is through the criminal justice system.
Correct, Mayor Pro Tem. It is theoretically possible.
Okay. And then I just have a question, Chief. I'm assuming this is for you on the mechanics of enforcement. So I assume this will happen when a driver calls 911 and informs 911 dispatchers that there's a person that is breaking this law, or an officer sees it themselves and then pulls over, stops traffic to cite the person?
Yeah, Mayor Pro Tem. It would be similar to any other violation of municipal code. So the officer could either witness it themselves, or it could be based on a call from a citizen. It would be enforced with a criminal citation, which is essentially a piece of paper that cites them into municipal court, primarily.
Okay, thanks, Chief. And then I just have a couple comments on this one. No more questions. I think this ordinance reads like an ordinance that is placing the blame on the victim for their own suffering. The Federal Highway Administration recommends that enforcement countermeasures for pedestrian safety focus on drivers and road design. So drivers, distracted drivers, intoxicated drivers, speeders. Then this other report that I actually learned about by tuning into the special session, it's called Dangerous by Design. And actually, Brad or Chief, would you mind going back to page 14? This report, called Dangerous by Design, states that, as in previous years, we found that not everyone lives and walks with the same risk. Black and Native Americans, older adults, and people walking in low-income communities die at higher rates and face higher levels of risk compared to all Americans. Our nation's streets are dangerous by design, designed primarily to move cars quickly at the expense of keeping everyone safe. Unfortunately, this crisis will continue to get worse until those in power finally make safety for everyone who uses our roads a top priority. That's the end of that quote. This is my quote. This isn't making safety a top priority. This is making punishment a top priority. I don't believe this is evidence-based, and during my council comments later, Mayor, I will be asking that you put Vision Zero on the work agenda so that we can actually focus on keeping pedestrians safe. Thank you.
Anyone else? Councilman Clerk.
I did have a question about the 30 mile per hour. Can you specify a little bit where that came from?
Mayor, Councilor McClure, several other cities, including Albuquerque's new ordinance, model it that so that we can have it narrowly tailored to the areas where we're seeing injury, crashes, and fatalities. So we typically don't see the same amount of injury crashes in areas that are less than 30 miles per hour. And so to focus it again, and narrowly tailor it as much as possible to where we're seeing the injuries and deaths, 30 miles per hour or greater is where we're seeing them.
Then I'm confused about the gentleman with the thumbs up. I thought Loman was 35, so how would that be legal?
On which one, ma'am?
The one showing where he might be okay.
Because this median is 4 feet or more, is more than 4 feet. So on medians that are greater than 4 feet diameter, it would still be legal. And the thinking there, again, the city attorney already referenced a case, Evans v. Sandy City, where the 10th Circuit has already said that the municipality can regulate and keep people from those narrow slices of pavement because, of course, it's more dangerous on a 2-foot median than a 15-foot median. There's more area that if a vehicle starts to go over the median or if that person has to lean out or step out, there's a lot more room, essentially. There's wiggle room to actually walk around and stay away from the vehicles.
I have one more question in terms of, is this a petty misdemeanor or is this a full misdemeanor? Just a curiosity.
It would be a petty misdemeanor. They're all codes that are in municipal court, the highest it can be is a petty misdemeanor.
So in the last one, we were trying to do this for penalty assessment. Why would not this fall under that as well?
Brad Douglas again. So, Councilor McClure, that's an excellent question. I think the thought process here would be that drug paraphernalia has been decriminalized on the state level. We were simply trying to do that here locally to make sure that it matches the state statute. There are relatively few penalty assessment misdemeanors throughout the state. It's actually very rare. With regard to solicitation or any petty misdemeanor in the Las Cruces Municipal Court, I'll speak for myself in that, and this may be unpopular, I prefer to have more of a range of punishments to deal with. Now, I will say this, if anyone's ever interested, please come down to our municipal court, see the work that we do. We truly do, this is not lip service, we truly do try to take a holistic approach with regard to defendants charged with any sort of crime. It's not a one-size-fits-all. It's not everybody goes to jail. I can tell you that there is no mass incarceration coming out of the Las Cruces Municipal Court. And what we had hoped to accomplish, if these ordinances pass today, is to really connect with people who may be in need. Maybe not everyone is. But to take an individual approach to those persons who come before the municipal court and they're on the docket for, let's say, solicitation, prohibited solicitation, aggressive solicitation. More often than not, there may be persons in the court that day who could benefit from some sort of diversion, from some sort of pretrial intervention. And working with our navigators at the Las Cruces Municipal Court, I would like to thank City Council for funding those positions. It's early, but anecdotally, I think we're making progress in the municipal court with hooking people up into services that are benefiting them. And we're doing that on an individual-based approach. Not everybody needs services, but some people do. And I think that's my answer to that inquiry. Counselor.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Counselor Corinne.
Thank you. To the chief's point, it does sound like the miles per hour is something to consider. It seems like an alternative based on the evidence of pedestrians would be to change the speed limit in those areas. That seems like something that would actually really benefit a lot of folks who might be at risk. So I would ask when we consider Vision Zero that we look at all of the things that structurally might be leading to pedestrian deaths. But to your point, Brad, I think it's important to note that any interface with the criminal justice system reduces a person's likelihood of getting housing, reduces their likelihood of getting a job in the future. Any interface, tickets, going to jail, municipal court, referring to services that, again, I think are not really as built out as you might suggest, but that interaction, there's plenty of evidence to show that specific thing, referring people, particularly poor people, to the criminal legal system results in them not being able to get the services that are required or that we would hope for as far as positive interventions for them. So I think we got to be real about the evidence here. It's not just going to jail. It's a ticket. It's an interface with the criminal legal system, and it reduces the outcomes that we want. So I think that evidence is really clear. And so I think sort of suggesting that it's just we're afraid that people are going to go to jail is pretty is a little bit short of what my critique of this is, because there is a lot of evidence that shows that. It's a comment, not really a question.
Thank you, Councilor.
Councilor Flores.
I have a question for either, maybe the two of you. There's a question of assault. A battery can be established, but an assault is very subjective. So, and wouldn't there have to be an eyewitness even if there was a battery? And so I just want to know how you would enforce that part of the code, or how it would be presented in court.
Mayor, Councilor Flores, and I think for the aggressive panhandling, we're getting focused on the assault when there's several other elements that it fits that we're seeing throughout Las Cruces right now. It's like any other crime. The officer has to establish probable cause. Sometimes that's because they witnessed it and it's very easy. Sometimes we have independent eyewitnesses. Sometimes we have video. And oftentimes we have a combination of a bunch of different facts that put together get us to probable cause to take enforcement action. On aggressive solicitation in general, I just want to make it clear, it involves things outside of just assault or battery, which are already crimes, as was pointed out. It also involves things like blocking people from getting in or out of their vehicle, or blocking people from getting in or out of the store. And these are things that I hear and witness myself every single day that are happening in our businesses, our gas stations, and across the city.
I think there's an element of subjectivity. This isn't directed to either one of you, but I'm just saying there's somewhat, I mean, you can't measure assault. You can't really, I mean, someone can look petrified and the person standing in front of him or her, or them, could merely be asking for directions to, the courthouse, or, anywhere. So, but the person who's being asked is going to possibly, react, overreact, and maybe cause a scene, which, I'm just looking at the worst case scenario, and how, and then people who are going to be subject to, and I think that in a perfect world, the modifications are good, if not excellent. But we don't live in a perfect world, and we have people who will be criminalized, prosecuted or whatever, for someone's perception, and that's a part. And a police officer doesn't stand at every median, doesn't stand at every intersection and wherever. So how is that weighed?
Brad Douglas, for the record. Councilor Flores, again, lots of good questions today. So the standard that Chief Story's officers would be using when investigating these types of alleged crimes, let's say it was aggressive solicitation, or assault for that matter. Let's go with the assault example. The officer or officers would be tasked with finding out whether or not a reasonable person would have, and I know that's subjective language, like you stated, but whether a reasonable person would have been in fear that they were about to receive a battery. And certainly, I'm going to go ahead and make a prediction. Not every one of these would rise to that level of probable cause, but it would have to be a case-by-case, examination and investigation. Officers would have to speak with any parties that witnessed the incident. They would have to do their fact gathering, and I believe that Chief Story, I'm not going to speak for him, but I believe that there will be some additional training for these boots-on-the-ground officers if these ordinances were to pass.
Mayor, Council Flores, yes, of course, there would be additional training to make sure that we're have a unified, consistent response and we're applying it correctly. I would just point out that officers have been applying the reasonable person standard since long before I've been a police officer in things like assault. So they're used to gauging the totality of the circumstances and evaluating and applying that reasonable person standard to determine if they have probable cause for whichever crime that is, what X crime.
Thank you, Chief, and thank you, Mr. Douglas, Attorney Douglas. Thank you, Mayor.
Councilor Matisse.
Chief Story, Attorney, maybe double question here. Are these ordinances going to help you and support you in making this city safer?
Mayor, Councilor Matisse, I believe they would, otherwise I wouldn't be here today.
Excellent. And I just and the reason I say that is because I want it to be obvious, because there's a lot of other things going on with the unhoused and people in our community, and we're not mentioning them. In other words, I see individuals urinating in parks. I see people that are unhoused throwing trash on the ground and littering. There's a whole bunch of ordinances that are being violated, and yet we just allow it to continue. Well, these services that we're providing, the assessment and the captivity of these people and finding out who they are, will this help them get to those services? I mean, rather than, we're just saying, get on the medians, beg for money, panhandle. It's legal on the wider areas, more than 4 feet, which is kind of good for me, because in the older districts, the medians are narrow, but in District 6, they're wide. So there'll be a lot of movement to the bigger areas. So is this really going to make them safer? And will there be an education and outreach program? Can we spend a lot of money on supporting your department, the fire department with the light program? Can we just find a lot of funds instead of in other areas that actually can get the services to these people so they don't have to be panhandling?
Mayor, Councilor Matisse, I think there's a couple good points that I want to respond with. One, any effort to enforce this, should it pass, would be done in a tiered implementation, meaning there would be education first, there'd be an effort to plug people into services before taking enforcement action, and essentially we're trying to gain voluntary compliance first. And that's true for a number of things we already confront, number of criminal offenses we already confront. But this, again, for realistic expectations, this is just one tool. Now, when I look at those 17 pedestrian fatalities that we've seen over the past 4 years, most of them were people doing behavior that would be expressly prohibited under this ordinance. I have people that are stepping off a median and being struck. I have people that are stepping off the sidewalk and being struck. I have people that are walking from the sidewalk to the median that are being struck. And so I believe it would make them safer. The behavior that we're seeing that is killing pedestrians is the same behavior that's will no longer be allowed under this ordinance.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you. I think there's one piece of this that I agree with, in that it's narrowly tailored. To find poor people. So it's $500 fine potentially, and currently, there's under section 1-11, court costs and collection, there's an additional piece in here that I've been trying to get us to remove, but we haven't yet, so it's still here, and it says, persons who are brought before the municipal court due to the issuance of a bench warrant for failure to pay fines and have not received amnesty through a program approved by the City Council shall be assessed in addition to any fine or other sentence and in addition to the fees listed in subsections A1 through 3 and the following fee, a warrant fee for $100. So this is creating a debtor's court. I know that we want to believe that this ordinance and the next one will make us safer, but fining poor people does not make us safer. Sending poor people to jail simply because they are poor does not inherently make us safer.
Anyone else? Brad, just one quick question on, you mentioned the municipal courts. We know we've invested in that. We put some resources. Are we seeing any, I know it's not full-blown, it's not completely in full operation, but we have seen some results. Do you have any data or anything on that?
Mayor Pro Tem, City Councilors, I believe that municipal court will be making a presentation to you all before the end of the year. Right now, because we're only about a month in, and so most of the information I have is anecdotal at this point, but one number that sticks out in my head is in the last month, 52 people, and it could be greater than this by now, but the last information I had was that with our new court navigators, and by the way, I really do mean it, thank you very much for funding that, 52 people have been directed into services, whether it be for substance use disorders, their mental health needs, connecting them with a food pantry, helping them get a bicycle if they had transportation issues. Those are the types of things that are happening in our Las Cruces Municipal Court, and it is very early, but I'm very optimistic, and I look forward to the judge's presentation on that whenever we have more and better numbers.
Okay, thank you for that, Brad. And thank you, Chief Story, for bringing these ordinances forward to make our community safer. I think between the municipal courts and these ordinances, I think we're headed in the right direction to be safer. At this time...
Mayor, I'm so sorry. I have one more question for Brad.
Okay, go.
Brad, the Santa Fe recently passed something similar. They postponed it for 6 months so that they could do education, but they also reduced the fine to $25. Is that something that we are able to do?
Mayor Pro Tem, that would be something that could be within your purview. Yes, I believe it would require an amendment, but that's certainly within your purview to do that.
Okay. Thank you. I will make an amendment after public comment.
I was looking for Katrina. There she is. So I'm sure there's members of the public that want to speak on this issue. Yes, if I can see a show of hands. Well, Katrina, again, will stand in the center. We'll start at the bottom, and she'll usher you up. No more than 2 minutes. We're not going to let it go more than 2 minutes. And again, this is not... Again, to get into any debate with counselors, if there's a question that the chief or Brad Douglas can answer, they'll provide that. Thank you.
Beth Bardwell for the record. I have a question. So let's say I am homeless and I'm panhandling, which is a constitutionally protected right. I'm on the sidewalk. The car has stopped, and that's who I solicited from, and the individual goes to hand me some money. If I step into the roadway, am I in violation of these ordinances?
So under the ordinance, and Mayor, Council, it would be anything that causes the person performing the activity to enter onto the traveled portion of a street or highway where the posted speed limit is 30 miles per hour or greater. Ultimately, if they're stepping into the lanes of traffic, it technically would be a violation under this ordinance.
Good afternoon, Tim Jenkins. I just would like to make it very clear, it's very sad that we have to bring race, color, and ethnicity into every single discussion here. This is not in any way, shape, or form that we are trying to criminalize any poor people or send them to jail. We're simply trying to make our city a safer city. And I personally, in the last 2 weeks, have almost run over 4 people that have stepped off the sidewalk. We're trying to make our city a safer city, not in any way criminalize that, and that's all Chief has said since day one. We are not trying to criminalize poor people in any way, shape, or form.
Good afternoon, Council. My name is Axel Hale. I'm a Las Cruces native. I've lived here my whole life. Let it be known that I vehemently oppose any legislation that works to criminalize or further victimize our unhoused community. And our public safety issue with the streets is an issue of car-centric architecture and planning. There are places in Las Cruces where for a quarter mile there is not a proper crosswalk. And these ordinances is the only proof to further criminalize and victimize our unhoused community. And the city's efforts and funds should be going into affordable housing programs and harm reduction programs and accessible work programs, things to truly solve this problem rather than further criminalizing them and sending them through the court system on a cycle where they can't pay fines and then get bench warrants for fines they can only further not pay. And as it is, as somebody who works regularly with homeless people through my retail job and through community service that I do, what we're doing right now isn't working. They're arresting them and then they're back out 2 days later because we don't have the capacity. So adding more policies to just arrest them and then release them will do nothing for public safety or community. So I ask that you oppose this legislation. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. My name is Lucas Herndon. I'm a resident of District 2. I've lived in Doña Ana County my whole life. And this is a story about unintended consequences. In 2002, this council, including my current city councilor, Mr. Matisse, passed an ordinance banning people from being on medians. The unintended consequence of that was that it moved a lot of people who sold newspapers, the Las Cruces Sun News, which I worked for at the time, off of those medians where they were selling papers. One of those people who sold that, his name was Dale Fairfield. 2 years later, I worked at Mountain Mud Espresso, which was located on Valley, right by Calici's. It was a drive-through coffee hut. I got to know Dale over the 2 years that I worked there. When I met him, he was unhoused. He lived in the detached sleeper unit of a semi-trailer. Before 2002, he had made enough money selling newspapers to rent an apartment. And this city council, through their policy, caused him to be homeless. I spent the next 5 Thanksgivings and Christmases taking Dale leftovers at his little encampment and sharing the extras that I had from my own table. I lost track of him after that. 2012, I received a letter from the state letting me know he'd passed away and made me the executor of his estate, which included a TV and a hide-a-bed, and that was it. These people are human beings, and they have lives, and the policies here have real consequences for real people.
Mayor, councilors, my name is Daniel Williams. I'm a policy advocate at the American Civil Liberties Union of New Mexico, and we oppose this ordinance. Our position is that this ordinance would best be fully repealed as opposed to amended. You received a letter from one of our attorneys on June 5th outlining our significant constitutional concerns. We do not believe that the constitutional issues with the existing ordinance are remedied through the proposed amendments. Further, we share many of the concerns that the council has already articulated as to the ways in which these ordinances, while perhaps not intended to do so, would meaningfully result in the criminalization of poverty and homelessness in Las Cruces. One piece of evidence that I would like to share with you is that nationally, the data suggests that law enforcement of pedestrian safety measures, such as jaywalking, result massively disproportionately in the criminalization of people of color and poor people. Many of those lead to uses of force. Many of those lead to warrant checks that further entrap people in the criminal legal system. The Department of Transportation advocates for 3 areas to improve pedestrian safety, none of which are criminalization of panhandling or solicitation: safer and more frequent crossings, improved visibility, and reduced speed. This ordinance does nothing to address any of those areas, which will meaningfully improve pedestrian safety in Las Cruces. For these reasons, and for many other reasons that you have already heard and will continue to hear, the ACLU opposes this ordinance and asks you to vote no. Thank you.
Liz Rodriguez Johnson. I have many concerns with these ordinances. Chief among them is that finding someone who's asking for change $500, wow. I mean, that's just like cruel at best and inhumane at worst. And then imposing police records on people who may someday try to apply for affordable housing and can't because they now have a police record. And I think it's wonderful that the navigators are making progress. I really do. But the reality is that a lot of these people have serious mental health issues and substance abuse issues. And are the resources there? Even if the navigators want them to have it, are the resources there to handle that? If they're not, then what you're doing is solving the problem by incarcerating people. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Dana Hopkins, and I want to point out that I got up and stood in the aisle because it takes me a while to walk. And I'm a pedestrian. I'm a pedestrian. I am housed. I am blessed to have among my circle of friends and people I care about people who are not housed, as well as people who are housed. I'm hearing a lot of conversation from our friends from the Coalition for Conservatives about safety and about crime. And what is it? Is this about crime? Is this about criminalizing houseless people? Or is it about keeping people safe? Because if it's about keeping people safe, many of you probably see me walking all over the place all the time, sometimes with my dogs, sometimes without them, and it's not safe. And I do follow the law. And I noticed in the demonstration up here about where someone can stand, I noticed that gentleman is well-dressed, he appears to be able-bodied, and he appears to be middle-aged or younger. So he doesn't look like me, and I'm not safe on these streets. I do walk, I get around by walking, or I'm in somebody else's car observing how other people drive. So if we have something to deal with here, it's to do with our drivers, it's to do with safety for those of us who walk. And if we're talking about crime, why don't we be honest about it and say we are trying to criminalize our houseless population rather than support the folks who are working so hard to provide services for them. Criminalizing folks isn't solving a problem, it's just cruel. There are no good consequences to forcing that person into the court system. That's been explained repeatedly by the folks up here in the council. if that's no joke, then they have a harder time getting a job. They can't afford to pay that fine. It's even harder for them to become housed. Meanwhile, I'm out there walking the street and nobody cares about the drivers. So I think this is poorly thought out, and I hope y'all can do better.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Council, Chiefs. My name is Nicole Martinez. I'm the director of the Mesilla Valley Community of Hope. When the ACLU informed the city of Las Cruces they were violating the First Amendment's right to freedom of speech by not allowing people to solicit for help, the city took action and reached out to Community of Hope to start a new program that would reduce the number of people panhandling on the street. That program is called Mano y Mano, and it is thriving today. Unhoused and precariously housed people can sign up for day labor programs, go out and clean up the city, including your city parks. In addition to 2 vans, we now have 2 hotspot trucks that go out and address unsanctioned encampments. On any given day, at least 28 people, men and women, who might otherwise be panhandling are working to clean up our streets. We had over 3,000 participants last year. We have programs that are working, but on days when they don't get selected for Mano y Mano, they might be flying a sign, to use their own words. And when people are forced to the streets to ask for help, it's because many of them are hungry, some are attempting to make ends meet and with what they are given, and some are not able to make livable wages and plainly cannot survive on disability benefits alone. I've heard this ordinance is to make it safer for people, but why aren't we talking about street infrastructure, better lighting, better medians, driver safety? Why isn't this meeting about the lack of services, treatment options, and affordable housing that's forcing people to the streets? Why is everything we're hearing today instead focused on people with the least resources? We're talking fines and jail, and let's target the people with the least amount of power and hide them. I sure wish we didn't have to see people asking for money, but then again, I sure wish people had enough to eat and a decent apartment with an affordable rent. Do you know that for every person we house, someone who is on the fringes becomes homeless because they can't afford rent and everything that comes along with it? And since nobody's required to give money, then the issue must be that we don't want to see people in poverty asking for help. So let's find a better way to deal with it than petty fines, and ultimately resulting in people staying unhoused for much, much longer. I know we can do better than this, and we can use solutions like Mano y Mano and our outreach teams. Please vote no today.
Vic Villalobos, Mayor, Council. Long road to get here. At least it feels like it's been a long road. You know, I think you're going to hear a lot of people's opinions today. We're going to hear a lot of why you think this, why you think that. First, I want to be clear that personally, I'm not asking you to not do all those things. I think we need the court system. I think we need ways to help these people. I think we can reduce the speed limits in some areas. But at the end of the day, we're talking about trust. And, you know, I think about what Mike said. I'm going to keep it together. When my friend Mitch died, and he was murdered last year by someone that was repeatedly in and out of jail in confrontations with police, if it had been up to me, and I had it in my power, I would have brought down the wrath of God to destroy that person and make him no longer part of this earth. When Chief Story had the same thing happen to him, he had that power that I didn't have, and yet he was able to keep it together. He kept his force together, because I guarantee you there was that force that wanted to back to take vengeance for their person. But instead, Chief Story was able to bring his force together. He brought this community together, and he's asking for something, a baby step, literally. And you know what? If it doesn't work, it is within your power that if he goes rogue and suddenly goes on this huge spree of arresting all these people in medians that you don't like, change it back. It is truly within your power to do anything you guys want. And all we're asking is have the same trust in this man right here that I do, that we do, that he's going to do the right thing. You know he is. He's been doing the right thing since he became chief, and even after the loss of that officer, he continued and continues to do the right thing. Support him.
Good afternoon again. My name is Michael Frames. Piggybacking off of what Vic said, we've had some unfortunate circumstances here in Las Cruces. I hate what I've seen the city become. I personally lost a good friend, teammate, same with Vic. And it's just a reoccurring occurrence. This man here is here to support us. When we spoke with you earlier in January, you all committed to help Chief Story. Today's the day to act on that promise. This man needs our help. We've all had issues with legislation with New Mexico. Our hands are tied. We can't do this, we can't do that. Today we have a chance to make change for the positive. It's extremely heartbreaking for my wife when she goes to the grocery store, to go to Sprouts, to get food for her family. If I'm not available, she has to call her nephew to meet her in the parking lot because she is terrified of the aggressive solicitation. Yes, that's private property, but they're right outside on that corner at McDonald's. All of your constituents are terrified of what's happening in this city. This man's trying to make a change. We're trying to make a change. We're counting on you to help make a change for us. Yes, these people are people. Yes, these people that are soliciting, they're people. I don't want us to lose our humanity. But we need some changes. What's happening right now is not working, and it's not going to work. We need to come up with smarter ideas of how we could help these people. This is the first baby step to start helping make change. And I'm looking directly at you, Ms. Bencomo, and I think your heart is where you have a good heart and good intentions on this. But listen to us too. We have a voice. We need you guys. It's not left or right. We need to work together. And I really hope you consider voting for a change today. Please.
My name is Patty Hartman. Get that out of the way. Thank you, Mayor and Council. Wow. I feel really assaulted by what's happening in here today. And I am not in anyone's camp or bandwagon. This is ridiculous what I see. And Councilor Bencomo, shame on you and many of the others who pretend to care about somebody, but when I brought up the need for peers on the mobile crisis team, you rolled your eyes and said, oh, what now? These are important issues. There are principles of why we need to have peers on things. That's how people recover. To continue with this top-down, outdated mental health system that abuses people's power and treats people like me when I admit I have a mental health condition as you don't know anything. You don't know anything. Well, enough of that. I resent the fact that we're redefining treatment as community service. I think it's a corruption of the word, and I see a lot of that here. If you really want to say you care about these things, trust me. Do you know how many people get arrested and charged with assault every day that I've looked into, and it's like, that's not justified? Nobody cares about that. You're focusing all of your attention on a pretty reasonable change to the statute. I don't need to know why he brought it up at this time. The fact of what's being proposed is reasonable. Thank you.
Mayor Rincas, and Council, and Chief Story. I've been a resident of this city for 46 years, and it's no longer the safe community that it was when I moved here many years ago. The city management cannot continue.
Sir, can you state your name? Sorry.
Harry Murray. I've been here a couple of times. I thought you might remember. Anyway, city management cannot continue to take no action in this effort. Something has to be done. It's only going to get worse. It's already getting worse. I hope you will support the ordinances that Chief Story has worked so hard to bring us here today to do. And I believe there'll be a start in improving the public safety in our community. And getting help with mental issues is a necessary step too for making Las Cruces safer again. Do not take any action will be a failure for the management of our city. And I have to thank Chief Story for all the efforts he's done in bringing all this to us here today to be voted on. For without his effort, we wouldn't be here talking about this.
Hello, thank you for letting me speak. My name is Shannon Murray. I just have a different perspective of how this could help others. I went to Albertsons on North Main, and then I was driving to Lowe's, and there was a gentleman in the street. He was not on a sidewalk or anything, and he was walking down the line. I was getting ready to turn, and he was tapping on the window. He wanted some money. And so I just was like, I don't have any money. Went on down the line. He had a little thing around his neck. Anyway, went to Lowe's, came back, was driving back, and I see the gentleman sitting in the dirt, and he had it over his head. Somebody did give him money. A couple cars behind me. Orange vehicle gave him some money. He went and bought his drugs. Fentanyl, I believe, is when they cover their heads and are smoking their fentanyl. Something like this could have helped that person if there was that interaction with law enforcement to be able to say, hey, why don't we get you into a treatment program instead of a fine or incarceration? That sounds pretty good to me, to get that poor man out of his addicted lifestyle. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Lillian Wellman, and I'm a resident here in Las Cruces. The root cause of the ordinance that you've brought up here is the lack of resources and accessible housing. To solve this, we have to ask ourselves, why do people solicit? Why are people panhandling? The solution to this public safety issue that you are so worried about is providing more accessible and affordable housing and healthcare so people don't have to solicit. To solve this public safety issue that you've brought up, you need to decrease the speed limits, increase safety for bike lanes, create accessible, smooth, wide sidewalks for people who are walking, and create a safe place for people to exist in public so that we don't have to worry about the traffic issues that we're bringing up here. There's data that shows the majority of fatalities happen not with people who are soliciting, but with other citizens that are just using the sidewalks, crossing on bicycles. So the solution that you're looking for is not to criminalize solicitation or panhandling or existing in these public spaces. It's to create a safer space for all of your citizens. So I'm asking today that I appeal to your humanity and you serve all of Las Cruces, and I ask that you vote no today. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Gwen Stacy. I'm just a friendly neighborhood advocate, and I'm here to speak against this bill because I feel like the ordinance just doesn't really make sense, and it doesn't really seem to have much of a functional purpose in what it's intending to do. I would say that if it's in the interest of public safety, it doesn't make sense in that regard, because if you actually look at the map of the roadways where the most incidents occur, a lot of those places, such as the intersections of Loman and Amador, where they join in, is a area that by definition has a section that is larger than 3 feet and has some of the most accidents. Another such section is the parts that I can think of on one of the highways leading up to the Teleshore intersection. There is another large area that is also a road that's very prone to accidents. I feel like it's counterintuitive to say, oh, we're going to push people away from the smaller median areas when the large medians exist because they're high traffic, high crash incident areas. So I feel like that's counterintuitive. Another thing that I find counterintuitive is if it's about pedestrian safety or about issues regarding people of solicitation. All it does is push them into neighborhoods. It pushes them towards public parks. So I don't think even a lot of people who are right-wing or conservative would get what they want from this bill either. I feel like it would be alarm bells ringing because the people that might be doing solicitation and panhandling will just be directed towards other public areas, which people would be very uncomfortable seeing this in. I don't see who this bill serves. I don't see its purpose. I don't see how it could ever be a bipartisanly supported bill. So I think you should heavily reconsider a lot of the provisions in it or just repeal it entirely. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mayor, City Council, City staff. My name is Nancy McMillan. I've been a resident of Las Cruces for 35 years, recently retired from the university, and I live in District 2. I encourage you to vote no. I think we all agree clearly that there's a problem with homelessness and poverty in Las Cruces, and we all agree that there aren't enough services. So I ask you to use tax dollars to increase those services. I volunteer at the Community of Hope, and I just want to draw your attention to last year they housed 945 people, and you're thinking, oh, drop in the bucket. But 945 people, that's more than one a day. It's more than two a day. It's one every 9 hours and 9.25 hours. The Community of Hope moves someone from homelessness into stable housing. So let's increase that. Let's increase the services. So let's take the money that would be spent on the shopping cart issues that's coming up next and this issue and move that into increased services because and affordable housing, all those things that we know work. We know that we can help people move from homelessness into stable housing. We have models in Las Cruces and experts in Las Cruces that are making that happen every single day of the year. And so let's really solve this, not just put a Band-Aid on it that might make it look better. Thank you very much.
My name is Joseph Cervantes. I have the pleasure of working with many of you, knowing many of you all. I wanted to take a moment because I know these issues before you are hopefully illustrating to you and everyone in the audience here that the legislature grapples with these issues just as you're grappling with them today. I've heard you say these are good questions. They are good questions. There's a complicated issues. And so any suggestion that we in the legislature, where I serve in the Senate, my colleague Senator Hamlin's here today as well too, that we take these lightly is something you're seeing the full picture of. I hope I can add a little bit of information. Then I want to invite you to my town hall, which will be September the 19th at the Farmer Ranch. We're really going to dig into what the legislation was and why it didn't pass and why the legislature made quick work of this. But some information for you, I hope. In all the years that I've been in the legislature, it's been 24, it's common to say that crime problems are because Santa Fe ties our hands. I think some gentleman said that a little bit. Our hands are tied, or it's Santa Fe's fault. Or you get pulled up to a press conference where the governor says, we need more laws. Let me help you to understand the issue real simply. Because I've seen Las Cruces change. I've been here my whole life. I'm a business owner. We use mano y mano. Thank you, Councilor Bencomo, to make that happen. We have security guards at our Starbucks. We deal with all these crime issues. But let me help illustrate something. There are 2 cities in southern New Mexico that are the safest of the 5 cities in the state of New Mexico. These 2 cities in southern New Mexico have the same state laws that you in Las Cruces do. These 2 cities I'm happy to represent in my district. These 2 cities are Sunland Park and Anthony. Sunland Park and Anthony are 2 of the safest, of the 5 safest cities in the state of New Mexico. They're on the border, so don't be misled by those who tell you that this is a border proximity. Don't let people mislead you that it's a matter of race or ethnicity. It's none of those things. Why is Sunland Park and Anthony safer than Las Cruces, statistically, by far? Ask that question and realize they're operating under the same state laws that everyone else is in the state. There are hard questions and there are easy answers. And of course, I'd love to have much more time. I'm not going to take a position on these bills. That's a difficult decision for you. I just ask you to not create the appearance of doing something, really do something.
Donna Stryker, it's actually August 19th, Senator. No, it's the August 19th. The town hall will be August 19th. My name is Donna Stryker. Today you have an opportunity to show the citizens of Las Cruces what your desires are about the city. I'm hearing a lot about homeless and unhoused, but I think the population of Las Cruces is larger than that population, and it doesn't appear that our desires or our wants matter. It's always about race, color, creed, sex, and the citizens and the business owners don't seem to be heard. A yes vote for the two ordinances will show that you're willing to listen to the majority of the citizens and try something to address the out-of-control crime, the verbal and physical assaults, the homeless and the non-homeless that are perpetrating on innocent citizens. Innocent citizens. That's also an issue. Why aren't innocent citizens besides innocent homeless being considered? I guess I don't count. A no vote will tell the citizens you won't listen to innocent citizens or businesses or private people. Endless stories of property damage, physical assaults, verbal harassment, human waste cleanup, fentanyl cleanup, drug cleanup, needles, and the endless litany of fear to go to a public park alone or with my grandchildren. The state of New Mexico has now been rated by 2 independent polls as the #1 most dangerous state in the United States. What a great stat. How satisfying that we're 50th in education, 46th in drunk driving. Worst state to raise a family. If it's bad, we're #1. If it's good, we're last. When Officer Hernandez was murdered, this council stated they supported the police chief and the police and public safety. And if you really meant that, you will vote yes on these ordinances. And if you vote no, it's obvious you do not mean that, and that Officer Hernandez's tragic death is inconsequential to you. And I'm not saying that.
My name is Mary Martinez-White, and I'm here before you today as a private citizen, not representing any organization I'm affiliated with. I want to start by acknowledging the folks in the audience who say they want safety. Indeed, there is problems out there because of homelessness, because of mental health issues. I also want to acknowledge the police chief who is doing the best that he can with the resources that he has. And we can't rely on our police to solve or jail our way out of this. I want to take a step back and take us back to one of the root causes. How did this get started? Back in 1981, Ronald Reagan stopped federal funding to huge mental health institutions, and he did the right thing because they were frighteningly, horribly inhumane human warehouses. We don't need more big box houses or institutions. I think that this ordinance, while it is not intended to jail folks who are homeless, that's the end result. There are probably 1,500 people in Las Cruces who are the cause of what is called the revolving door cycle of jail to prison to streets back to jail. Many of them have 2 specific issues. Number 1, they have an undiagnosed mental health disorder. Number 2, they're drinking and drugging to self-soothe an undiagnosed mental health disorder. These folks are very treatable. So instead of sending a police officer to the corner, why not send a caseworker to try to get folks into the places where they can actually get help? But the question is, do we have the resources? We do not. While the money stopped back in 1981, we still do not have the resources that we need in order to meet the specific need. Let's stop taking a look at symptoms and let's get down to causes. Thank you kindly.
Good afternoon. My name is in Las Cruces all my life, and I'm a proud member of our multicultural and diverse community. My parents, Gilbert and Mary Lou Bettis, instilled in me a strong sense of community, community service, and the importance of giving a hand up, just as we were once given. Why can't we look at these ordinances as a way to channel people into the services you all are working to implement and those that are already in place? They can work together. This is a start, and we need to start somewhere. And I'm changing up what I wrote, so give me just a second. We shouldn't be afraid to go shopping or to go to work, to recreate in our city, the city I grew up in. I know Councillor Bencomo knows this fear because she experienced it when she got a voicemail threat. There's a large majority of us that see people in crisis. Not everyone sees them as subhuman. I see someone's child out there. That could be my child, and I thank God it's not, because my hands would be tied in getting them any real help. Sorry, I'm shaking. Some of them made choices that put them in their position or through no fault of their own. Some have been put there through prescription drug abuse by their doctor. Some just have mental illness that is beyond their control. No matter the reason, these people need help, and they cannot get that help if we don't do something to get them tied into that help. You work for us, and I'm asking you to work with us. Please pass these ordinances, and let's start working to making Las Cruces beautiful for all of us. Thank you.
Yeah, if you're wishing to speak, start making your way down, please.
Good afternoon, Mayor and City Councilors. My name is Micaela Lara Cadena. Excuse me, I'm navigating some allergies today, and I'm honored to be a state representative in New Mexico's House District 33, showing up in Santa Fe to represent our southern New Mexico values, and specifically the west side of the valley. I didn't expect to speak on this bill today, but I'm mostly here as a listener and a learner. So like you, I can hear what's happening in our community and try to better understand how we approach safety in a holistic way. I did want to just share one comment though. Earlier today in the presentation, it surprised me to hear reference to a bill that I sponsored along with Chief Justice of New Mexico Supreme Court Shannon Bacon, and eventually passed into law. And that bill was to eliminate post-conviction fees in New Mexico. Yes, while we were doing that, and fees are different than fines. Fines are intended to be a punitive punishment for a crime that someone was convicted of, but fees were the stack-on that we used to operate in many ways and woefully fund New Mexico's criminal legal systems and other resources that families needed. So while we were eliminating fees, yes, in fact, we expanded the list of community service options because that's what New Mexicans deserved. But mostly the intent of that bill was to realize, recognize, and acknowledge that these financial barriers placed on people who simply never have or never will the resources to pay them don't make any sense and don't improve public safety for any of us. Among other things, and it hasn't been shared today, if someone ends up in jail, whether or not we like the idea of it, we, as taxpayers generally, are paying to incarcerate someone because they didn't have the money to pay a fine. Something for you to consider.
Mayor, Council, Juan Garcia. Crime in Las Cruces has been rising over the last few years. Citizens, legislators included, know this.
Yeah, we were told we couldn't
No, he hasn't spoke on this subject, on this item. This is his first time here.
I spoke during public comments. Thank you.
It's okay, proceed, Juan.
Mayor, Council, crime in Las Cruces has been rising over the last few years. Citizens, legislators included, know this. We've been here for the last 2 years. But here we are. Speaking as a Hispanic and a product of poverty, poorer than dirt, I worked my way out of it, and I find it very condescending to believe, quote, poor people are incapable of living outside the criminal system. If anyone, white, black, blue, yellow, whatever color you happen to be, is concerned with getting in trouble with the law, think before they act. Remember accountability, responsibility, and consequences. This applies to all of us. And please, don't forget the victims. Thank you.
I'm William Roberts. I have not had any problem with incursions with your homeless or the mentally ill that walk the streets. Where I've had more of a problem is with your professionals. Just right down here the road at Magistrate Court. I've almost clocked Judge Martin, along with a couple of lawyers that he was visiting with, because they were not paying attention. They were just standing there and they just stepped off into the street. I have a problem on University with students. I've almost hit a doctor over here on Tilshore. I was only doing 20. You have a charge to redact a law. This is not against the homeless. Please, let's have some consideration for public safety and driving. I have a perfectly clean record in driving. I've been a CDL holder for 40 years. I've been a pilot. And I think you need to stand up and support our police chief. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor and Council. My name is Kent Simpson. I'm a resident of Las Cruces. I was actually born over in the old Memorial Hospital on Alameda a long time ago. To me, this ordinance is about nothing but public safety. It says nothing to say you can't panhandle. It doesn't say you can't wave a sign proclaiming whatever deity you have is the greatest. It doesn't say, please don't have a car wash and advertise that you're gonna have $5 because it's gonna go to some kid's funeral or for somebody's family member. This is purely about don't do this where it's dangerous. That's it. It's really simple. I encourage this council to vote for this ordinance. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Kevin Cardoza. Speaking on behalf of the Las Cruces Association of Realtors. I can say that I don't envy any of you today, but one thing that I would like to point out is that while we understand that these ordinances do not fix every problem and are not perfect, it is a small step in the right direction. And this is something that not just the real estate industry, but also the citizens have been asking for a very long time. So I would ask that you support this ordinance as well as the following ordinance. Unfortunately, I won't be here when that comes up, but I would really ask you to consider voting in favor of both ordinances. And Police Chief, we want to thank you for your leadership and everything you're doing, and we keep your folks in our thoughts and prayers every day whenever you go out there and try to keep our public safe. Mayor and members of City Council, thank you very much for the leadership you've provided as you navigate this issue, whether you're voting for or against this ordinances. We really appreciate your public service. So once again, we ask you to consider this ordinance and the following ordinance. Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you for allowing me to speak. My name is Lucy Silva. I am a new member of the Las Cruces community. I moved here recently from Albuquerque when I could not find a safe, affordable place to live. I downsized and am paying more to live in a smaller space here. My apartment has been broken into once, and when the landlord put up new security lights, those were also knocked down. I live in a historical district close to downtown. I could have walked here today except for the heat. I have a lot of mixed feelings about this. I am a pedestrian. I like walking along here. In the historical district, the sidewalks are not safe for me. They were built by the WPA. The streets are not safe. When I attended my neighborhood meeting, people complained about four-way stops not being allowed. Would it be possible to have speed bumps in my neighborhood? The drivers are a problem with speeding in the neighborhood. I have personally called the police more than once about what I have considered dangerous things, and then hours later called them again when they have not been resolved. At my neighborhood meeting, I was scared by people in my neighborhood talking about drug houses and that in the neighborhood. I'm not really sure that these possible ordinances are going to bring any of that to a conclusion. Thank you.
Hello, everybody. Council's here. My name is Jerry Silva. I do have a business here in town. I was raised and born here. I love Las Cruces. I do have a heart for the homeless people, anybody in need. There's not one person that goes to the store that asks for food that I don't help. I serve at El Cadito. I try to help any way I can. I do believe this is a start. It might not be perfect, but I do support Chief Story. I think he is awesome. I think he has been working very, very hard, and I do believe that we should give him the best support we possibly can. Is it, you know, you can tell it's very undivided here. I mean, we're divided, excuse me. But we can't please everybody. We have to have a start. Not doing nothing is not going to help. Do I believe, you know, Joanna, you had mentioned $25. That's perfect, or something. Doesn't have to be 500. Can we meet, kind of work together? I mean, like I said, I run a store. I've been doing this since forever, and we always have to, when I bring my managers together, we get together to resolve an issue. We can't be stuck on this issue or stuck on this one. We have to work together. So I do ask you all, please, let's start. Let's give this a try. Thank you very much.
Hello, I'm Lisa Parrott. I'm a resident of District 6. I fully support and trust Chief Story's knowledge, experience, and judgment. It is apparent to me that he cares for all people who call Las Cruces home. The current ordinances enable human trafficking. How much of the money do the people on the street corners actually get to keep? I have personally witnessed 2 incidents of human trafficking. One was a Cadillac Escalade at Walton and Loman intersection, where the hatchback was opened by the driver from Arizona, and the man on the corner reached in to get ice water. The second one was the same intersection, turning onto the Walgreens side. I was waiting for the light to turn, and I saw this service vehicle that had been painted over in front of me, and I was thinking to myself, I wonder how many people can be in there. And sure enough, before the light changed, a man gets out, the service truck pulls on, and then the man makes his way to the street corner. Please give Chief Story the tools he needs to help his department and him help these same poor individuals we are all concerned about. Don't keep these people in their self-destructive state by allowing them to continue the way things are now with no treatment and help. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Council, Chief Story. My name is Lucinda, lifelong residence, or Lucinda Lujan Duran, lifelong residence of Las Cruces. And it saddens me to the core to see what our city has been becoming. 4 years ago, I didn't need to lock my doors. Now I do. Now I have to make sure all my belongings are on the inside because they'll walk off within minutes. I had a whole speech, but I want to tell you a story that I saw last week. I was at Tractor Supply. There was an individual banging on all the windows. The staff came out and kind of pushed him off the lot. He went out towards Sonic Drive-In. I kept looking at it, and at that same time, it was 4 o'clock, was a Mayfield high school student walking home. Little skinny kid with a backpack. That individual followed him to the intersection and was yelling at him, and I could just see that boy, probably 15 years old, terrified. When I left, I had to go to Save Mart. So it was a few minutes later, he was continuing on. I was like, oh, there's that young man. And again, another individual on the side with a shopping cart. You could tell he was completely under the influence of something. He was standing in mud. He was wailing his hands, and he picked up mud and threw it at the boy. My heart broke. I wanted to pull over and put that boy in the car, but I knew I would probably scare him more than anything. So I just kept an eye on him, slowed down, and made sure he got home safely. He lived in the trailer park, a low income, across the street from Save Mart. Who's gonna protect the children? Who are gonna protect the innocent? What would you tell that child?
Okay, ma'am, your 2 minutes are up.
Okay.
Thank you.
I thank you. Please vote yes.
Hi there. My name is Liz Coyle. First thing I have to say is, to be clear, I actually really like the revisions to the ordinance. I think they're very reasonable. They help to pinpoint it a little bit, but I'm not 100% convinced that panhandlers or solicitors of any kind are the safety problem that we're saying they are, I wondered if we know how many of your traffic stats were occurred with a panhandling incident as well. Your traffic report you had earlier? Any of them. Dude, any of them have to do with?
Mayor, Council. And just to be clear, this ordinance doesn't make mention of panhandling or solicitation at all, 21-63. This applies to anybody who's on the areas of the roadway that would be prohibited. But none of the fatalities are directly related to panhandling, but they are related to behavior that would be prohibited by the ordinance.
Thank you very much. And my next thing is that I would, just from my personal experience walking in Las Cruces, no drivers know to stop for pedestrians. So I would say that maybe we should add something about that in there. And the one solicitation I can think of that is a danger is the people who stand out there with the signs to honk at that intersection. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Adam Nyheis, and I've been the person that you want to pass this ordinance against. I have been in the street panhandling, and I have a substance abuse problem. I'm also a United States Marine that is in danger of homelessness and receiving help from Community of Hope. I swore an oath to the Constitution. So did you. So did you. I want you all to remember that. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mayor, City Council. Never actually spoken in front of y'all before, but I'm coming with an experience, and I figured, might as well share it, considering this is a pretty, I guess, important issue to talk about. So, my parents, my name is Rudy Cavazos. My family, we've been here for the last 8 years, and I have my parents are a lot wiser than I am, age-wise, and they have no ailments, thank the Lord, and they like getting out and going shopping and whatnot, and my mom outright refuses just to drive our streets because she almost has hit 2 people who, as we were talking about, stepped off the median in the center of the roadway. So she tells me, she's like, I'm not gonna go to Walmart, for me, and I'm talking about the Walmart on Avenida de Mesilla. We take the route between Motel, Amador, and Valley, usually a lot, and West Picacho. So that's usually where we drive. And I've had experiences of my own. I go to hang out with my friends. My brother lives on the east side of town, and I'm coming home. Doesn't matter what time of day, night, day, I've almost hit 2 people as well, who just happen to be in the middle of the roadway. Perhaps they stepped off the median, either sides, middle or sidewalks. So it's just not, and I'm speaking because it's, like Chief Story said, it's a safety problem. And it's a safety issue for people who are driving, and it's also a safety issue for people who happen to be on the sidewalks or in the medians or in the roadway. So I ask that you highly consider voting yes on this measure and the rest of the measures, as I am a proud resident of Las Cruces, and I really want to see everything stay well and not get any worse, frankly. So thank you.
Hello, my name is Austin Likes. I think that the most compelling idea about these ordinances is public safety, and that seems to be what everybody really cares about, myself included. I just think that the case made for this has not made a case that criminalization of these behaviors is what will lead to increased public safety. I think that it has pointed out a critique of the way that our city is designed in specific places that suggests that, yeah, change is needed, and I think we all agree that change is needed, but there are some things that are worse than doing nothing, and things like this that are not evidence-backed, things like this that will result in more interactions between police and folks that are just the most vulnerable in our community. It will continue to increasingly make them more vulnerable, as we've seen again and again. So while I think many of us would advocate for making medians like the one that's shown up on screen safer, I don't think it makes sense to do this type of thing. So the case for safety has not been made to be addressed through these kind of criminalization efforts. So that doesn't make any sense to me. I think we keep hearing that call for safety. We can get behind that without getting behind this kind of criminalization that doesn't serve the broader community in the way that more safety would serve the broader community, but instead just kind of targets the most vulnerable people in our community. So instead, I would urge everybody to please redirect our efforts towards making the community more walkable, more safe for pedestrians, instead of targeting those vulnerable population. Thank you.
My name is Staff Sergeant Dorby White. Let me get my bearing. I know
Ma'am,
my legs are already clapping.
Yeah. Could you state your name and then speak directly into the
Doreen
microphone?
White.
So we can hear you. Thanks.
Okay. There's a lot of things I want to say. Grissom is trying to get something that every time they approach a veteran, she stamps stupid on them. When you go to a VA clinic, no matter whether you have a mental health problem or not, they encourage you to go see a psychologist or psychiatrist. So you're stamped with those visits. Now, I've been on foot in the Cruces all the way from Almagro to El Paso, and I've never, and on driving, a negative encounter with a homeless person. And I'm reluctant to stand back and have you automatically assume that they have drug issues, mental health issues, because that's not fair. And some of these people, like, I'll give you an example. I make $63,000 a year, and I've been evicted 3 times. I had my stuff thrown in the trash, and while I'm up here trying to protect my rights, they're violating them. There's an education barrier with the court system, and there's a guy named Story. He made the Constitution of the United States legible. So anybody that lived here as a citizen or a victim of a crime in the United States could read that and understand that and get the education they need to pursue. So these evictions, it's like this. I lost so much stuff, and sometimes these people, and anyone in this audience, at a blink, their life could change like that. Medical, education, job loss. And as far as the pedestrians, it's the driver's responsibility to yield to a pedestrian. And I sit at the bus stations, and these people go 90 miles an hour.
Your time is up. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, City Manager, distinguished chiefs and counselors. My name is Tanika Sosa Gonzalez, and I am a behavioral health nurse here in Las Cruces. I wasn't going to speak today because I really don't think that, originally I didn't think I had anything of influence to add or anything of importance to add. But I will share that as part of my career as a board-certified psychiatric nurse, in 2012 I had the privilege of being the first nurse in the detention center under the Bravo settlement. So this concept is not foreign to me, and the people behind the concept are not foreign to me either. I also come from a family of law enforcement officers. And so I feel this discussion very deeply. And I also significantly understand, having worked in the system and continuing to work with people who are systems involved, the consequences that occur with each touch of the criminal justice system. I think the thing that is the most important to me today to elevate is it's very hurtful to me as a Hispanic and Indigenous woman to hear people that are in my community say that that race is not a factor, that poverty is not a factor, that gender is not a factor, because the reality is, and the data proves, that it is a factor. It's real. And whether or not we choose to sit and feel structural injustice does not make it disappear. And so we have to talk about it, because no matter what you decide today, there are going to be unintended consequences. And that is what I think, as a care provider, as a mother, as a Hispanic Indigenous woman, that is what I am steeling myself for, is whatever those consequences will be. And I want for you to consider that, and I want for at every intersection, when you hear that it doesn't exist, to ready yourself with facts and truth so that you know that it does, because we cannot have this dialogue without talking about deeply rooted injustice and the true colonial system that we are existing in.
Yeah.
Thank you.
My name is Fred Huff. I've heard a lot today about inhumaneness of these ordinances. To me, the inhumaneness, or being inhumane, is doing nothing and allowing these people to continue to spiral down the hole of mental illness and drug abuse and such like that. As you all well know, I live over by Burn Lake, and I see this day in and day out of what these people are doing and the suffering that they go through. I'm also going to tell you another story. The night of the electric light parade, we were up at the Albertsons parking lot up on North Main, and we saw this lady. Boy, she looked pathetic. She was pushing a grocery cart and looked like all of her earthly belongings in it, pushing around, basically soliciting throughout the parking lot. And since we were hanging out there for a while, just kind of watched her. Well, it came quitting time. She pushed a cart over to a nicer SUV than I own. Nice Texas plates, beautiful SUV. Unloaded all of her belongings into that nice SUV, Texas plates I mentioned, gets in, drives off. Another lady did the same thing. So I'm not convinced all solicitation is people that are really homeless and in need of this. I also, I support this ordinance, and I hope you all vote for it. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Honorable Mayor and Council, I'm going to rip through this since we've got 2 minutes. My name is Carrie Hamblin, and I come to you today in my capacity as State Senator for District 38. I'm here today to ask you to reconsider the ordinances before you. And before I get into the reasons why I'm asking you to reconsider, I do want to commend the Las Cruces Police Department for the 14 arrests over a week ago where officers from New Mexico State Police and LCPD conducted a retail theft operation. I feel this was an effective use of taxpayer money to address the issues that the 3 ordinances that are before you today are an attempt to address. But what is before you today is really an effort to go for the low-hanging fruit instead of the real criminals that the coordinated plan I just mentioned effectively caught. It's easy for those of us who have homes, have jobs, aren't hiding from a violent spouse or a partner, aren't dealing with debilitating mental illness or addiction issues, aren't disabled and unable to work, or even have that one catastrophic event that can lead any one of us to lose our homes and have no other option but to struggle on the streets. If we haven't experienced any of that, it's easy for folks to say that people need to just pick themselves up by the bootstraps and just get to work. I'd like my taxes to go to effectively arresting the drug dealer that lives down my street, one who has been charged with several crimes, and when it took LCPD 3 different attempts to arrest him, when they finally found him home, he was out on the streets the next day. I'd like my taxes to go to catching the actual criminals who broke into a locally owned business, one that provided the police with clear photos of the guys who broke into their building, and as well as ongoing location information of the GPS data from stolen Apple headphones. The business owners waited 2.5 hours for officers to arrive, but finally gave up and went home. It took 3 weeks for a detective to call these business people back. I would rather my taxes go to real police work, like the arrest of the 12-year-old and the 15-year-old who stole 30 guns from a local gun store. Several of those weapons were found in their home. Those are the crimes that are tarnishing our city and are frustrating our business owners. I encourage you to focus more on real solutions and not trying to hide the homeless, because that is what this is doing. This is trying to erase those communities. And my colleague, Senator Cervantes and Representative Lara Cadena, there were legitimate reasons why we decided to vote against that. It's because they were illegal and irresponsible. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, councilors. First, I want to say that today is National Community. Oh, my name is Pamela Angel. I'm the CEO of Amador Health Center. And I would just want to do a shout out to my outreach workers. This week is National Community Health Center Week. And today they were out and they're doing outreach with our mobile unit in the streets of Las Cruces. Maribel Vasquez is a certified medical assistant and a certified community health worker. Maritza Mejia is a bachelor's social worker and also a certified health worker. What I want to say briefly, because I think I will speak again tonight, is that there are a lot of laws already on the books that aren't being enforced. I spoke at the public summit last winter that Chief Story led, and thank you for your work. And at that summit, he showed statistics that showed people arrested 10, 20, 40, 50 times over and over again. People are not facing the consequences for their actions for the laws that are on the books. Laws like public urination, assault, vandalism, battery, etc. So that's, like Senator Hamlin said, that's where the focus should be. Also, I'd like to state that it's been wonderful to be able to receive funding to expand our facilities. Thank you, Senator Hamlin, Senator Cervantes, Representative Lara Cadena. However, there's no funding for services. We, as an agency that serves people with mental illness and also substance use, and on the campus of Mesilla Valley Community of Hope, we get almost no city dollars for services. We can build buildings, but then to staff them is very difficult. Thank you.
Thank you, City Councilors and Mayor. I'm Sarah Smith. Thank you for your service. These long meetings are brutal. Please vote yes on these ordinances. And to the legislators who are here today, I really wish you had engaged in the special session when you had a chance to push for changes to some of those laws that you're complaining about right now. I know I'm not the only mother who has been followed in parking lots by people demanding money from me and my children. It's gotten to the point where I won't even go to certain stores at night anymore because I fear for our safety. As far as the pedestrian safety ordinance, as described by Chief Story, we have seen a large increase in pedestrian fatalities in Las Cruces in the last few years, and the state of New Mexico has the highest rate of pedestrian fatalities in the nation. Santa Fe and Albuquerque have already passed similar ordinances recently. Although the ACLU is here trying to say that this ordinance violates the First Amendment, that argument has already been tried and failed in the case Evans versus Sandy City in Utah. That ordinance was similar to ours, and the court ruled in favor of the city to uphold the ordinance. The Supreme Court of the United States denied the petition to review that ruling. Just this weekend, I witnessed a woman standing on the median at Solano and Maine. She was drugged out to the point that she looked like she could barely stand. That median is narrow. The intersection is very busy. She had her dog with her. It was a very dangerous situation for her that could easily have resulted in her or her dog being run over. This ordinance is a common sense measure to protect people, all the people of Las Cruces and prevent fatalities. Please vote yes. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Vicky Bello. I live in District 1. I oppose this ordinance. By 2015, at ages 79 and 80, my grandparents had run out of money. They had Social Security, but it wasn't enough to keep a roof over their head. My grandfather was too proud to take up my uncle's offer to live with him and didn't take me up on my offer to live with me. They both worked their whole lives, except to trade off to raise their kids, and so somebody was home to raise my brother and sister and I. And then May 26, 2020, just a few weeks after becoming housed again, my grandfather died of COVID. The talk in this room today has been really ugly and really hurtful and makes broad generalizations about a very large, diverse community of folks who end up in circumstances for very different reasons. And there's no like good story or bad story or like this person deserves respect, that person deserves respect. They're all people. It's been brought up several times. They're all people just like us. We all deserve the same amount of safety. This is just one story out of hundreds in our city, and the policies that the Mayor Enriquez and Chief Story are supporting are some of the worst that the policy has to offer. These policies serve only to abandon our relatives and neighbors to the violence of policing and jailing. I've heard a lot of talk about safety. None of these ordinances are about safety. This is about criminalization only. The ordinances have been called holistic. They're not holistic. They've been called something new. We got to try something new. Locking up people we don't understand and we don't want to see, we don't want to look at, and we don't want to do the real work to support and love and respect, that's an old and lazy and dangerous policy. Prioritizing the comfort of the privileged over the collective well-being and community care has never been the answer. I ask you to oppose these ordinances today. Thank you.
Okay, that seems like all the public comments. Council, Christine?
This is on the motion to approve ordinance 3078. Councilor McClure?
Yes.
Councilor Matisse?
Yes.
Councilor Graham?
Yes.
Councilor Cran?
No.
Councilor Flores?
No.
Councilor Bencomo?
No.
Mayor?
Yes.
Motion passes.
Next on the agenda is item 8.6, Council Bill number 25-008, ordinance number 3079.
So move.
Second, Graham.
Go ahead, Chief.
Mayor, Council, Chairman Story, Police Chief. I wish I could say this is going to be shorter than the last one, but this one is longer than the last one. So we'll do our best to present it thoroughly without dragging it out any longer than it needs to be. This presentation is about the shopping cart containment and retrieval ordinance. Now, this is a new ordinance. However, it's only new for us. It's not something where we're reinventing the wheel. I'm not that creative. This is something that exists in over 100 other municipalities throughout the country. And there's also a state statute in Arizona that is very similar to how our ordinance is drafted. And just for reference, a list of other municipalities that already have an existing ordinance. About 40 of the 100 cities listed in this ordinance are in California, although there's cities throughout the country that are on this list. At this time, I'll have the city manager come up and go through the ordinance itself, and then I'll be talking about implementation if the ordinance did pass.
Chief gave me a promotion. That's all right. So Brad Douglas from Legal. I'll go through the text of this proposed ordinance. So the shopping cart containment and retrieval ordinance, which would go in Chapter 8, of our Las Cruces Municipal Code if passed. And so this article would apply to every business in the city of Las Cruces that provides shopping carts for customer use on its premises, and also any person who removes or who is in possession of or who has abandoned an off-site shopping cart. So the goal behind this ordinance is to be two-pronged, to hold those accountable who remove shopping carts off premises, but also, very importantly, I think, to hold businesses accountable when their carts end up off premises. And so going through some of the proposed definitions from section 1848, administrator means the director of community development or their designee. Business owner or owner means one or more persons doing business on behalf thereof. I'm not going to read this word for word, but and an off-site shopping cart means a shopping cart that has been removed from the premises where it's used for shopping purposes. Premises would mean the entire area owned or under control of the business owner, including the parking area, and for businesses in a shopping center or other development where common areas serve more than one business, that common area shared by those businesses. Shopping cart, defined as a basket or similar device which is mounted on wheels and generally owned and used as part of a retail establishment and used by a customer for transporting goods within the retail establishment's bounds or within the premises. Shopping cart plan. So the shopping cart plan, which we'll discuss in a little more detail here in a second, would be something that would apply to the businesses affected by this. It means a document submitted to the city by the business owner. And we'll talk more about that in just a second. So proposed section 1849, prohibitions applicable to business owners. It shall be unlawful and a violation of this article for a business owner to fail to affix an identifying sign or an engraved marker to each shopping cart, fail to submit a shopping cart plan or request for exemption in conformance with subsection 5B of this proposed code, or to fail to comply with a shopping cart plan approved by the city. And again, the administrator of community development or their designee would be the administrator. So it would also be unlawful to allow or authorize a shopping cart to be removed from the premises, except to allow for those carts to be serviced or repaired by a qualified and licensed company off-site. It would also be unlawful to remove, disable, or otherwise render ineffective restraints designed to prevent removal of those shopping carts. All right, Holy Wall of Text, section 1849. An owner who violates this article or any provision of the owner's approved shopping cart plan, or an owner of real property who allows off-site shopping carts to remain on real property, shall be subject to the following enforcement procedures: revocation of an exemption granted under subsection 5 of this code. In addition, the requirement that the owner would abide by the conditions of a new shopping cart plan with terms to be dictated by the administrator. C, imposition of a fine of not less than $100, nor more than $500 for a first violation. A fine of not less than $200, nor more than $500 for a second violation within a 365-day period, and a mandatory $500 fine for each additional violation within that 365-day period. Please keep in mind, these provisions would apply to business owners. Subsection D, procedures for abatement of a nuisance under sections 18.5 and 18.7 of the municipal code. Paragraph E, civil action for enforcement, including to abate a public nuisance by injunctive relief or any other court order, and then also possibly proceedings for revocation of a use or site development permit if applicable. So these would be the potential penalties for a business owner who violates. These enforcement procedures and penalties are cumulative with one another and any other remedy available at law or in equity and are not mutually exclusive. Any one or more of them may apply and may be used or charged in response to a single violation of this article. At the discretion of the sentencing judge, any person convicted under this article may perform community service in lieu of any fine imposed. Other prohibitions. It's unlawful, or it shall be unlawful in a violation of this article for any person to remove a shopping cart from the retail premises where it is used for shopping purposes, or to possess an off-site shopping cart not subject to an exemption or exception identified in this article, or to abandon an off-site shopping cart. Would also be unlawful to alter, convert, or tamper with a shopping cart or remove any part or portion thereof, or to remove, obliterate, or alter an identifying sign, mark, or serial numbers on a shopping cart. And then, of course, exceptions. Carts may be removed from the premises for the purpose of maintenance, repair, or any other service with the written permission of the owner or their designee. Shopping carts may also temporarily be removed from the premises with the permission of the owner or their designee for the purpose of transporting goods to any public mode of conveyance, so long as the cart is immediately retrieved by an employee of the business. So if someone were, let's say, shopping at Walmart, for example, and they needed that shopping cart to transport their goods to the bus stop, that would be totally allowable. However, an employee would need to retrieve that cart. So the enforcement of this would be a petty misdemeanor under the authority of the Las Cruces Municipal Code. A person who violates this provision shall be guilty of a petty misdemeanor. In lieu of any jail time and/or fine, the sentencing judge may order that the person perform community service, which by definition includes but is not limited to counseling and/or treatment for substance use disorders and/or mental health treatment, if recommended. And of course, that person would have access to our navigators. This hypothetical person would have access to our navigators at the Las Cruces Municipal Court. Shopping cart identification signs. The business owner shall have a sign permanently affixed to each cart in a prominent and clearly visible location. The sign and/or engraved marker shall include all of the following information. A, the identity of the owner of the cart or the business or both. B, the valid address and phone number of the business for returning the cart to the owner or business. C, if the business has more than one location within the city, an identifying store number. And D, notice to the public that the unauthorized removal of the cart from the premises or the unauthorized possession of the cart is a violation of the Las Cruces Municipal Code. So these would be requirements for business owners. The shopping cart plan. So proposed section 1851. A, each owner of a business shall effectively implement a shopping cart plan in accordance with this article. Each shopping cart plan shall be conspicuously posted at the place of business. B, exemptions. A business owner is exempt from this article for 2 years at a time if the owner submits an exemption request and meets all of the following requirements. That business owner would have to show that there are effective restraints that prohibit any carts from exiting the premises or from operating off the premises. Examples of such effective restraints include, but are not limited to, poles attached to carts to keep them from passing a certain point, electronic wheel locks on all carts which prevent wheels from rolling past the perimeter, physical constraints such as bollards, or continuous use of courtesy clerks to accompany customers and to return the carts to the store. And also, the business would be required to secure all shopping carts during the hours the business is closed by storing the carts inside or locking them outside on the condition that the carts be immobilized if they're stored outside or secured in some other manner that the carts are not accessible to the public. Shopping cart plan would have to include the name, address, and telephone number of the business owner, and name and telephone number of the on-site manager, the number of on-site shopping carts, and a description of how the business owner intends to comply with the requirements for sign identification. Businesses would be required to provide a description of the customer education process by which the owner would inform customers that the removal or off-site possession or abandonment of carts is a violation of says state law. It should really say this, the municipal code in this article. Loss prevention, description of the measures that the business owner will implement to prevent the removal of shopping carts from the premises. These measures may include any of those listed in subsection B of this section or use of any security personnel to prevent removal. security deposit for the use of a cart, or other measures demonstrated to be effective and approved by the city. Cart retrieval. A plan for mandatory retrieval of off-site shopping carts occurring at least once a week and within 3 business days of notice from the city under subsection A of this code. Cart retrieval may be done by the business owner, employees, or agents of the business, or a cart retrieval service contracted for by the business owner or a combination of owners at owner expense. A business owner shall not be required to retrieve an off-site shopping cart in the immediate possession of any person. As a matter of fact, we would encourage them not to do that. Implementation, still on the shopping cart plan. The plan shall describe the measures that the owner will take to prevent the removal of the shopping carts from the premises, to retrieve off-site shopping carts on at least a weekly basis, and to modify these measures should they result in circumstances that would justify revocation of the plan. Administrator review. Once again, the administrator would be the Director of Community Development or their designee. Within 30 days of the submission of a shopping cart plan, the administrator shall either approve or deny the plan or request additional information needed to render a decision. If a plan is denied as being incomplete or inadequate, or if additional information is needed, the administrator shall notify the owner in writing. The owner would then have 30 days from the date of the receipt to submit the additional information or to submit a complete and adequate plan. The administrator may deny a proposed plan on any of the following grounds. If the plan were to fail to include information required under the article or fail to adequately address the required elements, if the plan failed to meet the standards contained in subsection C5 of the section to prevent the removal of the carts, or if implementation of the plan would violate any state, local, or federal laws. Also, if the owner were to knowingly make a false statement and/or omit material facts from the plan or any amendment thereto. Plan modification. The owner could, if they wanted, submit a proposed plan modification to any previously approved shopping cart plan to address a material change in circumstances or to modify ineffective provisions. The administrator shall then review and consider the requested modification in the same manner set forth in subsection D. Every 2 years, a business owner would have to renew an exemption or a previously approved shopping cart plan without modification if no more than 6 of the owner's shopping carts have been found off-site within the preceding 90 days. The owner shall submit a written application for renewal by July 1 of the year of renewal, together with the owner's sworn statement that no more than 6 of the business's shopping carts were found off-site in the preceding 90-day period. The administrator could revoke a plan approved under subsection D of this section, deny a renewal request under subsection F of this section, or revoke an exemption granted under subsection B if any shopping cart belonging to the business had been found off-site on 7 or more occasions within a 90-day period, or if the owner has failed to comply with any other provision of this article, or if the owner, again, knowingly made a false statement or failed to disclose material facts in an application. Denial or revocation. No such plan shall be revoked until the Community Development Department Director or their designee notifies the business owner in writing that the revocation is pending and will become final in 30 days, unless the revocation is stayed by filing a request for a hearing with the Community Development Department to appeal the decision. And of course, then this City Council would act as the board for hearing such appeals. Okay, I'll turn it over to Chief Story.
I'm sorry, Brad, at least it was a promotion, not a demotion. Mayor, Council, I want to spend a little bit of time in talking about what implementation would look like if the ordinance did pass. And so we'll start with a 60-day period for businesses to kind of get their shopping cart plans together, submit those to community development for review, and then an additional 30 days for community development to review that plan once they receive it. At the same time that's occurring, a 60-day period would occur for education, where our officers and community advocates would go out into the community and talk to people, educate them about the new ordinance, and give them a specific date when enforcement would start. We also would work with communications at the city to put that information out through every available means. After the 60-day period, voluntary compliance is still the goal, and that is true for many of the things that we enforce. Enforcement, when done, will be conducted using a well-resourced and well-designed operation, and I'll talk more about that in a second. I want to spend just a minute talking about enforcement in general, because I do hear a lot of misconceptions about what enforcement looks like. Our officers, we deal with this day in and day out, so we're not talking about this conceptually. This is the reality of what happens in Doña Ana County. With very few exceptions, people do not go to jail for nonviolent misdemeanors, one of those exceptions being DWI. So generally, enforcement is done through a criminal citation or a criminal summons, in this case, into municipal court. Unless the person has an arrest warrant or they commit some other crime that's an arrestable offense, that person is not going to jail for a violation of this ordinance. And this is also an important note, is that patrol officers are not going to be able to stop and interact or deal with every person that has a shopping cart. That's unrealistic, and I just want that expectation set up front. It has to be done with well-resourced and a holistic operation that kind of addresses a lot of the concerns all at once. So what would that operation look like? Operations will be designed to be thoughtful and holistic, so we will partner with our community outreach officers, codes enforcement, our community advocates, and hopefully with our community partners, including Community of Hope Outreach if it passes, but also La Clinica de Familia, Amador Health Clinic, Peak Behavioral Health, similar to the outreach project we did on Boccaccio about a month ago, so that as we go and do these projects, we have the ability to offer specific resources to the people based on their individual needs. We also plan on providing alternate items to carry their essential property. I get that no matter what happens, the hardest part of this is what do you do at that point when you're dealing with someone with a shopping cart, especially if it's full of belongings and we're not talking about full of a trash bag with objective trash in it. So what do we do at that point? And so we would provide some mechanism, and I have some thoughts obviously that I can expand on, to carry that property, and then offer to keep any of the property they cannot carry for safekeeping up to 90 days, of course, free of charge. An important note is that a lot of times the property we see is not necessarily things they need to live day to day, but it's obviously things that are important to them that they don't want lost or stolen, and they have no other mechanism to store it, so they have to carry it with them everywhere they go. Reporting on operations. I commit that if the ordinance passes in 6 months or 6 months after implementation, I will report on any operations that are conducted and any enforcement action that's taken to City Council, obviously in a public forum, so that that's put out there. It was noted already by our city attorney, Mr. Douglas. The municipal court program is already trying to keep track of data, so when they come back and present, they can give us some information about the SOS program. I want to talk about additional property storage solutions, which I think are an important component of this ordinance. This is a shipping container, what we call a Connex box, it's a 40-foot shipping container. This could be a mechanism to offer long-term storage to people who don't have any other option than to carry all their stuff with them all the time. So what does that look like? On the inside of the shipping container, you line it with shelving. You have bins that are obviously numbered so that you have accountability and can track that property. How long it's stored for ultimately is going to be the decision of whoever is the person administering this program, whether it's 90 days, 180 days. The goal would be to store that property, and in the time it's stored, hopefully that person finds housing, and then they can come back and retrieve that property and not have to worry about it again. Couple options. One option would be to find a way to put it at the Community of Hope campus. That's where all the services are, and so it pulls the people to where the services are. I get that there's logistical challenges with that, and I've talked to Ms. Martinez, and I know that's not an easy thing to do. But ultimately, if it's not possible, if we cannot do it logistically at the Community of Hope, we will find an alternate location for the City of Las Cruces to have this service available. And this was already mentioned, but I just want to kind of highlight again the SOS program, because so far, although it's very early, there's a lot of positivity coming out of this program. And data is limited, but there's already been some success stories in such a short amount of time. People that we were citing 2 to 3 times a week for things like shoplifting that have only had one cite in the last month. And it's only been a month that the program's really been up and running. It's an important reminder too that as a condition of a deferred sentence or probation, people are ordered to do an assessment. Based on the assessment, they determine what are the best resources or treatment for that person. This is kind of general information about municipal court and the process of how it works. All defendants who cannot afford fines, and a lot of this has been mentioned, have the option of asking the judge to perform community service in lieu of paying the fines. And that's something that municipal court has been actively pursuing and trying to make sure that people are aware of and use it as an option. It's also important to note that community service by definition now, state level can be treatment for substance abuse or substance use disorder or mental illness. A deferred sentence results in a dismissal if the conditions are met. Most of the time what's happening in municipal court, whether it's the officer or the city attorneys dealing with it, they offer a deferred sentence to the defendant. And basically what that says is if you meet these conditions at the end of it, that charge is dismissed and shows as a dismissal, not a conviction. That conviction goes away. And so using that opportunity to then make one of those conditions an assessment and treatment. And another thing I think that will help just across the board, not just with this ordinance or the previous one, is that the city attorney's office very soon, hopefully within the next 30 to 60 days, will be taking over all criminal cases and prosecuting them instead of the officer. There's a number of reasons why that's better, but one of them is that it guarantees a uniform response so that whatever the strategy is of the city and what we're trying to accomplish, we make sure that that's happening for every person who's involved in this program. And ultimately, if enforcement action is taken, it can be a pipeline to positive change. We see very often that the people who need help the most are the least likely to get help. That's what our officers see day in and day out. There may not be enough resources in Doña Ana County, but when I talk to a lot of our providers, all of them, I won't name them, none of them tell me they have zero capacity. Our ACT teams, there's 3 ACT teams in Doña Ana County, none of them are at capacity. So there may not be enough resources for what we would like and what we need, but there is some capacity that's already there for programs like this. This is a really important point I want to note. I mentioned 100 other municipalities that have an ordinance. Ours is the only one that puts it in the ordinance that the preference is for treatment and not fines or jail time. All the rest just leave it as a misdemeanor or their equivalent of a petty misdemeanor and note whatever the fines and jail time are that are associated with it. Ours specifically lays it out. Of course, the judges still have discretion, so we can't necessarily take that away from them, but it's spelled out right in front of them. Every judge, whether it's these judges or 5 years from now, this is the preference in the ordinance. I want to briefly just go back to what is the purpose of the ordinance. And I had slides with many photos that I've been sent. I took those out and we chose not to show that. I think we did that at the work session. We talked about it in other forums and other places. So I'm just going to highlight a few things some that I've already said, some that I haven't. But there's a number of reasons why this ordinance is important. And all of them are valid. One is that it does create a public health and public safety issue within our city. And we're seeing that grow. From the time this was presented to me by our community outreach officers over a year ago to now, that issue has grown in our city. We see blight, and it's ultimately become a public nuisance. And another point, which is important, is that it makes a bad situation in our city appear worse, and perception does matter. And when we're trying to get real change to happen, when either side's perception is off from reality, it's very difficult to make good decisions. And so when people see things like I'm going to show you just briefly, their thought is that there's 5, 10, 15 people that have an encampment, and the reality is it's one person. And that perception being off is not helpful to anybody. The most important point for me is that theft is a crime, and that's not something we gloss over. As soon as we justify and excuse any crime, we compromise the entire system. If theft is okay because of somebody's housing status or for any other reason, then why is shoplifting not okay? And if shoplifting is okay, why are other crimes down the line not okay? And logically, the end is that all crime is permissible as soon as we excuse any crime. There are several businesses with very few carts. That's happened, although that seems like a minor inconvenience. Of course, depends on the person's physical capabilities, whether not having a cart is that big of a deal. Another thing that we have seen is businesses are spending thousands and thousands of dollars a month to replace carts. The customer ultimately pays for that. And of course, the customers who have the least suffer the most from increased prices from spending all that money replacing carts. Shopping carts full of stuff limit the mobility of those who need services and their access to them. I'll show the video, but that's an important point. That doesn't affect every person who has a shopping cart, but it affects many people who have shopping carts. They have 4, 5, 10, 14 carts full of stuff that is very important to them, even if it's objectively trash, and they're not willing to walk a mile or 2 miles to where the services are because they can't leave that stuff. It becomes an anchor. And of course, shopping carts full of trash and debris do create a public health challenge. So as an example, obviously this is a public health challenge to anyone who's around this cart, but also the public at large. So how bad is the problem? I've shown this before. On the left is the amount of resources it took to clean this up. This is a combination of our community outreach officers, some city workers, and mano a mano, which has been a fantastic program. And that's the other side of this, to look at our successes, and I agree 100% that mano a mano has been great for everybody. This is a video of one person in the carts that they had. And I'll just tell you, there's 14 carts there. Most of them are full of what would be objectively trash. Now, to this person, of course, it's not necessarily trash. It's just an extension of the mental illness that they're suffering from that's untreated, and or their substance use. But it ultimately becomes an anchor where they can't get to the services they need. This one example highlights basically all the points I made before about why this ordinance is important, all in one person. Now, this was probably about a year ago now, and I just want to highlight this. This is the same person about 2 weeks ago. They still have not gotten help. They're still dealing with the same issues that they were dealing with over a year ago, and we still have the same problems with the public health issues it presents, the perception issues. When someone walks by this and sees this, they don't think it's one person suffering from mental illness. They see this as a bigger problem than just one person. This is the same person as well, 2 weeks ago. I'm coming to the end, I promise. I just want to highlight a couple things about what the community as a whole is seeing. I think we get stuck in our silos a little bit. We hear our echo chambers. I just want to put out some objective information that we've collected in the past month and a half. In 2019, right after peak, we put out a public safety survey, and a company administered that survey. We got those results, and we just repeated that survey within the last few months, word for word, every question, identical survey. And we'll release all the results soon, but I want to highlight just a few comparisons. This question is, please rate how important, if at all, you think it is for the Las Cruces community to focus on the overall feeling of safety in Las Cruces in the coming 2 years. In 2019, 85% people said it's very important to focus on the overall feeling of safety the next 2 years. In 2024, 93% said it's very important. This question was, please indicate whether or not you have experienced the following in the last 12 months. The first one will go through the yellow bar, reported a crime to the police in Las Cruces in the last 12 months. In 2019, 83% had reported a crime in the last 12 months. In 2024, 90% had reported a crime in the last 12 months. The next question is, household member was a victim of crime in Las Cruces in the last 12 months. In 2019, 36% had a household member who was a victim of crime within the last year. In 2024, it was 45%. A few other comparisons. This question was, in the last 12 months, how many conversations have you had with your neighbors about neighborhood safety? And I'll highlight the extremes. In 2019, 40% said none. In 2024, only 20% said none. On the other end, in 2019, 3.1% had more than 12 conversations within a year with their neighbors about safety. In 2024, 20% had 12 or more conversations with their neighbors about safety. The last one from this survey is, how many interactions did you have with police officers during the past year? Again, I'll just highlight the extremes. In 2019, 45% had no interactions. In 2024, 25% had no interactions. In 2019, 2.2% had 10 or more interactions in a year. In 2024, 5% had 10 or more interactions in a year. And if you look at every category other than 0 in 2024, it has increased. The final thing is our Power Engage survey. This is part of our customer service text-based software. So when people call for any number of reasons, found property, stolen vehicle, burglary, they get a survey at the end. It asks them to rate how well the officer did, give comments, and then we ask, do you support the updates for the City of Las Cruces ordinances, which is all of them that we just went over, including this one. There's 315 responses, 90% said yes, 10% said no. Again, I think it's important to set realistic expectations regardless of where you fall on this issue. No matter what happens, you are still going to see people with carts. Officers are not going to be able to stop and deal with every person who has a cart. We have to have the resources in place. We have to have the time to deal with it appropriately. We can't just stop, dump out their items, cite them, and move on. That's not what's going to occur. This is about taking a problem and making it better, making it manageable with both sides, the business side and the other side. Some final thoughts. Again, we are dealing with something that is criminal theft. We are dealing with something that causes public safety and public health challenges and problems. And ultimately, this ordinance can be something that connects people to treatment, even when it's not something they want to choose on their own. With that, we'll stand for questions.
Thank you, Chief. Thank you, Chief. Councilor Flores.
Thank you. Thank you, Chief Story. Somewhere along the line, either my brain fell asleep or my eyes closed. I didn't see the transition from the corporate liability or responsibility and the person who has a shopping cart. Do you know exactly where that, when you transitioned the responsibility for the owner? Not the subsequent owner, but the...
Mayor, Councilor Flores, you're talking about in the ordinance itself? Mm-hmm. So it's from one of the others, so I'll try to hit it. Hopefully I can see what you're trying to find. A lot of this is centered around the business because there's a lot of requirements for what they have to submit, what they have to abide by. So these are the prohibitions that are applicable to the business owners right here. Mm-hmm. And then it talks about enforcement specific to the business owners. Mm-hmm. That's also for the businesses. And then it goes to other prohibitions, and this would apply to any person in the city. And then it talks about some exceptions and then enforcement specific to the other prohibitions.
Well, it seems to me that the business owner should be the one that maybe has to register with the city, Walmart, Target, Albertsons, these big corporations that have beaucoup money, a lot of money and a lot of resources. It seems to me that it should be mandated that they have it. And if not, they have taken the precautions that were listed in terms of, chaining it, having the pole go up, and you can't take anything out, and definitely tagging their carts. I don't understand how, if they're doing that, how anyone could then take the carts. Some of these carts sometimes just roll off and they're down the street. I mean, I think we've all seen that. And that creates a hazard, especially on Loman, but because it's so hilly and stuff. But so my question is, I still stand by my assessment that, yes, it is theft, but it's almost, in order to commit a crime, you have to have the mental capacity to make that decision. And if someone has mental health issues, it's going to be very hard for anyone in that position where you don't have a home, you don't have anything except maybe, whatever, stuff that you put in a cart, whatever, that alone would negate the necessary steps to make a decision, to make it intentional. So theft does require an intentional act. So if people are so desperate and so demented, and I don't mean that in a critical manner, just objectively, how can we criminalize that? And I think the onus, this ordinance should be entirely, the owner should be entirely on the business owner, and they should all tag their carts, and and just keep them somehow in their property at the end of business. The chaining, the whatever, putting them inside the store. So I think that it would be a good ordinance, but it's really hard for me to criminalize someone who is down and out. I mean, imagine. I can't imagine being out in the street and the only thing I have is crap that I find literally and figuratively that I put in a shopping cart and feel that that's, you know, that's the extent of my home, you know, your little movable home. So, but I do appreciate the effort. I think that it's written very well, but I still go against I still believe that someone who lives that way isn't mentally capable of making a decision, I'm going to take this, as opposed to, you know, like big theft that big businesses commit, you know, and I won't go into details, but those are my comments, and thank you, Chief, and thank you, Mr. Douglas.
Councilor Graham.
Thank you so much. Not a question, Chief, if you want to relax, just a comment. I wanted to wait to just kind of share my thoughts in between the two ordinances, because I think what I'm going to say speaks to the spirit of my decision on both of them. And that's that I do not see this as an either-or situation. I've only been in this seat for 2.5 years, but in that time, I have very consistently supported what we're posing as root cause solutions. That's affordable housing, voted on some of that earlier today. That's continuing to support our incredible community partners who are offering those services and resources. Community of Hope specifically, I am in awe of what you do, and I also acknowledge that so many of your best successes are not visible to the public. And I just want to speak to that and honor that, and to say that I will continue to support root cause solutions that do address structural inequity, because I recognize that as a reality too. And I feel like it was a great coincidence that MIRVDA had a presentation this morning with something like 350,000 calls for service in the last year. And that speaks to a fragile system where 911 becomes the safety net for things that it shouldn't have to be the safety net for. But unfortunately, that is the system that we're functioning in right now. And I am all in to build better, holistic, more robust systems. But in the moment, I feel that a segment of our 911 responders who have become responsible for a community challenge have come to council and have requested changes that they believe will make them more effective at their jobs. And I want to honor that as well, that these are all pieces of much bigger solutions in which we all have a stake. And other than that, to say these have not been easy decisions, and I've pretty much been living on caffeine and Pepto-Bismol for the past few months. So that's kind of where my head and stomach are right now, but I just wanted to share my thought process. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Graham. Anyone else? Any comment? Councilor Corinne.
I have a couple of questions, some for Brad and some for Chief, so whichever of you wants to take those questions at this time. You mentioned the idea of a Connex and a program that would be running to keep people's things. So I'm wondering, and I mean, this is a secondary component to this, you've also mentioned doing significant outreach things, while I've also heard that, you know, the police department is under-resourced. So I'm not sure where, first of all, I would like to know the budget for this, as it seems like it has an implication of staff and fiscal involvement. So I think that is something that it's important to know if we're going to be dividing up resources that we're, I would argue, instead of investing in real solutions, we're hiring a staff member to shepherd people's stuff that we took away. I think that seems a little bit misusing resources, frankly, but I would like to know how many of those resources we are going to divert from that. And I guess that's part of the bigger question, which is the city will find an alternate location. I think that also means an alternate organization that will that will do this?
Mayor, Councilor Cran, not necessarily. So this is, to be clear, this is not just for storing people's property it wasn't a shopping cart. This is to proactively give them a resource to store things that are important to them so they don't have to carry it day to day and it's safe. When I say we, I mean the city, so it doesn't necessarily have to be the police department. It would basically find the place where we have staff that's already there. If someone is taking property and it's there for 6 months, it's not like they're there back and forth every day. So the time commitment, we'll have to see what that is, but I don't see a significant time commitment from a staff member. They'd probably be during certain days of the week, during certain hours, that's available to either deposit or withdraw property. As far as cost, a 40-foot shipping container is approximately $5,000. And so that's a one-time investment. Shelving, another couple $1,000. But then you have something that hopefully will last for years as a resource for people who are homeless.
Okay, so maybe no staff commitment, but taking them from wherever else they are and investing in the physical resources and the space wherever it is. So that's the approximate budget thing. So the second part, and I think that this is really a question that I have, I think it's both Brad and you, but it seems, first of all, it sounds like the punishments for stores that don't comply, and I assume that means not submitting a plan or not doing the things that they say they're going to do in the plan, or not submitting a we don't want to do this plan, which are the three, I think, options. Is that correct for stores?
Mayor, Councilor Corrin, that is correct. Also, we would be attempting to curtail stores that have repeated and excessive off-site shopping carts within a requisite time period. You see that escalating penalty structure for business owners, not necessarily individuals.
So I'm curious, and I guess this is sort of my other question. This is looking to, I guess, make folks accountable for being accessories to theft, as it were suggested in this ordinance. And I'm curious, we've heard a lot about violence and the things that happen. Is there a similar sort of model that looks at when people leave their guns unattended in their cars? How are the people who support that subsequent violent crime then sort of followed up with? If we're talking about people who are supporting crimes, what are the types of enforcement that we use on people who contribute arms by leaving their weapons in their cars without locks or at home where their kids can get them? What typically do we do to enforce that negligence?
Mayor, Councilor Corrin, if you're speaking with regard to the state of New Mexico, it's my understanding, although I have not looked closely, I'll be honest, that those persons would be held liable under a negligence theory, as you had correctly stated.
So couldn't we similarly add an ordinance, and if prevention is sort of the goal here, wouldn't it be helpful if we added an ordinance that made it extra problematic to leave guns unattended at home and follow up on that? Do you understand my parallel thinking here? It seems like, as a city, we're holding people more accountable for letting carts out of their view than letting guns out of their view. To be clear, that's what this ordinance is suggesting.
Members of the public, if you could please keep it down and let the counselor speak. Thank you.
Councilor Corrin, I appreciate that thought, certainly. If there's legislation that you'd like to discuss, I'd certainly be more than happy to do that with you. We had some state legislators here just a moment ago, but Councilor, I'd be glad to meet with you offline, for sure.
Thank you. I would love to hear about the accountability for folks who are accessories to the many violent crimes that we are hearing in our community about. So, so then I think that my last question is really related to the idea that, this is about sort of intervening with folks, and I would again argue these interventions are harmful, not positive, but I would actually propose that we amend this by cutting section 18-49B. So I formally move to eliminate all of Part B under 1849. So. No, Part B, which is further down.
Oh, D.
No.
Procedures for abatement?
Keep going. Starting with other prohibitions, this part. I move that we just eliminate this part completely, all of section B.
Oh, to eliminate that
Entirely.
Yeah, I agree.
Well, you should second it if you agree.
I second the motion.
Well, we still need other comments, discussions, public comments, and then you can make that motion.
Is that how it works?
Well, we weren't going to start any voting amendments or anything till after the public participation, and then you can make your amendment.
Okay.
And then we can vote on it, and then we do the ultimate vote.
Okay.
All right. So we'll put that on hold. Oh, if you could remove.
I will remove the motion that I wasn't really allowed to be making anyway, apparently, by not at this time.
I have to remove my second, so therefore I remove my second.
Thank you. Any other counselors, any comments? Okay. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you. Chief, I hope you know that I'm not advocating for lawlessness. I do, however, want us to zoom out a little bit from the tragedy that is a stolen shopping cart and look at the bigger picture of what we're trying to address, which is issues with our unhoused population, right? That is a really big issue. And so it's not that I'm advocating for someone to not be held accountable for stealing something. It's that I am saying that this intervention on this specific act is targeting someone who is unhoused, thusly making it harder for them. Now there are injustice involved, making it harder for them to then be housed or have a job in the future. That is what I'm asking for in this matter. I'm someone who believes deeply in restorative justice, and restorative justice, one of the tenets is accountability. And so that is not advocating that people just go free willingly because they're unhoused. I would just like us to zoom out and look at the intent and the impact. And I think the intent that you brought here, you've stated it well. I think the impact is a lot different than what we're hoping to do. And in fact, I think it's making it harder for those of us who are really committed to addressing our homelessness issues. Both of these ordinances are doing a bit of that. I do want to follow up slightly on what Councilor Corrin was talking about. I just have one question, and then I'm going to make a couple statements. But, it feels like these days, every week, our city manager texts us about some sort of tragic gun violence incident. And it's whether it's from tragic homicides to guns being stolen from a gun store to 2 schools just in the last week being on lockdown because kids took guns to school. So these to me feel like heavy statistics around violent crime. And so I think in the last couple of weeks, you've also gotten some feedback around response times and how some of those things need to get better. And then you've also provided feedback that has said we're understaffed. And so can you help me understand where this kind of enforcement then fits into the broader work that you're trying to do to address some of this crime that is having a very serious impact on our community.
Mayor Pro Tem, and unfortunately there are no shortage of challenges in Las Cruces right now, especially as it relates to crime. What I would say is also zoom out from there, because everything is related to everything else, and everything's kind of interwoven together, and there's several distinct major issues I could point to, but then they all interact with each other at some level. And so we can't just focus on just the violent crime. We need to, and we are, with a lot of our projects like the one we started today. But when we talk about staffing, yeah, we are short on officers, not officer positions, but officers. It's difficult filling them. But when we talk about enforcement of this ordinance, we're talking about using operations to enforce it anyways. That's where I don't use existing officers that are on the streets. We tailor and we create this operation to deal with it. So I'm not taking officers away from 911 response to deal with this. Two separate things. Same thing has to be done with a lot of the other operations that we're doing. We're targeting a lot of things right now all at once, including violent crime, retail theft, which unfortunately is connected to this too. And when the senator mentioned that, it was a good thing that operation we did last week, the reality is many of those people are the same people that we're talking about right here. There isn't a separation. Now, not all of them, I don't know the exact number, but some of those people are also going to be people that we're talking about with this ordinance. And so there is this carryover with everything. And so we have to have a very holistic or well-rounded approach where we're trying to tackle everything, because it's going to take all those different responses to even move the needle.
Yeah, I just think that unfortunately that these aren't holistic or well-rounded. And the reason I say that is because I don't think these were created with service providers at the table, with advocates at the table, right? And maybe you invited them and they didn't want to come, but I do want to note that I think when we're talking about a holistic, well-rounded enforcement approach, we want to have those folks at the table. And you even noted on here, we don't know yet if Community of Hope will be able to fill that capacity, but we'll figure it out. And so we're putting a little bit the horse before the cart. I always get those wrong. So I feel like this is where my sort of disappointment is coming from for some of these. But I just have a couple comments I additionally wanted to make. I recently somebody pointed out to me this ProPublica article that came out not too long ago, and it's titled, Albuquerque, this is a national publication, Albuquerque is throwing out the belongings of homeless people, violating city policy. On a recent morning, Christian Smith ran an errand, leaving a shopping cart carrying everything she owned near the Albuquerque, New Mexico underpass where she'd been sleeping. When she returned, the cart was nowhere to be found. Most of the belongings, such as clothing, blankets, could be easily replaced in time, but she panicked when she realized that her dentures, acquired after months of dental appointments, were also gone. Without them, Smith believed it would be more difficult to find a job, prolonging her time sleeping on the street. She's quoted in here. She says, "It's hard to eat, it's hard to talk. I sound like a little kid," said the 42-year-old native New Mexican. As a result of these actions, thousands of homeless people have lost personal property, according to the interviews with community advocates, service providers, and those who have had their possessions discarded. Some said their belongings had been taken by city crews multiple times. They described losing medication, birth certificates, identification cards, cell phones, chargers, tools, clothing, a car title, a dog kennel, treasured family photos, and the ashes of loved ones. Somebody said it's equivalent of having your house burned down multiple times a year. Just over and over again, you're losing everything and starting from scratch every time. I fear that this is what we are about to face, should this pass. And I think we have to be clear that these ordinances are not really about helping. They're about making poor people less visible. Because if it wasn't about criminalizing it, and if it was about getting people into resources, then we wouldn't be using the criminal justice system to address it. I also want to add a couple comments that I think will fit here well. I would add them at council comments, but I think many of you will leave, and so I want to make sure that they are heard. Because I've gotten a lot of comments in recent weeks through emails and even a little here today about that I should care, what I should care for, that I should care less about some groups of folks, or simply that I just don't care enough. But see, I feel like I'm being asked to care for one group of folks at the expense of another. The truth is that I practice my empathy muscle with intention. So I have enough capacity in me to care about many people and many issues. Me disagreeing with these policy proposals doesn't mean I care less for you. It just means I'm really clear that finding poor people who have a shopping cart or finding poor people who are standing on the street asking for money will not make us safer. It does not address the very real experience of crime and violence that many of us are experiencing. We must be bold and look at solutions that don't just rely on the carceral system. Punishing the homeless isn't justice. Jail isn't care. And for folks who say that we're doing nothing or that I'm doing nothing, I'm going to get on my soapbox a little bit and share with you some of the things that I have led on and that I have passed. The creation of Outreach Court, a municipal court, I brought that idea to Las Cruces. This budget cycle, I ensured that we received funding for it. Several months ago, I proposed the idea to take an already funded case manager position that was for the housing department to be transferred to municipal court to move that process along faster. I led on the process to hire a second municipal judge so that we could do that more quickly and support municipal court. And just to be clear, I brought Outreach Court as a means to divert people who were stuck in the loop of the criminal justice system, people who were just in and out. I didn't bring this with the intention of creating new laws to funnel new people through the criminal justice system. I've led on ensuring that we grow Mano y Mano and the community outreach team. I supported the Real-Time Crime Center, which I do not believe is a baby step. I believe is a huge step. I will absolutely be engaging with the legislature and the governor's office on a fully baked and actually thought out criminal competency legislation that must include money for infrastructure and must include behavioral health service providers at the table, because by the way, it did not. We've made historic investments since I've been on the council for housing. Almost 900 units will be coming alive in the next year. I led and fought to ensure that West Picacho was included in our revitalization plan. I helped create the crisis intervention team that now lives under the fire department that is tremendously successful and has incredible folks working at it. I will also be engaging with the Drug Policy Alliance to ensure that we find solutions to the very real fentanyl crisis that we are facing. We may not agree, but I do work hard and I care deeply, and I will continue to do so.
Everyone else good? Okay, we'll go ahead and start with public comment. Before we start with the public comment, Katrina will come again. But Chief Story, I got to tell you, I do agree with you when you talk about image, because there is a huge image, and a shopping cart theft is a theft, and then it goes to shoplifting, then it goes to wherever else. I agree with Ben Como with the outreach municipal courts. And I also say that I agree with all the text messages we get with all the things that are taking place. And more, it creates text messages from juveniles. And that's something that's just increasing. And to me, that goes back to the image. It's like if our juveniles see that people can get away with anything, then they'll do the same. and what is our future going to look like? So this isn't the answer completely, but it is a start. So I thank you for pushing these forward, and we'll see where we end up. Thank you. So those that want to speak, if you come up.
George Pearson, just speaking for myself, I appreciate Councilor Bencomo's comments, and I'm sort of supportive of this, but I think I would be supportive with the amendment, and so hopefully you'll entertain the amendment and pass it with that. Thank you.
Mark Savachko, maybe we need a time limit in some of the councilors. In 2014, 58% of the people in New Mexico voted to amend Article 7, Section 1 of the Constitution of New Mexico to allow idiots to vote. If you pass this ordinance, then you will have those people to thank. Let me get this straight. Currently, if a thief steals a $250 shopping cart and is caught with it, there is no consequence for that thief. The shopkeeper is out $250. The cops see it. They have probable cause. The cart is miles away from the store, whose name is clearly marked on the cart, and they do nothing to enforce the current law. So your solution is to pass another law. You got to think those 58%. Now, as to the currently proposed ordinance, by the way, all this holistic stuff you're mentioning is not in the ordinance. You could do it now without this ordinance. Get the container and the storage, you can do it all now. If a thief steals a shopping cart from a business A and packs it on the property to for example, my counselor, Becky Caron, the counselor representing my district, then the business A is out $250 shopping cart and is breaking the law and is subject to a $500 fine. The thief, well, we all know nothing happens to him other than he was able to cart his stuff around a little easier. And the counselor is also breaking the law, because that's in section Chapter 18, Article 3, Section 1849, Item 6. And the counselor is also breaking the law, because she's a property owner and is subject to a $500 fine. By the way, I voted against that 2014 proposed amendment to allow idiots to vote in New Mexico. I'd like my counselor to ask the police chief here, how many people with stolen coffee charts has the LCPD cited in the last 12 months? You stated the crime is important, all crime is important, that's a crime. And you took away this council took away the free bags for people to carry stuff from the grocery store. You took that away, no wonder they need carts.
Mayor and council members, my name is Kat Sanchez, Las Cruces resident, District 2. I'm policy director for Bold Futures, a statewide organization working on policy, research, and organizing impacting Black, Indigenous women, and people of color in New Mexico. I'm here in opposition to this proposed ordinance, which can be summarized by the following: out of sight, out of mind. Because we don't want to see how we, the government, communities, individuals, myself included, have failed some of the most vulnerable of people. We can all agree that the fires and subsequent flooding in Otero County have shown us all that we are one life event away from having to grab whatever possessions we can survive on and depend on our fellow New Mexicans and government for help and resources. And this is what some folks are experiencing houselessness are doing. They're carrying their possessions for their survival and asking and begging New Mexicans for help. And let's be real, one tragedy is more palatable than the other. Taking a shopping cart is technically already stealing, so the ordinance is about extra criminalization of people who already and very visibly have nothing. Let's just ordinance or municipal court people out of our conscience. Or as mentioned earlier, let's put them in captivity, right? Some suggestions. First, since the police already have a program for turning in arguably more dangerous items like firearms, allow folks with shopping carts to turn them in for rolling carts without the need for an ordinance. Second, work with Community of Hope and other organizations for long-term housing solutions in the city and the county. And third, and least bureaucratic, Like Councilmember Bencomo said, let's exercise our empathy muscle. We have more empathy for a show that has multiple seasons about hoarding than we do for those in our own community.
Hello, my name is Liz Bennett. I'm a public health social worker, resident of Las Cruces, and I am not embarrassed or afraid to live here. I oppose this ordinance. The cost of living, aka the price you must pay to live in our capitalist system, has increased dramatically over the past few years, with excruciating heights in the prices of food and shelter, largely due to known instances of price gouging by major corporations. According to the Associated Press, average rents in New Mexico have risen about 70% since 2017 versus a 15% increase in incomes. Not to mention a growing number of climate change-related disasters like the fires and floods in Ruidoso also compromise access to housing and resources. These concerns are not unique to our community and are not going away anytime soon. Given our current trajectory as a society, homelessness is only going to become more of an issue, even if you eliminate all of the shopping carts and all of the medians. Research describes the 5 top causes of homelessness being lack of affordable housing, lack of livable wage, medical debt, domestic violence, and untreated mental illness. Criminalizing the public existence of unhoused people struggling to navigate these complex issues is costly, ineffective, and immoral. Research also suggests that Americans react to evidence of visible poverty with higher rates of negativity than to any other marginalized trait, including race, gender, and that exposure to evidence of human struggle or desperation commonly provokes fear, disgust, and anger from those who witness it, another pillar of our capitalist society. It is not within the power of the City Council to single-handedly solve the class divide, prevent homelessness, addiction, poverty, or trauma, but it is in our power as a community to respond skillfully with evidence-based, long-term strategies that offer support, infrastructure, and integration to the members of our community who need it most. I understand that the Council has taken steps in that direction with the guaranteed basic income, affordable housing, and Project Light, and I support you to continue to do so. And if you want to ban something, you can ban algorithmic software like RealPage used by corporate landlords to artificially inflate rent rates. Thank you.
Hi again, my name is Vicky Bedo. I live in District 1. I oppose this ordinance. Community safety and blight requires funding human needs, not enacting inhumane and violent policies. Our neighbors surviving homelessness, hunger, poverty, addiction, or mental health diagnoses deserve, and I shouldn't have to say this, the same safety and respect as everyone else does. A person who has to put all their belongings into a cart, who cannot afford a meal or even water, are not the enemy here. And they can't afford to pay hundreds of dollars in fines. Unpaid fines result, for those who don't know, in bench warrants, and bench warrants give the cops the right to arrest that person. Putting someone behind bars is not a solution. Being unhoused is not a crime. And everyone in this room conflating every single bad thing that's ever happened to them and every crime ever committed in this city with individuals pushing carts or standing on medians are not just detached from reality, but also from their own humanity. Increasing LCPD interactions with our most vulnerable neighbors will only increase the already high incidences of deadly use of force, as in the horrifying and heartbreaking cases of Amalia Baca and Teresa Gomez. New Mexico has the 3rd highest rate of cops killing civilians in the country. We don't need to invest in more killing. It's truly terrifying to watch the most powerful and comfortable people in our city championing policies that only punish and scapegoat our most vulnerable community members, our friends, and our families. You have the power to fund real solutions. You can fund housing, human services, a county hospital, and I beg you to do so. Instead of banging the drum of hate and dehumanization and misinformation that the well-off and well-funded minority of Las Cruces want to bully you into supporting, please oppose this ordinance today. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, councilors. Thank you for your time and attention. My name is Pamela Angel, and I'm the CEO of Amador Health Center. Sorry, I should have been drinking more water. So I've worked at the Mesilla Valley Community of Hope for 24 years. And I was at Mesilla Valley Community of Hope for 10 years and at Amador Health Center for 12 plus. So I really know the people that come there, that go there. For those 24 years, we have been trying to get a police presence on the campus to help deter crime, to help stop people from doing drugs on the parking lot coming into the campus, and we've never been able to get that interest there. I live a mile from Community of Hope, and I'm very happy to say in the 24 years I've owned my home in that area that I have not had any crime, any theft, anything. I know that's not like a lot of other people in the city. Also, I know that if I were to leave my lawnmower out in the front yard, that it would be stolen. So I think holding the owners of the shopping carts accountable is a great first step. You know, I think your amendment that you proposed, and will, I hope again, I think that's a great first step in this process. I don't totally oppose the whole ordinance. You should hold the business owners of the shopping carts accountable too. I think it's very hard to see if somebody stole the shopping cart or picked it up. You know, as a smaller measure, I was going to suggest doing away with B2, that just the simple possession of a shopping cart be not implemented at this time. You can always come around and do it, but I think working with the homeless providers and finding some mechanism to help strengthen us so we can address the issues that people face in our community would be terrific. So please hold off. And Mano is a great job. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Mayor Pro Tem and council members. My name is Alberto del Campo, and I'm a resident of Las Cruces. Today I am here to speak from the heart about our community and the way we treat our most vulnerable members. In Las Cruces, many people live paycheck to paycheck. The line between having a roof over our heads and being on the streets is thinner than we might like to admit. Many of us could easily find ourselves in a position of needing help, yet we're discussing measures that criminalize those already in desperate situations. These people are our neighbors, our friends, our family. They have stories, dreams, and the same inherent worth as anyone else. By treating homelessness as a crime, we strip away their dignity and humanity. We're essentially saying that their struggle is an eyesore, not a call for help. What is most disheartening is the lack of meaningful action to address the real issues. Instead of investing in solutions that offer support in a pathway out of homelessness, we're choosing to punish those who are already suffering. This is not leadership. It is a failure to recognize our shared humanity and responsibility that we have to one another. Instead of punishment, we should be offering compassion. Instead of pushing people further into margins, we should be extending a hand to lift them up. By providing access to healthcare, affordable housing, and support systems, we can integrate these individuals back into our society. The CCIA quotes, "The problem is not the shopping carts, it is the people pushing them. Another added cost to our business community," end quote. To that I say, the problem isn't the people who are struggling, it is the lack of support they receive under a failing system. We should not be running the city as a business, and it is time to do better. I urge you all to choose to see the humanity in every person and be a city that leads itself with compassion over criminalization and community over convenience. Thank you.
Hello, good evening. My name is Maritza Mejia, and closer. Good evening. My name is Maritza Mejia, and I work for Amador Health Center. I'm part of the outreach team, and I work very closely with this population because we take street medicine. I had something written down on my phone, but my phone died, so I'm gonna just tell you what comes from my heart. and I oppose. I would like for you guys to overthink this decision because our population that we work with, I also vote for solutions and not criminalizing. I feel that if we had more funds or more services for substance use, for mental health, this problem wouldn't exist. Because if we could get them treated, they wouldn't be out in the street and they wouldn't be having this issue. I also feel that because they are homeless, of course, they're gonna have their belongings with them. If we could have more affordable housing or other resources for them, we would solve that issue. I also feel that I love the idea of the storage. If we could still do that, that's fantastic, because if this is avoiding people to get to places, it would be great for them to have somewhere free to put their belongings until they get housed. So that's a great idea. But as for the meantime, I don't think that it's fair for them to get criminalized or the police to spend time on punishing them for having a cart. Thank you.
My name is Fred Huff, and as you all well know, I live over in the Burn Lake area. And for the last several years, I've been watching quite a few shopping carts go through that area. And I think you all are aware that last year I came and talked about the encampments that were set up there at Burn Lake. And while they were there, I saw a lot of strange stuff in these shopping carts. And a lot of it was stolen goods. And I asked these people, I says, where do you take these stolen goods? What do you do with them? Oh, our fence is over at Coach Light End. We take them over there and sell them. And so it was basically a constant convoy behind our house of these shopping carts full of stolen goods. Well, several months ago, the police department did something about that at the Coach Light Inn. Guess what happened to the convoy behind our house? Went away. So I think a lot of people are missing the real point of what Chief Story is trying to do here. These, and I'm going to use the word abandoned shopping carts because that's what I've talked whenever I've talked about this issue. These abandoned shopping carts that are just out there, nobody's using them, they're sitting on the side of the street, maybe a good gust of wind is going to blow it out in the street, cause an accident. These are the types of shopping carts or the issue that has been of real concern to me. That's litter. And it's showing that we are condoning crime of the theft of these shopping carts. So we need to put a stop to that. I encourage you, support Chief Story on this, and let's start bringing some solutions to this litter and this issue. Thank you.
Good evening now, Mayor Pro Tem, City Manager, distinguished chief and councilors. Again, my name is Tanika Sosa Gonzalez, and when I'm not busy being a mom or a nurse or a small business owner who understands the responsibility of being responsible for the things that I own as a small business owner, I also volunteer my time as the board president for Disability Rights New Mexico. And so while I don't speak on behalf of Disability Rights New Mexico, I've spent the last 13 years working in protection and advocacy. And I really, my thoughts around the treatment portion, I think we can consider broadly. I'm going to make the assumption that if passed as prologue, that we could be moving forward with this today. And so if that is the case, I want to elevate the discussion around things that could be holistic. the concept of treatment and counseling to me makes the assumption that everybody that is in this situation may need those things. And so I would say that it would be helpful to broaden maybe the scope to include case management, because people may choose not to have treatment, they may choose not to have counseling, but they may choose to have some case management services. And to think about also who is in charge of treatment, or if you go with treatment and counseling, who makes that treatment plan and how is it adhered to, and elevating voice and choice, because there are many different ways to get well. The other part of this is in my work as someone who's done acute care, I've often had people come to me with their belongings, and I cannot tell you how many times I've had to take belongings home to be laundered. And so I would think that if past is prologue and you're moving forward with these things, when you're storing people's belongings, their clothing, I think as part of dignity, they should have the option to have their clothing laundered and have the option to have a shower and a haircut and all the things that preserve basic human dignity. And so it can't be an unfunded mandate. So I just want to elevate those things. It sounds like if you're moving in the same direction that we should talk about how to do it in a way that's constructive. And also I just want to recognize that Mayor Pro Tem, when Chief Story mentioned that he had an outreach event, I was there with my team. They were excited to be there. And Mayor Pro Tem, you were there and in the arena. And so the voice of the people in the arena are the ones that we should be listening to today, not the ones in the cheap seats.
So I'm Dr. Kyle Schumacher, and I thought a lot about what I wanted to say today. I've relayed my many negative experiences to many of you over the past several weeks, so today I thought I would tell a good story instead, and one that really closely parallels this conversation. I will preface this by saying, I think like most folks here, I am mentally, physically, emotionally exhausted by dealing with this day in and day out. I do really resent the allegations that myself and other individuals here are seeking to criminalize homelessness. I think if my actions don't speak louder than my words here, I don't know what will. Many of you are aware that in this immediate aftermath, we were able to set up funding specifically for animals belonging to the homeless population to work on spay and neuter efforts and also to provide general veterinary care. A lot of people that are here in this audience today helped with that, people that are coming down on both sides of the street on this issue. It's been enormously rewarding. I'm going to tell one story about one case. I met an unhoused gentleman about 8 weeks ago with his dog. This dog had been unfortunately run over by a car. She had a soft tissue injury and a very small fracture, which really is very easy to fix. My stipulation from day one in dealing with this project is I will only work with clients that come through their caseworker or their social worker. This is both that my donors are ensured that the money stays local and that I know that these individuals have the opportunity to be plugged in to services. And this is exactly what happened. Over the course of 8 weeks of working with this gentleman, we were able to get him into his disability benefits. We were able to get him plugged into services. And I can say in 8 weeks, I saw such a great transformation in both him and the dog. Long story short, I released the dog from care last week. She's doing great. He is so much better off, and I can't think that this doesn't parallel exactly what Chief Story is proposing, that is an alternative to incarceration or fines, that we have opportunities for community service and treatment. Thank you.
Vic Villalobos. I know what I'm doing now. Again, this isn't about criminalizing. This is about criminalizing homeless or trying to, I don't know what. You're hearing all kinds of different sides of the story. But actually, Councilor Flores, you said something, and it really appealed to me when you said it. And that is that you have these folks with a shopping cart, and they have in their mind everything they have in that cart, right? Everything that is now their possession. And they are, as you said, I think out of all the people we deal with, they are probably the most mentally unstable because they're in such a critical state. But what happens that instead of Chief Story's officers getting to make that first interaction, what if it's my niece, right? What if it's you? What if it's me that makes that interaction? And we know when people get put into a corner, right? They can become violent, they can become unruly, you don't know what they're going to do. And honestly, you don't want me, I don't want you, I don't want my niece having to be that first interaction. That first interaction needs to be a trained officer who is not looking to put them in prison, not putting them in jail. He wants to go, hey, you've got a dog. Let's see if Dr. Kyle can help, right? They are truly trying to find that solution and not trying to say, like, everybody's a criminal again. And I feel like that's what we keep hearing over and over again. And again, we're not the bad people. We are trying to compromise, to find solutions to what we have. And this guy's got them. I mean, he really does have them, or I wouldn't be here. And the last thing I want to say, because I do completely agree with that we have to have laws for guns, but I will remind you, it was a civilian with a gun in his car that went to the aid of that officer and stopped that threat and tried to save the officer. So keep that in mind when you're thinking about guns.
Hello, folks. My name is Austin Likes. I thought I might address just kind of two ideas that were bouncing around, the idea that theft is theft, and then the idea that this is not a question of either or between structural violence and kind of criminalization. Theft is theft, I feel like, feels like the strong, tough thing to say, and yet I think we'd all agree that it's like a really dark philosophy that looks at someone who has stolen food to eat and sagely utters theft is theft. We make distinctions between theft all the time, and that's no more clear than it is in the fact that this proposal for an ordinance exists at all. If theft is just theft, then we have all the tools already with the existing ordinances to take care of this. But no, additional kind of consent to further criminalize this is what's being asked for. It's not being asked to treat theft as theft. It's asking for additional structural stuff to be, to further criminalize a crime that specific people and vulnerable people commit. So the idea then that we can do both further criminalization and combating structural violence is, to me, silly in this way, because this is the very stuff of structural violence. This is what it is. Please look for other ways to address these issues outside of further criminalizations. Please look for other ways. It's extremely clear to me that the motivator behind this is the problem that's cited, that this creates an appearance issue for Las Cruces. And yeah, I agree that a lot of this stuff is pretty ugly to see out there. We don't get to just sweep it away. We don't get to just pretend that it's not there, or to try and hide it and jail our way out of this, or to criminalize our way out of this. Those types of solutions don't work. Please look for other solutions to this. Thank you.
Hello, again, my name is Lisa Parrott, and I'm a resident of District 6. I stood before you during the work session on this ordinance and asked the question, if a homeless person steals a shopping cart, we are to look the other way, but if I steal the same shopping cart, I should be arrested simply because I have a home. The day my husband was talking with the manager of Best Buy, when a man pushed a 65-inch color TV out the door with a shopping cart without paying, should my husband have turned right around and gone back and gotten him one? The manager told my husband if he had done anything to have followed the man to get the TV back, he would have immediately been fired. Everyone who rightfully purchases items and pays for them deserves not to have to pay for what someone else steals, nor should business owners be forced to take the loss. We're not saying being homeless is a crime. We're saying that being a criminal is a crime. Please support Chief Story's well thought out and proposed ordinance. Thank you. God bless.
Hello again. My name is Liz Coyle, but I'm actually speaking on behalf of Yvette Gutierrez. She is the community outreach liaison down at Community of Hope, and she says this: I'm opposed to this ordinance because it is redundant. After speaking with some of our clients who are being affected by this ordinance already, because we are having some interactions where the police are coming down to our clients and helping them get rid of their carts, most of them have actually had really good experiences. However, many of them have also lost a lot of their stuff. One of them was a guy in a wheelchair. You know, he didn't have any good other options. Excuse me. This ordinance will create more obstacles for our clients when it comes to getting housed, because of course, any interaction with a criminal system does decrease your ability to get housed or get a job. Right now, it's warm. It's really nice to think about carrying all your stuff in a backpack, but by the time it gets cold, you'll need 3 blankets, 1 for under you and then 2 to wrap around to keep from freezing by touching the ground. So those guys can't usually even get on the bus right now because it's too many bags. So if they can't really get their grocery, if they can't have any wheeled object, right? I agree that we should have an option for them to carry stuff. I'm sorry, I got distracted and stopped reading. Okay, she says that this ordinance is meant to reduce our blight problem by hiding it. Those grocery carts that go down to the Walmart bus stop are usually left there. They don't have enough employees to go get them. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, Mayor, City Council members. I am Miguel Palacios. I'm one of the supervisors for, I work for the Mesilla Valley Community of Hope. I'm one of the supervisors for the Mano Mano program. And I take these people to work every day, and I get to know them little by little, working with them. All I'm asking is for the council members and members of the community to see the other side of the coin of the homeless community, and not only what the media shows, and not only see them as a statistic number in your computers, but as a human being side as well. Some of the people are they lost everything, and all they have is what's on their cars and their tents. And for them to get fined on top of that for violation of an ordinance I think it's like stepping down on them more than what they already are. And instead of criminalize them for possession of the shopping cart, I think if we can find an alternative solution, like any donation of a portable plastic box cart or something they can put their stuff in there, you know? Because all they have, I've seen people carrying ashes of their relatives, and the last thing they have there is losing them over and over again when we have to do our job. And I think that's it.
Thank you.
Mayor, Council, Juan Garcia. I keep hearing the term, quote, the most vulnerable, referring to the homeless. And the interesting part is that the truly most vulnerable are the unborn in the womb waiting to be dissected. Why is it the same who defend the homeless and call them most vulnerable turn away from the unborn? I know, it's a boring topic, I understand. Political hypocrisy is what I call it. We need to think of the victims. They can be Walmart or the taco truck in a parking lot. Until we stop enabling crime, our society won't survive. Look at Walmart, Lowe's, and the many small businesses that look like prisons. This is not right. I personally don't believe or agree that the small businesses should be spending more money to protect themselves, because we as customers end up paying for it. But this is a step in the right direction. So please support this ordinance.
Good evening. My name is Lindsay Davis. I'm a longtime resident of Las Cruces. Long time, not compared to others, but I'm also a social worker in this community. Today I want to express my opposition to the proposed shopping cart ordinance. Instead of addressing the causes and conditions that lead to people pushing their belongings down the street in a shopping cart, this ordinance criminalizes acts of desperation and exacerbates the impact of untreated mental health and substance use problems in our community. As someone who lives downtown, there's rarely a day that I don't see an abandoned shopping cart outside my house or on my way to work. I'm not saying we don't have a problem, we absolutely do. I'm saying that handing out petty misdemeanors and making business owners responsible for shopping cart retrieval is not a pathway to treatment and housing, and that is what this population needs. As taxpayers, we either pay now or we pay later. It is way cheaper to house and to treat someone than to incarcerate them, not to mention raise their kids in foster care. It is also cheaper to pay social service professionals, such as myself and many people in this room, for targeted outreach and crisis response services compared to paying law enforcement to babysit shopping carts when they could be out fighting real crime. Support for these ordinances means valuing literal shopping carts over the people pushing them. I want to leave you with several last comments. Shopping cart theft is not a gateway crime, it's an act of desperation. Secondly, it's not just about service availability, which we heard a little bit about earlier, it's about accessibility. Routine medical, behavioral health services are not accessible to this community. We need specialized services and outreach. Lastly, criminal justice system involvement should not be a prerequisite for treatment or services. Let law enforcement do law enforcement, let social service professionals do social services. Thank you.
Good evening now, Mayor and councilors. Again, I'm Micaela Lara Cadena. Among other things, I'm a state representative, but I'm also a parent. I'm a soccer coach, I'm a voter. I'm someone who was raised by this community and does my best to raise my children here today. I'm so grateful that Las Cruces still has a vibrant local media scene, and I listen to public radio and read our local paper every day. And I'm grateful for the journalists that are here. But I first read about this proposal in the Sun News, and I had to read it a couple of times to see if I was missing something. My kids and I talk about what's happening in our lives and in this community every day. And when I work to explain to them what this proposal was all about, my children, who are about to be 13 and 17, turned to me and said, wait, I don't get it. How does taking away shopping carts change someone's life? How does taking away shopping carts mean that they won't be homeless anymore? Or is the language we use unhoused? And I didn't get it either. I spent the summer in Santa Fe in advance of a special legislative session. And like Councilor Bencomo here, I showed up because I care a lot. I ran for office because I care a lot. But what we've seen play out these last several months, mostly in the media, is political propaganda. We aren't having honest conversations about families and their struggles. We aren't sitting down to speak respectfully to each other about solutions that might make sense. For better or worse, I got to hear from our chief here, and I appreciate your service, in press conferences next to the governor, after never having an invitation to be in conversation with you all about the solutions and insight and future we all deserve. So thank you, and I stand in opposition to this ordinance.
Thank you. My name is Quinn Cooper, and I didn't initially plan on talking on this. I introduced myself to the council last year. I had my truck stolen, and I was really aggravated about it. The person who stole my truck was caught, let out a week later. burglaries every month before and after, and so it's a very frustrating situation. I've actually been the victim of petty theft 3 times since that's happened. So I appreciate if anybody has a reason to be frustrated with the property crime. Here in Las Cruces, I have, you know, that right to be frustrated, and I hear that in the audience as well. And I did go to Coffee with the Cops. I met a lot of officers, and I realized that they share our frustrations. And if anybody's trying to approach this in a compassionate manner, it's officers on the force, and you guys don't get enough credit for that. That being said, the safety public issues that have been cited as a reason, justification for this, you're already getting them with the sidewalk what you just passed. There's no real health argument with this one, and you know what I see this is kind of the implication is that you've got people here pushing everything they've got to their name in 100-degree weather here in Las Cruces, and we're just going to come shake them down for whatever reason. I don't find that that's a justifying a reason to stop somebody or to create a stop. It seems like it'll create more junk in the pipeline. They've got a lot. You guys have a lot. I understand that you guys are frustrated, and this is what I see in this. I see frustration, and but I don't see an approach that would take care of anything. My background, my degree is in nutrition, and I kind of think like if I was to make an equivalency, it's trying to take like epinephrine so that you can eat peanuts. That's what this proposal looks like to me. So, thank you.
Good afternoon again. My name is Michael Frames. First, I wanted to sincerely thank Council McClure, Matisse, Graham, and Mayor. Thank you for listening to us. You have no idea the impact that has made on me. I am very grateful for that. And the scenario, a hand out or a hand up? I'm a big fan of a hand up. We need to help people. How do you help them? They need a sense of self-worth. And I'd like to talk proactively right now. Yes, we have a lot of unhoused people on the streets. As we spoke before, how many people are that one event away from being homeless themselves? I'm a home builder, I'm in construction. One house that we build takes approximately 200 working days. On average, 5 employees, 8 hours a day for one house. I hope you all received my email that I sent this last week. I have constantly gotten comments from clients refusing to move to Las Cruces because of our issues here. This ordinance is going to help clean up our streets. Yes, these are people, but also we have a responsibility for those people that are working hard. They have a sense of self-wealth and compassion on what they do. If we lose out on these future people moving to Las Cruces, we're going to lose jobs. It's going to create more unhoused people. Let's think proactively and work together. And I beg you, council members, this is super important. And this ordinance, it may seem petty, but it's not. When Chief Story first started speaking about this, I have no idea the impact it really had. You all have a huge opportunity to make a big impact on our community. Please, I beg you, think about this.
Yep, it's me again. I'm Gwen Stacy. I'm a resident of Las Cruces, and I oppose this bill on the grounds that it just seems like it's a very confused bill. It is trying to do way too many things at once. It's simultaneously trying to place a new onus on just the ownership of a shopping cart. That's confusing. I thought we lived in a country where we let under the presumption of innocence until proven guilty. And a large problem that we have in our community is that these are abandoned shopping carts. And trying to make that distinction between stolen ones and abandoned ones you need probable cause, and I think we should be basing laws off of that instead. Also, it's trying to place that in conjunction with a bill that also it includes a lot of provisions for small businesses. And it also has a lot of provisions around, like storage for stuff. And a lot of it just feels like a PR stunt to try and say, hey, we're not actually antagonizing the homeless or the unhoused populations of Las Cruces. Look at all this cool stuff we're doing, like keeping their stuff in a warehouse for 90 days, expecting them to magically get housing and then just throw it all away eventually. I feel like this bill is a waste of time. I feel like it's an insult to my intelligence. It's also based on fallacious reasoning that theft is theft and that if we just make one small exception, everything's going to devolve into chaos. And that's just not true. That's not how logic works. We can easily make distinctions. That's why a fallen branch at Young Park is free to pick up, and a wooden dowel costs $1.14 at Home Depot. It's also why there's a difference between self-defense and murder, because we can make clear distinctions and we can make exceptions based on legal jurisprudence that doesn't involve devolving into mere chaos. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Jorge Suarez, and I'll be deferring my time to Nicole Martinez.
No, we weren't deferring any times today, so if you want to speak, you have 2 minutes. If not, Nicole, you have 2 minutes. But everyone's getting 2 minutes. Wishes to speak.
My name is Donna Stryker. I have tried to reach across the aisle, and I did go to a meeting, and everything we said was shut down, and it was about housing. And we tried to reach across the aisle, and we were shut down. And we were told no, and no, and no. But I don't want to hear about we need to reach across the aisle, because we've tried to reach across the aisle and talk about something before it was even an issue, and we were told no. I'm tired of being told I'm criminalizing homelessness. I see your t-shirts. That's not impartial. You're supposed to be impartial. That's part of your oath. I support Jeremy's story. I support the chief of police. I support our police. And I think it's a step. And if it doesn't work, change it. But you're never willing to try anything that isn't your way. It's your way or the highway. I don't appreciate that. You don't have my back, but I have yours.
Good afternoon, Tim Jenkins. I am actually outraged and appalled by the comments from certain members from City Council stating that she believes that we are making up these statistics and that we don't leave our houses and we are brainwashed. How is it possible that we are the ones that are brainwashed when I personally have stood before you every single Monday since we lost Officer Hernandez and presented pictures and videos and countless amounts of evidence before you all to clearly show that we are in a world of trouble here in Las Cruces? How is it that we are the ones that are brainwashed when our officers are pulling dead bodies out of the dumpsters this weekend at the Doniana Apartments? How is it that we are the ones that are brainwashed when I am witnessing homeless people taking showers in the restaurant at the Los Campos restaurant this weekend? How is it that we are the ones that are brainwashed when I personally witnessed 18 homeless people within a 3-mile stretch of Loman, 14 of them having shopping carts full of stuff, in a 3-mile stretch, and 18 of them total, with a naked woman running up the street next to the bowling alley? How is it possible that certain members of City Council refuse to help support us in making Las Cruces a safer city for our families and for our children? If certain members of the City Council cannot find it in their hearts to fight for us, we the people, then we ask that you please remove yourself from City Council because you refuse to do the job that you were elected to do. But as for me and my family, we support the Chief of Police in every effort that he's done to make this place a safer city. Thank you.
Council, Mayor, Chiefs, Anne Marie Sanchez with Mesilla Valley Community of Hope. I'm here to voice my opposition to this ordinance. I've sat through many city council sessions where business owners yelled at this council and law enforcement to do something about the repeatedly broken windows, the needles in the park, feces in their storefronts. I heard the constant cry to LCPD, do something, do your job. And from that, we have an ordinance for business to retrieve their shopping carts and median issues. Retrieving shopping carts will not repair or stop windows from being broken. The ordinance says it won't take carts from people, but I have a hard time believing that since this is already a regular practice of LCPD. A few weeks ago, they did just that. They took a woman's documents and belongings and never gave them back. They stole her belongings. Are we really fighting stealing with stealing? Was this the best use of anyone's time? Figuring out what a person's value to items should be, and then deciding the person should go to court and get ordered to services? Would you want me to come into your house and decide what was trash and what was not? Ordinance says business owner can't confiscate, but officers can and do. It's also been presented to council that these ordinances are about perception. Less carts seen means less crime perceived, less eyesores in our community. However, it's crucial to understand that for those using carts, it's not about flaunting a crime, but about survival at their lowest point. Pushing these carts through streets and gravel under constant public scrutiny is not comfortable, it's dehumanizing. Eliminating the carts does not eliminate homelessness. One argument suggests these measures will channel people towards services, yet services already exist, ordinance or not. Having services hasn't stopped people from using carts. So just because somebody needs to store their belongings, you're assuming that they all need mental health and substance use treatment. You must know that that is not true. This is flawed and it is a mistake.
Mayor and Council, Nicole Martinez from Community of Hope. I was really hopeful we'd have more time since we were one of the partners that were listed, and Chief gave me that respect to have time and talk to him, so that's unfortunate. I don't want to waste more time about that, but we really can't have these conversations without having more housing, which we just don't have enough of. If a person had a house, then we wouldn't be talking about them having to have their stuff in shopping carts. And there are other cities that we could emulate that have programs where they have people that, within their departments, that go up and clean up shopping carts, just like Mano y Mano does. And I suggest that we could continue using Mano y Mano, not 100% of the time, but we would keep doing that to help our city, and also so that businesses aren't getting fined for this. And I do have some serious concerns about the enforcement, because this is all left up to the discretion of judge and officers, where it says in that ordinance they may impose that. So what if they refuse the community service option? Or what if they start it and they don't fulfill it? Will they get fined? Will they go to jail? How does this actually play out? Who is tracking that? And how can you prove that somebody actually stole the cart? Like we talked about earlier, maybe they did just go grocery shopping, somebody did, and then they didn't have a car, and so they left that cart at the bus stop, and then somebody who was unhoused found that cart and put their belongings in it. And now the business and or that person could get fined. That logic just doesn't make sense here. Should these pass, again, you're leaving this open to interpretation. And I feel really sorry for the city department that has to enforce this and actually look over the plan, because there are more important things like housing and serving the nonprofits that are trying to help and be part of these solutions. Again, we're talking about people with the least amount of power and resources. And several times in preparation for this, I heard, take pictures of them, make it personal. How personal do you think it was for every person that had their picture posted on Facebook? Here's where social service best practices become troubled by law enforcement methods. I've heard that we can couple this with compassion, but I have not seen that in this. Is this what the city means by cariño? That we join the less than 1% of cities who have a plan like this? And officers have been confiscating stuff, and they tell our clients, walk away, walk away. I'm asking you, walk away from this plan.
Mayor, councilors, my name is Daniel Williams. I'm a policy advocate at the American Civil Liberties Union of New Mexico. And as you know, we have also serious concerns about this proposed ordinance. all of which have been raised both from the dais and from public comment tonight. I think one of the things that is most troubling to me broadly is the suggestion that this ordinance is a tool to get people access to services. And at the ACLU, and I personally, we are strongly in support of getting people who need services the services that they need. I think the question comes in the use of the criminal legal system as the mechanism to deliver those services. As Nicole just said, it's certainly not a guarantee from the way the ordinance is written that this will lead to the provision of services. It's also not a certainty that we need the criminal legal system to be the mechanism by which people get services. The criminal legal system is inherently ill-suited to be the mechanism by which people access the services that they need. If it is our desire to help people get access to case management, to help people get access to behavioral health treatment, to get alternative means to store and transport their belongings, those are things we can do without relying on police and the criminal courts to achieve those goals. So I urge you to oppose this ordinance and to think about ways to provide those services without reliance on the criminal legal system. Thank you.
No.
My name is Beth Bardwell. Thank you so much for being here for so long today. I have lived here for 30 years and I've experienced property crime in this town, but not one was committed by a homeless person. I shop downtown, including Albertsons and Walgreens, and sometimes I feel like I live in an alternate reality when I come to these city council meetings, because I just want to say I have never felt threatened by a homeless person. We're not talking about theft. We're talking about a homeless person who uses a shopping cart to store their belongings. And I find it ironic that we fill our single-family homes with so much stuff. Many of us have to have storage units. We have so much stuff. And yet we take so much community time and resources to criticize and make it a crime for homeless people who put their minimal belongings in a shopping cart. Blows my mind. We're not talking about voluntary treatment. We're talking about ordering treatment, or else you may face a fine and incarceration. Where is the evidence that coerced treatment is effective? Where are the mental health counselors that say coerced treatment is effective here today? They're not. And if they and the criminal ordinance, this shopping cart ordinance is not connected to housing, nor can it be realistically, because there are 3,000 people in line today in Las Cruces for a housing voucher. We have a housing shortage. And I want to emphasize for all of you that the current realized Las Cruces revisions to the Land Development Code, the way they were revised on June 10th, significantly limit where you can build multifamily housing in this town. So on the one hand, you're criminalizing, and on the other hand, you're saying, but we're not going to build more multifamily housing. I stand in opposition to this ordinance.
Good evening. My name is Christopher Brown. I'm a resident of Las Cruces and a member of the Community of Hope Board. I'd like to make three major issues before I ask you to resoundingly reject this ordinance. The first concerns impact on business owners. The ordinance will require businesses to develop a shopping cart plan, which is incredibly convoluted and complicated, or hire security people they can't afford to keep the shopping carts, or do both. That is illogical. The second, what is the impact on an unhoused population? The most vulnerable people in our community hold their possessions in a shopping cart. They put their companion animals in the shopping cart to keep them safe. And we're now going to pass an ordinance that criminalizes that. Incarceration, fine, forced court-ordered treatment they may not need. Do we really want to put that kind of burden on the police department? At the town hall the governor had, Chief Story said, we're trying to solve this problem. I don't have enough resources. I don't have enough officers. So let's put more work on them. The last thing I'd like to talk about is to break the argument that homelessness and our criminal justice crisis in this town are linked. Violent crime, property crime are predominantly not driven by people that keep their stuff in carts and protect their animals. It's ludicrous. I call on you to reject this ordinance and to work together to advance efforts to build more housing and to serve the needs of our unhoused population. Thank you.
Mayor, city councilors, my name is Stella Sosa Gonzalez, and I just wanted to say that unhoused people are people too, and if you can't help them, please don't hurt them.
Thank you.
Hi, I actually came unprepared. My name is Patricia Jimenez. I used to be a member of the community. I was pushed out of the community. I'm here to speak regarding the cart ordinance that Chief Story has proposed. And I feel that a lot of us have been victims of crime. And also, as far as people thinking that we're criminalizing the carts, we're not. Some of the cart issues were related to crime, but some of the people are mentally, unfortunately, they need some type of rehabilitation. And I agree with that. And I think that this is not a matter of criminalizing those people. It's a matter of getting them rehabilitated instead of enabling them like some people in the community are doing. Thank you.
City councilors and mayor, I'm Sarah Smith. Although some people and organizations are concerned that this ordinance will criminalize homelessness and target the most vulnerable in our community, that is not the case and fails to look at the bigger picture. It is already illegal to steal shopping carts and to be in possession of stolen property. Many of the most vulnerable in our community cannot take steps to get themselves into a better situation. Their mental health problems and drug addiction have trapped them into a cycle of self-destruction. Housing, food, clothing, and services are being provided in an effort to help those living on the streets. Yet it is clear that overall these strategies are not working. Without accountability, without some mechanism to ensure people actually engage in rehabilitation and treatment, nothing will change for all too many of the homeless as they continue their drug use and ruin. This ordinance actually has the potential to finally help the people living on the streets instead of enabling them to continue destroying their own lives and the safety of the families of Las Cruces. Rather than just imposing jail time or fines that cannot be paid, like the existing laws that are already in effect, this new ordinance will provide a better alternative because it increases our ability to get people into treatment for drug addiction and mental health illnesses. Instead of waiting and hoping that people will get the help they need, this ordinance provides a direct pathway to treatment as a form of community service. I think of 34-year-old Heather Kroom as an example of someone who may be able to be helped by these ordinances. From looking at public records, Heather is a repeat offender with over 75 arrests, mostly related to trespassing. I have seen Heather wandering the streets of Las Cruces. She clearly needs help. I can only imagine what the criminal element does to her on the streets at night, given her serious inability to care for herself. She desperately needs help in the form of treatment in a safe place. I hope that you will have the courage to try something new and vote yes so that repeat offenders like Heather will finally get the treatment that they need. Thank you.
Okay, that looks like all the public comments. Chief Story, you had something you want to add, anything before we move on?
I did, Mayor, Council, just a few things that came up during public comment. One, the case management that was brought up, that is a good point. It is provided through SOS, just in general, not necessarily specifically to this, but if someone just needs help getting a driver's license, an ID card, getting re-enrolled in Medicaid, that's all part of what they're doing there. Another point, when it comes to interactions between officers and those who are homeless, there are tens of thousands of interactions already. We talk about the fear of increasing them. The goal is to decrease them. Our officers know people on the streets by name, all of them, because we are the ones who are left to deal with them and interact with them over and over. And the vast majority of those are not enforcement actions or negative experiences per se, but we are the ones that are already having all these interactions. I also want to say that I met with most of the people here that I met with Nicole many times. I've met with Daniel and the ACLU many times. I've never turned down an invitation to meet with anybody. We've had good conversations. We obviously do not agree on everything. We find common ground where we can, and we have disagreement on the other issues. But I have talked about these issues with a lot of people. The issue is that there's extremes. I can only compromise so much. I feel like I have been extremely reasonable. But a lot of people want either all or nothing, all harm reduction or no harm reduction. The reality is it has to be a balanced approach. And this council has invested in the root cause solutions. They have invested in affordable housing and many of those issues, but they do take time. And I'm not arguing against that. We have to continue that. And most of the people in this room would say we need to invest in affordable housing. We need to invest in additional services for mental health treatment and substance use. But we also can't wait 25 years for those things to materialize before we do something else. It has to be a balanced approach where we address it from both sides of the coin. I'll leave it at that, Mayor.
Thank you, Chief. Brad, was there something you were going to add, or you're good? Okay.
Mayor, I have a question.
Now that he's been promoted. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Councilor Grant.
So, Chief and/or Brad, understanding that we're going to have an amendment proposed, can either or both of you comment on what that would mean functionally to, I apologize, I forget the section number, but thank you.
Mayor, Councilor Graham, in my opinion, if you alter the ordinance as it exists, you basically make it ineffective. You look at the cities, or those 100 cities that have an ordinance, the ones that do not have both sides of the coin, again, both sides of the approach, the balanced approach, are not successful in mitigating the issue. So I think if you amend it and take that out, it doesn't accomplish what we're trying to accomplish. They're both important.
All right, thank you, Chief.
I move
Councilor
we
Corinne.
remove Section B, other prohibitions, in its entirety from this ordinance.
A second.
Christine?
This is on the motion to remove Section 18-49B in its entirety. Councilor McClure?
No.
Councilor Matisse?
No.
Councilor Graham?
No.
Councilor Cran?
Yes.
Councilor Flores?
No.
Councilor Bencomo?
Yes.
Mayor?
No.
Motion fails.
Yeah, we're ready for the vote.
This is on the motion to approve ordinance 3079. Councilor McClure?
Yes.
Councilor Matisse?
Yes.
Councilor Graham?
Yes.
Councilor Cran?
No.
Councilor Flores?
No.
Councilor Bencomo?
No.
Mayor?
Yes.
Motion passes.
Okay, next on the agenda, we have board appointments. This one just has to be read. Councilor Coran appoints Kyle Jenkins to the Parks and Recreation Advisory Board. A notice of two proposed ordinances. The first one is Council Bill number 25-009, ordinance number 3080, an ordinance approving a zone change from R1A Single Family Medium Density to R2 Multi-Dwelling Low Density property located at 2795 North Roadrunner Parkway.
Bring it forward.
The next one is Council Bill number 25010, ordinance number 3081, an ordinance approving a zone change from A2 Rural Agriculture 1981 zoning code to C3 Commercial High Density. The subject property encompassing 1.89 plus acres is located at 3098 East University Avenue.
Bring it forward.
Next is City Council member board reports and comments. I'll start with Councilor McClure.
I wasn't going to speak. I'm also tired, like everyone else on this dais. I just keep thinking about someone who had commented earlier that everyone needs a chance. And ultimately, my decision was based on the idea that I do think we can give them a chance with some of these ordinances and some of these changes. I agree that LCPD shouldn't be the one doing this. Ultimately, we should be working toward other options for this. But we work with the imperfect systems that we have. And I am just taking a chance that we are doing things like the diversion courts that will do a lot of things that we can practically do. So, thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Matisse.
I just want my fellow councilors to know that I will support all the other services when it comes to housing, outreach programs, mental health centers that need to be built here, behavioral studies. We also need to take care of the unhoused, and I think, again, I trust Chief Story, I trust the police department, and our public safety, as well as the fire department with the light program. And I commend on again, the mano a mano program. We could expand that, do more of that. But I think this is a positive, as Chief Story said, a baby step, but it's still a step toward making the city look better and safer. We're not hiding people, we're helping people. Thank you.
Councilor Gray.
I said it all before, so hard pass.
Councilor Craig.
I just really quickly want to give folks a reminder that tomorrow night between 5 and 7, no, Thursday night, sorry, between 5 and 7 at the NMSU campus in room 225 at Hartman Jacobs Learning, there's a healthcare consolidation public meeting, which is all about what happens when healthcare institutions are consolidated or closed or go bankrupt or bankrupted by a private equity. So I would hope that folks might consider attending those meetings again Thursday at 8 p.m. at NMSU. 7 p.m. No, 5 p.m. See, it's really late. I literally have the times here, 5 to 7 p.m. on August 8th at NMSU. To the other discussion, I think I just want to really name that the types of rhetoric that are employed in these populist conversations. Populism generally sows the seeds for what I think is a really problematic approach to our future. And so I think I just want to go on record to suggest that I will always raise a red flag when people make populist arguments. I think that as we consider things like criminalizing the poor, if we don't see the paths of rhetoric that come after, we're in really big trouble. So I just want to make an argument that these decisions today, I hope they don't open the door to folks believing that authoritarian answers are the best, because they aren't ever, and they harm our communities. And so I'm disappointed, but I understand that folks feel like they want us to do something. And so, again, I would just urge us to consider what the impacts of populism as a political strategy might have for our integrity. That's it. Thanks.
I think I said everything I said during the meeting. I'm exhausted, I'm toast, and everybody should go home. Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Thanks, Mayor. I think given the commitment to pedestrian safety that was made here today, I hope that, Mayor, that you add a Vision Zero item to a work session agenda so that we can get real about pedestrian safety and actually have data-driven solutions for pedestrians. So I really hope that you add that to a work session agenda. Again, I want to have us do something around park impact fees and bring a set of stakeholders together to figure that out, Mayor. That's not just at a work session, but that deserves a good working group. And then I also hope that everyone here today who voted in favor of criminalizing homelessness and poverty, that you also publicly talk about the importance of projects like Amador Crossings. I know that many of the folks who were here today who were wanting these to be passed oppose things like housing and Amador Crossings. And so I really hope that you all take the time, especially you, Mayor and Chief Story, to talk publicly about why Amador Crossings is important. And then lastly, you know, a commenter said today about that sometimes it feels like we live in alternate realities, and I have felt that too. You know, I also am scared for my 16-year-old kid who I had to get takeout for here a few minutes ago. I'm scared that a kid's gonna walk into her school with a gun and shoot up the school. I'm scared for our safety because people who oppose me so badly leave voicemails threatening to kill me. I am scared for our safety because on your social media pages, people joke about breaking into my house. Those things to me feel deeply scary as well, especially when a lot of us here are committed to working hard to find solutions. Even when we disagree, we're still working hard to find solutions. So I just want to lift that up because it is just truly disappointing today.
Okay, Mayor Pro Tem, yeah, we can move forward with that work session. And also, I believe with the Realize, there's also a section there that will be addressed with the park impact fees, or will be moved for another discussion separate. So it is going to be addressed. And you know, I think we all want the same thing. We want Las Cruces to thrive, and we want Las Cruces to be safe. I think this is the first step today in public safety. But in order to really have well-being in our community, we need all those other aspects to come, and we all need to come and work together to stretch and for the community to come together, whether it's the housing or whether it's a treatment and things like that we need for our community, is to get that sense of well-being. But I believe this is the first step in public safety, and then we move from there. So a lot of work ahead of us. City Manager.
Thank you, Mayor, City Council. I'll keep this quick. I had 3 pages of notes, but didn't know it was going to take this long. So I'll reduce it to 3 items that really is important. We have National Night Out. Las Cruces Police Department is inviting the community to celebrate National Night Out this Tuesday, which is tomorrow, August 6th, from 6 p.m. to 9 p.m. downtown. Since George Pearson made it this far, he deserves one of the responses. Sonia in Public Works has already reached out to J. Paul Taylor Academy to meet and review intersection. We will provide an update once we have more information. Also, our facilities team is working on next steps for the WIA building. Just to make everyone aware, there was a roof project that was finally completed last year, so kudos to Public Works and Facilities for making that happen. So more to come on that. And then I would just say last thing on fire. This morning around 10 a.m., firefighters from our fire department rescued and transported an occupant from a structure fire on Bon Burt Lane. The patient was last reported as stable with severe injuries and expected to be transported to a burn center in Lubbock, Texas. The investigation is ongoing. Thank you to the fast action and work of our firefighters and their continued dedication to our community. Thank you all.
Motion to adjourn.
Second.
This is on the motion to adjourn the meeting. Councilor McClure?
Yes.
Councilor Matisse?
Absolutely.
Councilor Graham?
Yes.
Councilor Cran?
Yes.
Councilor Flores?
Yes.
Councilor Bencomo?
Yes.
Mayor?
Yes.